The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 601. What about a hiking trip? While the first round of guests finished their journey to the surface with slightly, or majorly, increased luggage, Max got a rather intriguing proposition from the envoys. They wanted to accompany the research teams of the hunters to a site closest to the city so that they could get a full picture of what the hiking experience would be like for the guests who wanted to brave the great outdoors. Nobody had told them that there were basically no animals in this world. They had only introduced a bare minimum to begin forming the ecosystems so that they could populate the world naturally over the next few years or decades. They were also deliberately not near the city or any of the historical sites that had been identified. They hadn't even introduced relatively cute things like squirrels, as they were natural predators to some of the floral species, and their digging activities might disrupt the ruins if they decided to make a nest there. Knowing how things were supposed to be placed was just as important to the hunters as finding them intact, and the site that they wanted to visit had been partially excavated by the terraforming devices already to grant them access, but nothing had been moved from its original location. So, will you come to the surface with us? The envoys need data to send back on the completion of the terraforming, as well as the ruins, and I think a few hours of staring at alien relics could be a good time to relax after the stress of dealing with people all day. The envoy of the hunters suggested. The Dryad wasn't leaving anything to chance. She had decided that Max was good luck since his ship could keep a world tree growing smoothly, so she harassed the staff until they sent someone to get him and bring him to her for the trip. I'm on my way with the Dryad. We will meet you at the landing bays on the lower floor of the city in 30 minutes unless you want to come back to Terminus and join the other NOVs in my shuttle. Max suggested. Ours has all the tools in it, so we will take it straight to the dig site, but I will join you on Terminus and go down with the others. It should be fun, like a class field trip. It might actually be like a class field trip from the new academy aboard Terminus, given the variety of species that they had represented, but they were still in the early days of the first semester and weren't ready to be heading out on planetary excursions this early in the year. The sports league seemed to be well underway, though. The hoops field was busy nearly every time he checked in on the cameras, and so were the running tracks. He didn't bother checking the inside of the academy. They would let him know if there was an issue that they needed assistance with, and they had their own security on staff. Greetings, envoy. I see you brought friends with you. Max welcomed the reclusive Dryad once he reached the hangar bay where she was waiting, running a gentle hand through the branches of one of their Shin botanists. Your staff has been incredibly welcoming, for sure. Will it be a problem if I bring him to the surface with us? He wants to see the plants that you introduced to the surface as much as I do, and I know the others will have an escort with them. She asked. That was true. They would have at least one assistant and a pair of bodyguards each, so the Dryad, who was traveling alone, wasn't overreaching to bring a single companion, even if it was a member of the staff here aboard the ship. That shouldn't be a problem, as long as he has gotten someone to cover his shifts while he is away. Max agreed with a wink at the Shin. While he couldn't guarantee that there was anything going on between the two, the gentle way that the Dryad was stroking his branches certainly implied that they were more than casual acquaintances. He was going to deliberately avoid going into their memories to understand how that worked exactly. The other envoys, including the Huntress, met them at the hangar bay where Nico had brought them over the new model of the experimental shuttle for the trip to the surface. It was supposed to be the smoothest flight of anything that they had, and it was larger than the old 20-person shuttles, which wouldn't comfortably fit this group. There was definitely a gap in their fleet between shuttles and cutters, but such large surface missions that didn't involve combat or transferring large amounts of goods simply didn't happen often enough that they needed a specific vessel for them before now. Maybe he would have to keep one of the yachts around for such diplomatic events. They were overkill for most practical uses, and they couldn't carry mecha or gear efficiently, but it would be awesome for impressing the dignitaries. Nico bumped the 2 landing craft for the planet, plus a command yacht, to the top of the production list. We need a better vessel for ferrying around dignitaries, and I want my cutters back. Huntress Khan's thoughts say that she's coming to visit you now that we're all leaving you unattended. Max informed his second-in-command. I will get right on it. We just need to make a delivery of the custom order that is in the bay right now. Working with live clients isn't a factory line, and there is a lot of sitting time while they make up their minds, and it's been cluttering the bay. They paid a lot of money to use that bay, though, so we can't be too mad. Just be sure they're happy with their end product, and pick a new bay if you absolutely must, but I want those planetary transporters finished ASAP. Chapter 602. Understanding the envoys. Nico's thoughts said that she was already moving stuff between bays so that she could make the new ships, since the client that had ordered the yacht in their current bay wasn't here yet to pick it up. He was on his way, but with all of the incoming visitors, he wouldn't arrive for a day or two, depending on what system he was coming from. The envoys were all gushing over the innovations of the new shuttle, how innovative it was, and how unique to human culture such a design was. Many other species used fluid shapes or organic inspirations, but only the hunters used biomechanical space vessels. Now that he was inside, Max noticed this vessel was much more insidious than he had thought. While it looked harmless and welcoming to the untrained eye, Max could easily pick out where Nico had meshed Hunter's design philosophy with Clem morphology to create a uniquely capable vessel. Both designs had survived thousands or millions of years of evolution, trial and error, so the philosophy was correct, but looking at an interior hatchway that vaguely resembled the protective structure of a Clem underground nesting area was vaguely unsettling. The overall design, though, there was no mistaking it. She had totally based the default shape settings on old human movie versions of alien spaceships. Seriously, Nico, a flying saucer? He thought at her. Hey, it is perfectly valid, and the Alliance uses it as a shuttle shape. Just wait until you see the Dragoon attack fighter setting, she thought back, laughing in her mind as she waited for him to see it. The Dragoon attack fighter was a primary unit of a video game villain species, and the design resembled nothing more than a rocket-propelled horse phallus. Officially it was supposed to be the remains of a mystical tree, but that wasn't what anyone saw when they looked at it. It even had an external shield matrix that looked like veins and not bark. It was a running joke in the gaming community, but well within the adjustability of the shuttle's outer hull. I wonder who the first person to discover it will be, he replied, receiving only more laughter in response. The crew had sent them a pilot in case the shuttle had to be sent back to the ship, and they seemed much more interested in making a good impression on the big boss and the guests than making adjustments to the default hull shape, so it might not be on this trip, but eventually, someone would find the option, and then it would show up with alarming regularity afterward. That was just human nature. A crew member passed around drinks while the shuttle gently glided out of the bay, giving no hint of motion until a slight vibration started as they began to enter the atmosphere. At this point, I would like to ask all passengers to either secure themselves to one of the provided handles or a chair for entry into the atmosphere. Turbulence can be somewhat unpredictable, and the gravity systems are not guaranteed to eliminate all external forces. The flight hostess informed everyone politely. The huntress moved to stand beside Max, who had leaned against the wall, holding one of the embedded grips, while the rest of the guests took their seats for the next few minutes, staring out the windows as they realized how far they had gone in the short time that they had been admiring the ship. I like human ships. Making an entry on your own feet is so much better than being locked into a chair. But what do you do in case of a crash landing? The huntress asked. There is a safety net built into the hull. If the gravitational forces exceed what is likely to cause injury, airbags will be deployed along the walls, along with a secondary gravity field, to prevent injuries to the occupants. It is standard in most human vessels because it also comes in handy if the ship is attacked. We heal fairly easily though, so a little jostling won't set them off. I don't think any of the species that are present are exceedingly fragile though, so I haven't adjusted it. He explained. The vibration turned to a proper shaking as they passed through a dense storm cloud in one of the areas that were still being terraformed and then smoothed back to the unnoticeable standard once they were in the lower atmosphere and closer to the target. Human ships are more advanced by the day. I have seen the footage from your last generation shuttle when it was first launched, and it certainly wasn't this smooth. Even my cousin's yacht, purchased from you, isn't this smooth, and it has been overengineered for luxury. No wonder the major corporations are all in a full-out panic about your species joining the marketplace. The giant envoy commended the trip as the hangars came into sight. Market disruptions are a source of both opportunity and crushing downfall, depending on your own ability to adapt. Without adaptation, forest life goes extinct, and so should corporations. The Dryad envoy agreed. You know, that was shockingly profound market advice. I got the impression that your species didn't care much for such things. Max asked. We don't care for them, but that doesn't mean we don't understand them. We prefer the laws of nature, Much like the hunters do, though we don't deliberately come in and unbalance them for our own entertainment. She shrugged. The dryads believe that all patents should end with the death of the patent holder, as would seem natural to their species. The giant's lawyer added some Max would understand, which most species fear would lead to the patent holders of basically every important product being assassinated and a successor filing a new patent until nobody dared to either kill the patent holder or file for that patent again. Max guessed. Your species wouldn't do it? The dryad asked curiously. Max gave him a rueful smile before responding. My species quite regularly kill corporate competitors, even though the patents won't change hands. What use is holding a patent on a good if nobody is alive to make it? We prefer to make new things of our own, not take over others' accomplishments, at least as much as possible. Like a drake taking over a bear's territory. He has no use for a bear's den. The dryad nodded in understanding. You know, for such a peace-loving species, you have a strong grasp of natural brutality, Max replied with a smile. We love nature, not peace. There's a difference. It's just that fighting between sentient species isn't natural, so we don't practice it. Chapter 603. Long walks in the sun. The shuttle glided into the hangar at the base of the city just as smoothly as it left terminus, only alerting the occupants that it had landed when the interior lights changed color to light green, indicating that it was safe to disembark. Well, that was even more pleasant than expected, and we all learned more about each other. Tell me, Commander, how far is it from here to the worksite where the hunters are digging up the ancient relics? The wuxia asked. We will transfer to a ground-based transport here, and it will be about 15 minutes for us to make the 30 kilometers to the site. Of course, we can also take time to enjoy the sights, or if you are capable of making it on your own, you are free to. The air here should be completely free of contaminants and other unwanted elements, so a bit of exercise wouldn't be out of place. Max offered. The giant shook his head, not in the mood to go for a run, but the wuxia looked intrigued by the offer, despite the distance. The dryad just shook her head. We are not fast-moving creatures. I will just hang my head out the window instead. Max could sense that she wasn't actually claustrophobic, but she would happily tell others she was if it meant that she could stick her head out the window to enjoy the breeze. Could you make it in that time? The wuxia envoy asked as Max, and the others began to climb into the hover limo that had been prepared for them. Not quite. I would take about twice that time. 60 kilometers an hour is roughly my top sustained speed. Max informed him. So you can attain a higher speed than that? The younger assistant to the wuxia asked in awe. Yes, for a shorter burst, roughly twice that. The young wuxia looked curious, then tapped his chin while he thought. Are your people perhaps evolved from persistence hunters then? That's the theory, though, as our actual homeworld is lost to history, and none of the planets that claim to be the real human homeworld actually have evolutionary evidence on them, we can't prove it. Max agreed. How do you lose track of your homeworld? The young wuxia asked. If we knew that, we wouldn't have forgotten where it was, would we? That made the envoys laugh a bit harder than they expected to, and everyone but the wuxia took their seats. We can sustain nearly 100 kilometers an hour flying in an atmosphere and gravity like this, so we will stretch our wings. We have all been aboard a ship too long, and even short flights between floors aren't enough to really exercise. The envoy decided. Understandable. Do try to keep in sight so we know if you need a break. Even on a ship as large as yours, it is never really made for high-speed flight. There is always another facility that needs the space. Max agreed, waving to them as the dryad hung half her body out the sunroof and spread her arms to take in the sun. Any human who saw them would think they were a bunch of weirdos, but the envoys were happy, and that was the part that truly mattered as they began to make their way out of the city's docking spire and over the wild grasses between the spires and overhead walkways where 1 million vacationers were soon to be settled in for their stay. The wuxia dipped and raced around, playing tag in the air for a while the limo glided above the untouched wilderness. I am glad you decided to go with flying transports. The grass here smells wonderful. It would be a shame to build a conventional city. The dryad sighed, then squeaked in shock and looked above her head with wide-open eyes. The holograms from the crystal spires were in full action again as the midday sun hit them, and the glowing images of small flying creatures had joined the wuxia in their game of tag, swirling through the air. The joy of not only the dryad and the wuxia but of a huge number of locals watching the scene play out as they traveled past the city seemed to change the whole feeling of the place, and more images were appearing every second, all over the city, not just around the tower they were nearest to. The Illithid might have a point about these towers being psychoactive. The images did seem to change as soon as everyone noticed the wuxia playing. It was incredible, unspeakably beautiful, and a bit creepy to think that the residents of the city were subconsciously creating this image by unwilling cooperation. They did slow the transport so that the wuxia could keep up and not have to simply fly by all of the incredible sights as well. They were gathering lots of important data for them. Things like the maneuverability of the images, how fast they could change form, and the fact that they weren't solid, but they were apparently warm to the touch, like they were a condensed light reflection, the same as you would get through a magnifying glass, but appearing in great detail and in midair. It was all noted in Max's logs so that he could inform the Illithid, who was waiting on his friends before he took time off to come down here and see it with them. They ended up taking half an hour to get to the site, and the wuxia was exhausted from playing in the sky, but it was 100% worth it for the sights that they got to see and the show that they got to put on for the local residents and the newly arrived vacationers. So, what is there to see of this dig so far? I believe that they just started it today, correct? The giant envoy asked. That is correct. They started digging today, looking for traces of ancient civilizations, since there were other historical relics recovered from this world, but we couldn't match them to any known species, much one that belonged in this area at the time. Max explained, leaving out the bits about what they had removed in advance and what the hunters thought it might mean. Chapter 604. The Big Dig. So, what have you found in this pile of rubble so far? The lawyer from the Giants team asked once they were unloaded at the ruins, standing out in the scorching tropical afternoon sun. Surprisingly, a lot. We found the ruins of a city and indications that it might have once been quite advanced. Of course, since it has been over 100,000 years abandoned, there isn't much left here, but check these walls. What do you see? A young huntress in a long white coat made of thin fabric asked. Evenly spaced, uniform brickwork. They were made from the same mold or on a factory floor. The lawyer responded, not impressed. They have been hollowed for conduits, and there is an empty power node near the bottom of each wall. Also, there is still structurally intact mortar between those blocks 100,000 years later. The wuxia envoy added, exactly. It's not a big deal for us to make degradation-stable mortar and brickwork, but at the time, it should have been all but unheard of. The signs of power distribution within the residential unit that this appears to have been used for also indicate that it wasn't a primitive culture that stumbled upon a lucky combination of local materials. The archaeologist agreed. How advanced do we mean, though? Dryads used plant life to communicate, and the ruins on our world are quite similar, as that is where the roots would enter the rooms to link us all together. The Dryad representative pointed out. We can't say yet, we just got here today, but it is a promising start that we could find something interesting in this strange galaxy. The group chatted as they searched the area until the Dryad stumbled across a misplaced stone on what would have been the road outside the house hunters' team had first unearthed. It was a flat piece of rock, heavily weathered and worn nearly round on the top, but when her toe knocked it over, the other side was exposed, showing the crudely drawn penis. Yes, first dick of the dig. There are always sex organs in the ruins. We just need to find the surviving graffiti to guess what species it is. Does anyone recognize this dick? The archaeologist from Hunter's team asked. I mean, not personally. But you know, what species would that be? Max was laughing so hard at her stumbling over her words that he didn't answer at first. The drawing was clearly a human organ, or very close to it, but the poor drawing made it hard to tell. There are 17 species the drawing is close enough to be attributed to. Hunters might not be aware, but the design is extremely common among mammalian and amphibious bipeds. The giant envoy informed her, making Max laugh even harder. Is this a human joke that I don't get? The giant asked. Yes, probably, but it just occurred to me that the only way to know for sure if it is such a common evolution was to get a size reference. The giant facepalmed as he realized just how useless one single piece of graffiti was in narrowing down the options, but the hunters looked excited. By our count, it is actually 84 possibilities out of over 600,000 sentient species who could have been depicted by this image, not including species that went extinct before we recorded them. It's not definitive evidence, but it really does narrow down what we can expect to find here. The huntress envoy informed them, then gave Max a look that meant she was also including the legendary ancient species in this category. Alright, sorry for the interruption. I will try to be serious again. I wasn't expecting that particular bit of graffiti to be the first real discovery on this site. My hope is that we can find something similar with surviving writing, which would give us a much more clear guess of their species and development. He finally managed. He was usually in his office these days or in a mecha when something shocked him. He really needed to remember not to laugh at inappropriate things when he was around foreign dignitaries. They wouldn't all appreciate the same sort of humor as human soldiers and frat boys did. Only it wasn't an isolated incident. As they cleared the first building, they found a piece of pottery that depicted dozens of mythical creatures again, including an angel, dragon, griffin, and more, and the angel was predictably nude. It reminded Max of ancient human art, but it was. Here before there were ancient humans to make it, at least to the best of his knowledge. When the piece of pottery was cleaned and removed, the broken piece below it brought everyone the biggest shock. There, staring back at them from the broken pottery, was the stylized visage of the god of war, the mythical construct of the lost civilization whose unknown material had brought them here. Fortunately, nobody else in the room seemed to recognize it, and the hunters' team quickly filed it away with the rest of the pottery from that particular pile and placed it in protective storage. That was the evidence that they had been here for, signs that the local residents had been somewhat aware of the existence of the god of war, but from the thoughts of the dig team, it shouldn't have been here. The layers where they were finding the strange material that had images of it were on a much older layer, and this city had been built on ruins that were built on top of the ruins of the city where they had found the first bits that had been recovered. Once we clear the upper layers of the dirt and debris, there are a number of buildings that are near the surface and can be exposed as a tourist location within the next few months if we want to allow people here while it's still an active working site. The lead archaeologist suggested, "I am sure the guests would love that. It's a nice short trip from the city, and taking a few busloads of people here a day should be manageable. I will refer you to the planetary governor for details." Max agreed, glad that none of the other envoys had noticed the strange find of an ancient alien, possibly Mecha construct. Chapter 605. Let them be. After touring under the sun for a few hours, the envoys' curiosity was mostly slaked for the day, and they were ready to return to the city and see what it was like on the inside. The outside had been incredible, and the fresh air and waving grass of the dig site were comfortable enough that the Dryad and the Shin were unwilling to leave, but they also weren't willing to be left outside overnight since there were no other trees in the area, and sleeping in the grass would inevitably lead to being invaded by hostile alien insects. How hostile was the question, since the insects here were mostly only the ones necessary to facilitate composting, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't be a real nuisance to plant-based species far more than they were to the hunters, who would be sleeping in their shuttle. The sun was beginning to move far enough from its peak that the day was becoming comfortable, and a bit of cloud cover was beginning to form when they reached the city spires again, moving much faster with the wuxia inside the car. They parked in the hangar and took the elevators up to the spire reserved for staff and dignitaries, where there should still be some free villas, but the sights that they passed were far different than the parties which were thrown aboard Terminus. The elevator faced out over the open common areas of the floors as it ran up the outer wall, so they could view many floors at once, as well as the view through the outer windows, though each floor was blocked from seeing what was going on with the surrounding residents through clever architecture that prevented reflections. It seemed that the Alliance citizens held themselves back somewhat while aboard the human ship, and the parties had all been tamed by human standards, but what they passed on the 37th floor could only be described as a wine-soaked orgy. The Dryad looked at the wuxia in shock, as it was mostly his people present, and he just shrugged. Today is St. Bacchus Day, the patron saint of wine and merriment. We celebrate it that way every year, just usually not in public, and not with so many other species involved. I, for once, approve of your people's traditions. That looks like a lot of fun. The huntress consoled the envoy, who looked a bit unnerved to find out that his people had chosen to celebrate in such a public manner. Of course, for those who were listening in on the thoughts, it was very clear that the humans had enthusiastically helped with preparations once they found out what the celebration was all about. There was an ancient human culture that celebrated something similar, and Max could see that some of those traditions had made their way into the party, with staff covered in gold body paint and wearing togas, or even less, while posing as statues or serving food and drinks. This day is never going to be forgotten. I hope you understand that. Max laughed. They're not breaking any laws, are they? I never thought to check. The wuxia envoy asked. Probably not. Humans are very good at making exceptions to rules if they think it will be fun, and I can see that they have locked all underage guests out of the floor. That's really our only hard and fast rule on the matter. At least the rest of the floors seem to be normal. Max sighed. They were passing the 40th floor now, ascending through the spire hosting the 500 floors of hot springs. Only one floor appeared to be vastly out of the ordinary, with most floors having guests lounging on the sand or on heated rocks, and one even being covered in snow, with a frigid outside temperature all around the hot water. That one fascinated the Dryad, who thought that a hot spring in the winter would be an incredible feeling, so Max made sure to show her how to mark it as a location in her Terminus-provided smartwatch, so she could find her way back again. Looking out the other side, a kilometer-wide walkway led to another spire on the 200th floor, filled with shops and hosting an old-fashioned gondola ride near the roof for a slow and scenic trip across the city. It's like every era is represented here, but it has all been reconstructed in the same graceful theme as the city. It's incredible and disorienting at the same time. The Innu envoy praised the sights around them. That was how the original city was as well. It was timeless, nothing in the city seemed to belong to the era you were in, but it all did, somehow. There was no good way to describe the original city of spirits other than as itself, and Nico had captured that feeling perfectly with her replica. One thing he did notice that he didn't recall being present in the original was the holograms inside the building. He recalled them only forming in the air outside, but some of them would flutter in the windows here and then vanish once they passed through a shadow, only to sometimes reappear somewhere else, still on their course. We have to tell the Phi. They will never forgive the Dryads if we don't tell them. The envoy informed the group with a smile as the figure of a small owl circled her head for a moment, then flew away. The phenomenon only lasted a few minutes while the sun was at the perfect angle to send the reflection of the top of the spires through the walkway, but it was enough for the crowd. Elevator, pause, open doors for winged species. The Valkyria's assistant announced suddenly just past the 200th floor. Elevator paused. The robotic voice of the elevator was Nico's sultry voice setting, and it sent a bit of a shiver up Max's spine every time he heard it. One day he would have to remember to have her stop programming her own voice into everything. She was becoming the voice of the humans' computer systems in the minds of basically everyone, which was a bit odd when he knew the actual living person. Not that she actually used that voice setting with anyone but him, so the rest of the crew wouldn't notice much more than that it was similar to her augmented voice. The assistant called out to someone playing an aerial game down below them and hopped out of the door that had opened on the viewing side of the elevator, waving goodbye to the group and promising to come to check in later. They're young, let them play. The envoy shrugged, turning their attention back to the view as the elevator continued its ascent. Chapter 606. Catching up. General Tennant was waiting for them when they arrived at the isolated top section of the spire that served as the secluded living area for dignitaries who shouldn't be mingling with the general population, either for safety or because they weren't trusted to be unattended. In this case, it was all the first, though Max did have some thoughts about how long it would take to find the Dryad again if they left her unattended on the lower floors, with millions of square meters of vegetation planted within the city. I think we will retire to our rooms for the evening. Our vessel is running on a very different schedule than the city, and it is late at night for us. Perhaps you would like to meet in 10 hours for a bit of breakfast. Is there somewhere serving breakfast at that time of the morning nearby? The giant envoy asked. There is a brunch spot in this tower, on level 481, only a few minutes by elevator and right near the elevated walkway. I suspect it might be a bit busy tonight, even at 2 in the morning, local time, since it has a view of the stars, but there is a Kepler-starred chef there. They're using replicated ingredients, but it's all cooked fresh, so you get to enjoy the personal touch of a skilled human chef. I know that's something that Terminus doesn't really have on board since all but one of their restaurants uses replicated meals, but I think you will enjoy the new experience. General Tennant suggested. That sounds marvelous. Do they take reservations? The envoy asked. They do not. It is part of his business philosophy that those who are truly hungry will show up, so his business is first come, first served. The general answered with a smile. The Valkyria nodded his agreement with that. I like that level of dedication to one's ideals. Appointments build exclusivity, but if you know you're the best, you can open up to anyone who walks in and make a great impression. We will meet you both there in the morning, I hope. Please direct my wayward assistant back to his room once he has finished playing. The directions have been sent to him. The envoys headed to the villas reserved for them, and Max followed General Tennant to the planetary governor's house, a top-floor mansion that was clearly made as a spot for political negotiations, with ostentatious gardens all around, over a dozen hover limos in underground parking, and the best views in the city. I didn't have a hand in the design, but when I arrived, I was directed here by the city's computer. It appears that this is my spot, and there are similar ones in other spires for other senior city officials, as well as the family of former governors. I haven't really had time to go through everything yet. There is too much in an entire city to get fully familiar with it in one sitting, but the designers did an incredible job. I am told it was designed entirely by the staff aboard your vessel, and I watched as the terraforming devices built it. Who would have guessed back when you were in the academy that humans would come so far, so fast? Do you recall the story of the Industrial Revolution that brought humans into the modern age? In a century, we were said to have come from peasant farmers using horses to our first space flights. This feels like that legend is playing out all over. The general was clearly a bit overwhelmed by the change in station and living conditions, but the myth was one that Max knew, even if he found it a bit embellished to think that human culture could change so much in 100 years. The thought of being alive at the start and end of that process was just mind-boggling. But then, he knew the stories of how Mecha changed warfare as well, and he had seen firsthand how fast a colony could change when granted advanced technologies, so perhaps all it took was a few key innovations to trigger a whole chain of events that would change everything. That was their goal, in a way, to set off a series of changes that would reshape humanity into a more functional model. The wars were beginning to die back on the home worlds, but they still needed that particular something, the big trigger that would kick them from armistice into a cultural revolution, and he didn't think he had found it yet. The general noticed Max was lost in his thoughts for a moment and led him inside a sitting room. Why don't we relax with a bottle of rum and have a good chat about everything that has happened while I was away? Why don't you start with this battle that left you alone on a derelict ship? Did you volunteer to be the last man aboard as the captain of the vessel and go down with it as tradition demands after Abraham Kepler was crippled trying to block for the God-class Mecha? Max asked. Indeed I did, but in order to tell you that story and have it make sense, I need to go over the last bit of our trip through human space and how we ended up there with our troops and the design team from Comor fully engaged with the rebels in the first place. That was no short conversation, and they were still at it in the small hours of the morning when the general's alarm went off, reminding them that they had 45 minutes before the meeting with the envoys at the brunch spot. The design of the planetary governor's mansion is actually a genius bit of design. Follow me. We have our own private elevator. It runs inside a structural beam and will let us out one floor away from the spot we need. From there, we can take the moving sidewalk or one of the travel discs. General Tennant suggested, just as eager as anyone else to get to try out all of the amenities of the city. Chapter 607. With Tech 2, the elevator did indeed lead them out into the city, only one floor below their destination, and there was a tall escalator between the floors only a few blocks away. Max and the general could make that in a minute or less, so instead of trying the various fast travel methods today, they just went for a jog in their flamboyant outfits. Compared to the subdued look that Max usually went for, General Tennant had gone all in on the Reaver fashion when he had stopped being an officer for an empire that no longer existed. He had paired black and gray serpent skin pants with black cowboy boots and a mint green silk shirt with no buttons, held closed only by the fact that it was tucked into his pants at the bottom. Gold chains dangled across his chest, and a knee-length Kepler officer's trenchcoat in regulation black synth leather completed the look. On the scale of 1 to most gaudy planetary governor that Max had ever seen, General Tennant looked more like the bookie at an illegal gambling establishment on a Reaver-run space station than a planetary governor. We need to work on your fashion sense. Max laughed as they jogged through the city toward the escalator. I don't know about that. I think it's a hit with the ladies my age. You young folk do your thing, and I will go after the ladies a century older. The general laughed, gesturing to the nearly business suit ensemble that Max had picked to go for breakfast. Honestly, I rarely pick these myself. If I need to impress someone, Nico sets out clothes for me, and I only alter the options when she goes overboard and picks me out a cape or something. He laughed. So, you are still close then, despite her renovations. That topic hadn't come up, as they had been talking about the past and various innovations all evening, so the deeper personal connections hadn't made it into the conversation so far. Closer than ever. Her system has been letting her adjust her body, as she showed you when you first arrived. But you likely didn't notice that she's even soft again. That's the Kepler military's non-Newtonian shell, altered by her system functions to have exactly the texture and feel that she wants it to at any given point in time. If you didn't know that she was a cyborg, I think that a lot of people would miss it at this point since she has changed herself so far from what we understand the word to mean. Most of the improvement comes from meeting the hunters. They use biomechanical armor and mecha, and Nico has incorporated a lot of their tech into herself as she went. I don't know or understand all the changes, so you will have to go to her or the design team to get the deeper details, but I will say that she can do a wonderful impression of an organic human already, in every way imaginable. The general laughed and gestured to the side. This is our spot. We're a few minutes early, so let's get a table. Good thing they're nearly empty at this time, or we could have been out of luck. The staff gave them a warm greeting as they approached. Everyone knew the general, as he had organized their colonization effort and brought them here to a much better situation than they had ever dreamed of. Colonists usually had to bring everything from zero, but in the eyes of the colonists, it was the general's connections that had snagged them a fully built and amazing city with a built-in tourism industry and all the latest, greatest gadgets. They were even getting so far ahead of the curve that the Alliance visitors called the amenities in the villas rustic, and not primitive, like going to a deliberately minimalist resort, which had the essentials, but stripped out the little luxuries of home to encourage you to enjoy nature. Did we get any big complaints yesterday? Or pick up on anything that we should really invest in importing? The general asked their host, all business for a moment before the envoys showed up. Nothing too major. There was some confusion about the in-room amenities, as they were all made for humanoid species, and the specialized versions some species use aren't available. That's just tourists that haven't been out in the rest of the Alliance yet to get used to the standardized models. The wuxia guests did complain a little about the lack of what is called a feather fluff in the room, as it's not something they pack, and apparently, it's usually built into the shower. They didn't speak of it to the staff, but I heard them talking about it. Good work. It's the little things that we don't know about that will need to be imported to make it perfect for guests. I am guessing it's like the air-dry mode on the shower, but if it's a brand name, it might have a specific process everyone is used to. The general agreed. For how many? At least 25, assuming that none of them have brought additional guests that didn't arrive with us. Can you make space? Max answered. Of course, the restaurant is fairly large. But at this hour, only the sous chef is on duty, so I can't guarantee the presence or personal touch of the boss. The host answered. That's fine. We're just gathered for breakfast, not a formal event. And there they are. Max told him, indicating the large group walking down the street with their eyes glued to the incoming rainstorm through the outer windows of the spire. This way, I will bring the rest to you. As soon as they took their seats, the general looked up what a feather fluff was and determined that it was an air dryer with a protective mist for wuxia and other flying species feathers that gave them a short-term waterproofing, as well as a long-lasting scent. There was nothing quite like it in human technology, just a basic fluff dry to get their feathers safely dry. So, it's like they're showering without conditioner. I get it now. I will order a number of them since it looks like they are modular and can be integrated into the existing drying functions. The general said, showing Max what the term meant and that it was indeed a trademarked brand name product with its own exclusive line of sprays. Sometimes, you can't go full local, I guess. I am sure there will be more over the next few weeks that we just don't know about yet. Running a whole planet, even if it's just got one city on it so far, isn't going to be an easy task. Max replied with a smile. Just wait, I am going to put these cities all over the bloody planet, and we will be the largest tourist trap for supernatural phenomenon fans in the known universe. Tenant replied, then stood to greet their guests. Envoys, I hope you found your way here without issues. We are about to see our first thunderstorm here, and I think it will be quite the sight. But first, let's eat. Chapter 608. Thunder Dance. Governor Tenant, it is an honor to meet you here so early in the morning. I know how much work you have to do to keep a city running, especially under these circumstances when so many foreign guests have just arrived for the first time. It is a rather intense stress test for the entire colony, but I must say, they seem to be handling it admirably. The giant envoy greeted him. All the adult colonists were from Reaver companies to begin with, so none of them were inexperienced with intense pressure at work, and I think it really helped out in this situation. Their job experience is coming in handy, and it seems that the Alliance visitors have no problems bartering and making deals in the same way that the Reavers do. General Tenant agreed. Yes, we would normally warn people about that. Some tourists can be quite intense with their desire to get a good deal, and they will show all sorts of unseemly antics in order to get what they want, but it seems that your people have seen it all before. The envoy agreed. There is very little that they haven't seen before, that's for sure. Even if some individual members are still young enough to be fairly inexperienced, they have good, solid mentors with them to show them the ropes. Perhaps it's actually better this way. They will learn firsthand everything that they need to do to keep customers happy, and they will get used to the maximum workload right from the start, so once the guests begin to settle in and enjoy the city at a more leisurely pace, the job will seem easier by the day. I can't argue with that logic. What is good here? The envoy asked, looking over the menu. If I recall your preferences correctly, I would get a double order of the number 3 combo, the eggs Benedict, and then add the hash browns and a side of fruit to both orders. The general suggested. The waiter nodded from his spot off to the side, indicating that he had the order, and the rest of the envoys placed their menus down. If we all get the same thing, we can compare notes on how each of us reacts to the same human foods. The Valkia suggested. Well, that's easy. I'm sure they are more than capable of 30 orders of eggs Benedict. Max chuckled while the waiter looked a bit concerned that he was going to be the one to tell the chef that their first table of the hour ordered 30 full breakfasts at the same time. They were open because tourists on random schedules would show up at any hour of the day, and they didn't have a good reference yet of what species were nocturnal and how many of each species were staying here in the city. Once things settled out a little, they might not pick a 24-hour schedule, but from the number of people in the street, they wouldn't be losing money by staying open. Of course, bringing in all the envoys was also drawing tourists to the shop, eager to eat in the same place and get a discreet selfie with the powerful politicians. Max doubted that most of them had any clue who these people were, but they were all wearing official pins or uniforms, so it was virtually impossible for the Alliance guests not to notice them. The attention didn't bother them, though, as the tourists were mostly respectful and took their pictures from a distance, while the staff kept them from directly bothering the other guests. The food had just come out when the first strikes of thunder began in the night sky, sending echoes through the open areas of the city and lighting up the sky with flashes of light that caused shadowy figures to dance in the sky outside the towers, looking to Max like fairies dancing in the rain. The sight caught the attention of everyone who was currently awake in the city, and the steady drum of rain on the windows made a soothing counterpoint to the random flashes of dancing figures in the sky. It was like nothing that Max had ever seen before, but he could sense that there was something else out in the darkness that certainly wasn't a flash of light from the reflections on the city's spires. Nico, check the vicinity of the city, northeast, at roughly 50 degrees. I swear I see something out there. He informed his second-in-command. Working on it. I haven't seen anything so far, but that doesn't mean that there isn't anything to see. Give me a few minutes to tweak our sensors, and I will be able to tell if we have an unexpected guest. That wasn't out of the question, as they had recently turned away an envoy on rather bad terms after embarrassing him in front of everyone else from the Alliance. If his people had come for some sort of retribution, it wouldn't have been a shock to anyone. While Max enjoyed breakfast with the envoys and the general, Nico and the development team were hard at work investigating the surface of the planet. I've found it. It is an alien craft of an unknown design, and they are in position following one of the terraforming drones. I can almost guarantee that it is a case of industrial espionage. She told the Innu working beside her. I have reported it to the Alliance world ship in orbit. They say that they will investigate. What step will you take next? The researcher asked. I say we skip straight to the hostilities. Get me an interceptor prepped while I convince Max that this way will be easier. She decided. On it. We have that one you custom designed ready to fly now. The researcher answered with a smile. It wasn't like they needed much to get ready. The interceptors were just sitting on standby in a bay, with a staff waiting to see if something happened, while they kept their skills sharp in a training pod. General Tenant, we have detected an unauthorized visitor who did not pass through planetary immigration. Requesting permission to make landfall, as we are investigating them for possible industrial espionage. Nico broadcast to both Max and General Tenant. Permission granted. Please inform them that all vessels failing to report to immigration may be subject to search and seizure should they be found harboring undocumented arrivals or illegal substances. General Tenant replied, glad to have the help with a problem that he hadn't even known that his planet was suffering from. The Illithid advisor aboard Terminus has informed me that the unknown vessel is following a terraforming drone, and they are currently cloaked. The interceptors should take care of it in short order. They are quite good at their jobs. Max informed the envoys, as the Innu had likely already read the message, and the Dryad could read it over General Tenant's shoulder. Ah, excellent then, nothing to be concerned about. The Frozen Gates will send a detainment crew should they be Alliance citizens in violation of immigration or industrial espionage laws. The giant stated plainly, well used to this sort of thing. assuming that there are survivors. Many stealth vessels believe that technology can save them, and Reaver interceptors usually only give one warning. General Tennant reminded them. That got the giant all the way awake from his lethargic state, and he began frantically sending messages back to their ship, which responded with a confirmation that, indeed, it was within Alliance standard policies to shoot down any vessel refusing to report to immigration after entering the atmosphere. In fact, it was even their own vessel's standard procedure. This was going to be a very interesting morning. Chapter 609, Intercepted. Once the clearance was given, Nico led a 5-interceptor wing down to the surface. If the spies wanted to run once they caught sight of the attack vessels, she didn't want to risk that they would be more maneuverable than she was and get away before she could do anything. With the extra 4 interceptors, they could make a proper containment pattern, and their weapons would have a much easier time getting a solid hit. The Alliance had incredible vessels for their government forces, but the ones that most of the population used were not nearly as impressive, being made to a budget and often with outdated technology, thanks to millennia of peace giving them no reason to update defensive technologies beyond what was needed to handle in-flight threats like space debris. That's the standard that Nico was hoping that this particular ship, which was shadowing their terraforming drones, was on. It didn't change course when they entered the atmosphere, and it didn't respond when they formed up around it, so Nico assumed that they must be quite confident in their cloaking technologies. Unknown vessel, you have failed to report to immigration after entering the atmosphere of an inhabited planet. Please disengage your stealth technology and follow us to the city for processing. She demanded, setting her radio to broadcast on a wide range of frequencies, both human and Alliance. There was no response, and the ship didn't seem to be responding in any way, not sending out any signals that they could detect, so she tried again. Unknown vessel, we have reason to believe that you are engaged in industrial espionage. Disengage your cloaking field now, or we will be forced to treat you as a hostile corporate force. That seemed to get their attention, and the ship began to drift away from the terraforming drone. Hold your position, I want to see what they do. Nico ordered her wing as the ship gently glided through the air. It stopped near another terraforming drone and took up the same position, following it around. Switching drones to observe is not a form of compliance. Unknown vessel, lower your cloaking field, or we will take hostile action. This is your last warning. Nico reported. She ordered her wing to surround the ship again, and this time they got a response, a strong power surge from the hidden vessel that compromised their cloaking field enough that even the most rudimentary of sensors could detect it. But for the moment, Nico held off. If they were going to make a run for it, she could learn more about the ship's capabilities before they captured it. It wasn't planning to run, though, and half a second later, a barrage of lasers blasted out at the interceptors, and the ship began standard pattern evasive maneuvers. Unfortunately for them, they were from the most basic of Alliance training manuals, and Nico had long since memorized them. The interceptors launched a return volley of disruptor fire, and the ship went crashing to the surface, leaving a deep furrow in the freshly terraformed grassland. Hostile force, surrender now, or you will be summarily eliminated, Nico announced, both over the radio and over the loudspeaker. There was no response from inside the vessel, so she approached in her interceptor, then exited the ship, wearing a tech adept harness, and using the gravity control to gently lower herself to the ground before disabling the electronic locks and pulling the hatch open to reveal the interior of the ship. Nico to Planetary Command. The crash appears to have been more severe than anticipated. No survivors detected, she reported as she looked at the mess inside the ship. By her best guess, the ship didn't have military-grade shields, or they couldn't keep them up with their cloaking field because the disruptors seemed to have passed right through to the crew of the ship while leaving the hull intact. That meant the next order of business was twofold. First, find a water hose and clean this place up a bit. Second, start searching their computer records and see what they were up to. Most Alliance vessels would have known to simply comply, and then they could scan the terraforming drones while gathering much less interest. The patents were a matter of public record to Alliance citizens, but the exact construction method was not, which was the reason that everyone had assumed that they were competitors to begin with. Terminus Trading Company Interceptors. This is Constable Ducath of the Alliance Law Enforcement Division. We are incoming with a police contingent to examine the origins of the intruding ship. The smooth voice of a wuxia informed them over the radio. You are welcome to it, Constable. We are quite interested in the origin of this vessel since it's like nothing that we have on record, and there are no surviving crew members to tell us where they might have come from. Nico replied while she downloaded the entire ship's computer into her interceptor's storage space to peruse later at her leisure. She did know a few things already, though. This was not an Alliance vessel, or at least it was not built with any Alliance patent information or a system of origin recorded in its logs. The crew roster did show Alliance members, though, mostly from the giant species, though the captain of the ship seemed to be a Volga, who was not an Alliance member, so the ship might be one of theirs. Sweet All-Mother, what did you do to it? You didn't need to do whatever that was. The constable could be heard retching over the voice-activated communicator as he entered the ship. Our apologies, Constable. It seems that our disruptor technology is incompatible with the shields on that vessel. When used against our own Mecha ships, that would have only disabled the shields and possibly the drive systems to disable the ship. She explained. It wasn't quite a lie. Their own equipment was hardened against attacks by the disruptor technology. But if they had used it against basically anything else, it would have ended exactly like this. She had even optimized the weapons to do their best to bypass Alliance standard shields. We will keep it in mind. Beginning crew identification and cleanup procedures, and then your border patrol may take the ship into quarantine to begin the discovery process on the data they had collected to determine if any crimes other than immigration violations had been committed before this tragic accident. The constable informed her with a grim tone. Chapter 610. Investigation. The officers were not joking about their intentions to fully investigate what other crimes might have been committed while the unknown ship was committing its immigration violation. They had 30 officers aboard their shuttle, and they got to work the moment that the disabled foreign ship was brought to the basement hangar base for investigation. They went over every possible aspect and angle of the ship, and while most of the things that they found were not of any concern to the Terminus Trading Company, they found over 50 patent violations, where the designer had clearly used Alliance technologies in their own designs without permission. They also found that the ship had been making detailed notes on the terraforming device, presumably for the same reasons, but had been unable to decipher the software before they were shot down, so the entire database that they had accumulated was on the design and analysis of the construction methods. For a terraforming device, the software was just as important as the device itself, so they hadn't gotten too far into their examination, but it was enough to prove intent to violate patent laws, even without all of the clear violations that they found in the ship's design. It was built by the Volga, according to the Alliance police force. They had seen the basic design before, though not this specific model, and the ship's hull showed the signature markings of their materials printer technology, which left behind a unique ion among certain alloys, thanks to incomplete remanufacturing. That wouldn't go over well for them the next time they had to talk to Alliance dignitaries, since the police uploaded all of their collected data to the central law enforcement mainframes as soon as they compiled it. Supposedly that was for the integrity of the data, so that the officers working the case couldn't tamper with evidence if it indicated that there was someone who shouldn't or couldn't be charged by the local police responsible for a crime. Bribery and using influence to get out of crime weren't unheard of within the Alliance, but being able to bribe a single low-level police officer to accomplish the task seemed to offend their sensibilities. If you wanted to bribe your way out of a conviction, you had to go to someone else who was powerful enough to bribe their way out of a conviction and convince them. It was the ultimate old boys club, but in a way, it led to the upper-class Alliance citizens self-policing, since you didn't only have to convince one of them. You had to convince everyone who had the political clout to gain access to the investigation data. So, it is the Volga who were trying to get a bit more data on our terraforming efforts here. That's not too surprising, but I suspect that they will be less than impressed by the state of the crew that they sent. Max sighed as he sat with General Tennant to review the preliminary investigation data later that morning. It serves them right. If they had chosen any path but to attack the interceptors, they would have likely come out of it alive. It's fairly doubtful that anyone will claim responsibility for the actions, though. Even if we search their records for the owner of the ship, it will show some upstart company with no connections to the leadership or any company regularly doing business outside their borders. General Tennant replied, well aware of the basic measures that any planetary governor would take to cover their tracks and avoid responsibility for their actions. He had seen it all before, and this was on the child's play level of interplanetary intrigue. You seem to be well versed in the matter. The Innu envoy mentioned sipping on a raspberry latte with 5 extra shots of espresso in it. The sight of the drink made Max shudder in horror at the incoming mental barrage that he would suffer once her brain was hit with that massive dose of caffeine, but the design team had sent her information on the augmentic suits, and she was eager to analyze it before she finished her tasks for the day. In her mind, That meant mass doses of caffeine to get the multiple tracks of her mind all working at maximum output, but for the mind readers on the planet and in orbit, it was a nightmare. With Alliance technology, they could make a suit just as good, and in fact, one that was much better than what Terminus had turned out, but on general principle, they wouldn't copy the fashion style, and that was the part that she liked the most about it. Once she was home, she would show the others the marvel that was the helmet, but until the end of their tour, she had every intention of wearing the suit every single time there was an excuse to wear armor. You look somewhat unwell. Perhaps you could use a beverage. The coffee here seems to be quite impressive. They roast it in the store, so it's unique anywhere in the universe. The Alliance doesn't have this particular plant, but I can see that it will be quite popular once they learn of it. The Valkyria envoy suggested, looking at the way that the Inu envoy was downing her steaming mug of caffeine and milk. The problem isn't my lack of drink. It is her abundance of drink. Inu minds go into overdrive when you give them caffeine, and it's a bit like having a hummingbird in my brain to be sitting next to her. Max explained. Oh, I never thought of that. So few species except the Illithid can read minds that I forgot a few humans could do it as well. Best of luck tuning her out, but I should really warn the rest of our staff if she is going to be more hyper than usual. The Valkyria sighed, looking over at the one envoy in their group who simply refused to go along with the standards and be the boring politician that she had been appointed to be. Chapter 611. The Volga weren't impressed. Max didn't even have time to finish explaining the situation to the envoys when an emergency message came through to his communicator from Ray 5 Command. All Reaver units. Multiple foreign attacks were detected. Initial results show the vessels to contain a species of fat slobs known as the Volga. The attached 5 planets are under heavy attack, and as per trade group convention, all available forces are summoned to their defense. The Reaver Council will be convening in 1 hour to discuss appropriate punishment and redistribution of defensive forces. The prevailing sentiment is to forcefully take the alien species into the human fold. Data collected from Alliance databases show that they hold 107 worlds, a number that we believe can be securely managed by the Trade Group Task Force, bringing their technology under our purview. Max read through the message 3 times before turning the screen to the Giant and Valkyria envoys, who looked quite concerned by the grimace on his face. Does that mean what I think it means? The Valkyria asked. That the view of the governing body of humans is that the Volga have declared war on us as a species by attacking our planets. I am afraid that it does, and according to our agreement, I don't believe that the Alliance has a say in the matter. Max agreed. The Valkyria sighed while the Giant began pulling up the details of their agreements and then gave the Valkyria a curt nod. Indeed, there was nothing in either of the agreements between the Volga and the Alliance or the humans in the Alliance that gave them intervener status. While they were panicking, the Huntress at the table was doing her best to hide laughter, with her eyes glued on a message that had arrived on her own communicator. What is the Hunter's position? The Giant asked. We aren't sure yet. We have an official petition from the Reavers, forwarded by Huntress Khan, to declare the Volga as a game species, citing their attacks on the humans as proof of diminished capacity for sentient thought. She laughed. That had to be a Nico initiative. If they were determined to be a game species, then the Hunters wouldn't give them any trouble about anything that they did to the Volga, who were regular customers of the Hunters. They probably wouldn't go as far as to declare the species as non-sentient based on a single attack, but it was good for a laugh. Forward that to your superiors, please. I think they will need a laugh as much as the rest of us do, and it will serve as a rather fitting formal declaration of war between the Volga and the humans. I understand that we didn't get off on a good note, but they don't seem to understand the nature of the Reaver culture. If you attack one of our planets, you attack them all. That is the law. There really isn't a way out of this without a full withdrawal on their part and a formal apology. Max explained. What sort of force are you planning to turn on them? They are notoriously arrogant, and a small show of force won't do much to deter them or their allies. The Huntress explained. From what I can tell, we have the support of the New Kepler territory, the Cygnus fleet, the Deathwind mercenaries, 7 major Reaver families and the Border Alliance for a full-scale assault on the Volga. The Huntress thought for a moment, then nodded. They intend to take the entire Volga Confederation, don't they? If they control the entire territory, they are the governors by default, and they can claim all the Volga technology as human technology without violating any alliance trade agreements. Can humans even do that? It's the Volga, not some primitive species. The Giant's assistant asked. That's the real question, isn't it? Is this group secure? If not, I can't divulge anything about our military strength. If it is, I can fill you in on the basics so that the Alliance can be appraised of the situation as soon as a non-disclosure agreement is signed. Max suggested. Envoy fleets are bound to confidentiality. Other than the Central Council, none of our activities may be broadcast to the general public without the permission of all parties involved. If we leaked such matters, nobody would trust us enough to negotiate with us. The Valkyria replied with a professional frown. The giant brought out a generic non-disclosure agreement and passed it around the table, finishing with Max. With that out of the way, I can tell you that while the council is debating the matter, it is almost certain to go through. The Reavers take getting attacked very personally, and most of the other forces involved just want the technology that they can loot after a battle. The total should be roughly 10,000 cruiser-class ships, plus destroyers and a few larger vessels, each equipped for war with mechanized regiments. The envoys sat silently as they digested that information for a moment before the Inu raised her hand. I know what is on terminus in her cutters, as well as the cruisers. Is that representative of a standard deployment? Max shook his head. We are not considered heavily armed. A cruiser would normally have an entire mecha regiment on board, not just a few companies. The transport ships will have multiple regiments of mecha, plus an entire field army of infantry on board. At this point, don't expect any of them to be green recruits. We are finishing a civil war. They will all be battle-tested veterans. How long until we know the status of the attacking forces? The Valkyria asked. We should have updates every hour on the hour, by standard procedure. Any other important questions before I am distracted by the ongoing situation? Max asked. Not a question, but I have a response from the hunters. They say that if you want to assert that the Volga are not sentient beings, you need to prove it. They will not get involved in the battle either way until a decisive answer is provided. Well, that was one less ally for the Volga and a big relief to Max. Chapter 612. Waiting on news. 40 minutes after the first notification, the data from the planets under attack began to flow in. 300 Volga attack vessels had been downed, and over 1 million soldiers were dead. None of the 5 planets was currently losing territory, and more forces were incoming. The Alliance envoy's shock at the situation was quickly turning to horror as the video feeds of the situation began to resolve on their screens. The Alliance had sent observation craft to the affected systems to check for signs of war crimes and other violations of the involved group's treaties, and what they found was utter ruthlessness that made even the hunters raise an impressed eyebrow. The Reavers weren't trying to eliminate the Volga. They were trying to loot them dry. The Volga had realized very quickly that the fast attack crusaders could navigate the main corridors of their vessels and that they had no qualms about using fusion flamers on anything and everything that they came across. But when they noticed that the mecha were deliberately ignoring the main engines and the bridge while melting out the power relays that would make them operational, the commanders began to scuttle their own vessels to prevent them from being captured. Have you ever met a species known as the Gnomish? About a meter tall, with a fondness for all technology that is second only to the Inu. Your raiders remind me of them. They don't even fight to kill the Volga. They're just stealing everything that they can get their hands on. The huntress laughed. Spoils of war. If we can take it back to our ship, it's ours. Max agreed. The giant seemed to have some reservations about that definition of the spoils of war, but the Inu had begun to sing a high-pitched song about smashing and looting for the good of the tech goddess. It seemed to be a gnomish battle song, but her mind was becoming hazy, and it was difficult for Max to tell what she was thinking. I am pretty sure that the Inu envoy is drunk off coffee. I'm not sure if it's the caffeine or the combination of chemicals, but she is almost certainly intoxicated well beyond reasonable for this hour of the morning. Max informed the rest of the staff. We will take care of her. She has a fast metabolism, so she should be fine in a few minutes, and removing her from the cafe at this point would only attract unwanted gossip from the civilians. The Dryad giggled, taking the Inu envoy under her arm and swaying in time with the song. Commander Karis Max, the remainder of your vessels are ready and have been scrambled into readiness due to the current situation. Mary Tereth informed him while they moved into a cheerful song about circuitry. Max looked over the data and found that their final 4 vessels were all ready and crewed, just waiting for his command choice. They would arrive by portal just before the decision about how to deal with the Volga was announced. That wasn't much time to get a crew in order, but as mad as everyone seemed to be at aliens for attacking them when they were still sorting out the more annoying elements of their own species, it might not take much to get them to follow the plan without objections. They were receiving 3 former Tapani cruisers and 1 destroyer-class battleship, fully equipped for drone warfare. That was a new spec, as far as Max knew. Instead of 2 mecha regiments and a field army, the destroyer had 50,000 interceptors and orbital attack craft accompanying a single reinforced mecha regiment, with twice as many super heavy mecha as usual. He felt a twinge of pity for the planet that was going to have to face that force. A few hundred or 1,000 drone fighters were bad enough, but 50,000 of them should provide air superiority even against a fully developed planet. You look impressed, the Valkyria remarked while Max read the details of the shipment. The last of our pre-ordered vessels have finished refurbishment and have been awarded an emergency crew from among the Allied planets' militaries. It looks like the cruisers are mostly from Kepler, but the destroyer is almost all Cygnus-born. It will be a great improvement in the security of the Terminus Trading Company in the future, as well as our exploration and research abilities. Drones can explore anywhere without danger to life, so we can equip them for any purpose we want and send them into the most hostile of situations. Max replied proudly, "That is wonderful. I see the ship's dimensions, and that is no insignificant addition to your fleet either. Congratulations on your purchase, Commander. Will your people be joining the battle against the Volga, then?" The Valkyria envoy asked. "Of course. It would be considered rude for us not to send at least half of our fleet assets to the battle. Terminus herself won't be going anywhere near the battle, but most likely, I will personally join the attack fleet, to send a message of solidarity to our allies." Max shrugged. The envoy seemed to be thinking for a second and then gave him a suspicious look. "That wouldn't have anything to do with that supremely deadly mecha that you pilot, would it? The Volga are a highly aggressive species, but I am not certain that they can equal such a weapon of war. The Reavers consider a Titan-class mecha to be on par with a colony ship or destroyer, including its contingent of forces. The Volga certainly have that much, as we have engaged larger forces in battle already. I can assure you that we won't deploy anything beyond reasonable into combat." The envoy seemed to be even more doubtful about that statement. "And what of the capabilities to level cities? That isn't the sort of thing that most armies would develop. Will the human forces refrain from the use of orbital lances in the upcoming battles?" Max didn't even have to answer that one. The look on his face told them all that they needed to know. There was roughly 0 chance that the human response wouldn't include orbital lances and super heavy mecha, likely at the same time, and perhaps while they deployed a jamming field to prevent portals from opening in their immediate vicinity. Chapter 613. Time to move. The newly refurbished ships arrived not long after, filled to the brim with Reavers spoiling for a fight. It was common knowledge that Terminus was the face of the Reavers for international negotiations, and being sent to them meant that they, too, would be representing the Reavers as a whole on a day when someone had launched a full-scale assault to attempt to take control of 5 mineral and technology-rich planets. The attacks hadn't been random. The planets were all very well-developed ones, with state-of-the-art development facilities on them, as well as access to the very best of human technologies. If the Volga even managed to raid the mainframes of a few facilities on the planet, they could gain a huge amount of data about human industry, but it seemed that their production abilities were lacking, so they needed the entire planets so that they could use the human factories to reproduce the goods for their own use. It had been a long time since a new threat had arrived to claim human worlds, and in the minds of the Reavers, the Volga were on par with the Clem or the Narsians, unreasonable savages who could only be dealt with through the proper application of brute force. "Commander, your new vessels have arrived, awaiting your subordinate to begin our mission to defend the Reaver worlds." The navigator in charge of the destroyer, aptly named Coup de Grace, informed Max the moment that the portal closed behind them. "What does that ship's name mean?" the Valkyria asked, as they didn't have the language in their records. "Literally, stroke of mercy. Figuratively, it is the final blow given to put a wounded foe out of their misery, ending their life with mercy instead of suffering." Max explained. "Human ship names are always so morbid. I have learned that even Terminus means the end, giving it an odd double meaning, like it is either the final resting place of its occupants or that meeting it would signal the final day for its foes." The Inu replied, slowly regaining her senses as the overdose of caffeine cleared out of her system. "I am afraid that it is time for me to leave you all to your own devices unless you wish to accompany me for a few more minutes before it is time for me to take action. My second-in-command will be staying behind to take command of Terminus in my absence, and I am absolutely certain that she will be overjoyed with the news when she returns to the ship." The huntress burst into laughter at his words and made a symbol toward Max that seemed to be a form of warding off bad luck. "How does that system work?" I am not fully versed in human mentality, but it seems like she would murder you in your sleep for leaving her behind when there is a battle to be fought on this scale." The big woman laughed. "You would think so, but she secretly likes me. I let her hunt down the first ship, so she can wait aboard Terminus to see if there are any more threats while I accompany the others to our designated target within the Volga worlds. I will be heading for their capital city in order to negotiate a cessation of hostilities, so if you would like to send an observation vessel through the portal behind me, I am certain that the hunters will learn many new things about human negotiation tactics." Max told her with a wink. "I think that could be entertaining. I will go with the Alliance delegation since I am certain that they won't allow the situation to pass unsupervised." "What sort of show should we expect?" the huntress asked. "Give me a few minutes, and another update should be here with the final decision, as well as troop deployments," Max told her while he waited impatiently. Terminus Trading Company is requested to send 50% of their military forces for the compliance of the Volga capital. Mary Tereth and the Tereth Reavers will be in charge of the negotiation of official surrender terms, while the Terminus Trading Company will be assigned to the capital city, with the Cygnus 401st, 402nd, and 418th compliance fleets, as well as the Black Dog Mercenary Company deploying to the planet to remove hostile forces. It looks like they are about to have a very bad day. A Cygnus compliance fleet is 10 cruisers and a destroyer. 3 such fleets are going to the Volga capital planet, as well as a mercenary force of unknown strength, as I was not privy to how much of their strength will be deployed alongside us," Max informed the envoys. The giant did a bit of calculation in his mind and frowned. "Isn't that a bit excessive? There is no such thing. The ultimate goal of defensive action is to end hostilities without losing anyone on your side. Just watch, and you will see how humans convince the universe not to test our patience." Max told him with a casual shrug. The shuttles with the former battalion commanders, now ship captains, were already on their way to their new homes, so Max sent the deployment orders, having the 2 Holy Truth-built cathedral-style cruisers remain there with Terminus to ensure the safety of their guests and the planet, while he got ready to mount up Cleansing Light and join the attack force on its way to the portal. He definitely wasn't running away before Nico made it back to the ship and found out that she was going to be staying behind. "All units, prepare to open portals to the Volga home system. Destination, 1/2 light year from the star, in anticipation of defensive countermeasures. Cleansing Light will lead the charge. Coup de grace, you are to deploy drones at the first sign of defensive fortifications. All other units prepare for planetary landing," Max ordered as soon as he was inside his mecha. The boot up of the targeting screens as his system came to life was comforting to Max, like he had been away from home for too long, but finally, it was time to stretch his legs again and show the universe that humanity deserved respect. Chapter 614. Were the adversary to say that Nico was unhappy with the situation was a severe understatement. She hadn't gotten to interrogate anyone because the ship's shields hadn't been able to handle the disruptors, and the attacks by the Volga on so many other planets had made the investigative work that she was doing mostly useless. The only redeeming factor was that she had found the sensor frequencies to find their vessels while they were trying to hide and had relayed it to the rest of the human forces, allowing them to see every Volga ship that had come to try to steal secrets or launch surprise attacks on human worlds. That had led to many of their ships being hit with disruptors and disabled in an instant before they could even try to fight back, which delighted the locals, who would only have to do minor repairs to get their newly acquired ship functional. The humans didn't have any agreements with the Volga after all, and after today, it seemed unlikely that they ever would. The portal opened in front of Max, and he flew his mecha through the shimmering hole, arriving at the scene of dozens of small attack ships dropping out of warp to create a defensive formation around the planet. The rest of the Reavers, forces arrived seconds behind him, all relatively nearby since they were following his lead for the attack, as Cleansing Light was the only Titan-class mecha in the force. "Advance on my mark. Fire at will," Max ordered and quickly pushed Cleansing Light into warp and then dropped back to sub-light speeds just in front of the Volga defense fleet. The 6 disruptors flared to life while every laser on his armor picked out satellites and attack drones to blast out of existence. Just like the other ships that the humans had encountered, the Volga interceptors were incapable of defending against the radiation-based energy weapons and went still and dead with a single shot. Max didn't even have to slow as he punched a hole through the defenses, surrounded by the fire of mighty void cannons and fusion torpedoes from the Cygnus fleet that had fallen in around him for the attack, getting past the defensive line so that they could target the planetary defenses and begin to deploy the landers with their mecha. The sight of 1,000 main weapons from 4 compliance fleets firing all at once was more than a little impressive, and Max could hear the panic in the transmissions from the surface as the residents realized that someone had come for them and that their loyal defenders were crumbling in seconds under the fury of alien guns. The broadcasts from the surface didn't seem to know anything at all about what was going on, but the compliance fleets had a broadcast playing on a loop, informing them to either take cover in underground shelters or surrender their weapons and turn themselves in for processing. The Volga government was trying to reassure them that it was all a mistake right up until the first landers began to drop from the Cygnus ships. The angry streaks of fire as a half-dozen Mecha regiments made landfall at the same time were impossible to mistake for anything but an invasion, and then the orbital lances began to eliminate the military bases that Max had identified during his flight around the planet. An intense battle was beginning to form at the outskirts of the capital, where his Mecha had just begun to land, so Max dropped out of orbit to join them, targeting the city's shields with multiple strikes of the orbital lance-level combined attacks of cleansing light, overloading the shield generator and letting the cruisers and landers reach their marks undamaged. The Volga didn't use Mecha, at least not exactly. They used heavily armored giant animals with a tank turret sort of command center on their back, bristling with weapons. While the combination of technology and local wildlife was a bit strange, he had to admit that it was effective. Their weapons were strong enough to take out the shields on a Crusader-class Mecha in only 1 or 2 shots, and the armor plating was surprisingly durable. Max lifted his physical shield and hefted his sword to charge ahead of the force, hacking the head off the first creature that he came across, sending it crashing to the ground, where he vaporized the occupants of the carriage with a disruptor blast. The next rank charged forward with remote energy shields in front of them, blocking the majority of the incoming fire, while the artillery fire of the super heavy Mecha leveled the city around them, clearing a space for them to have a proper fight, despite the densely packed venue, where the Volga lived in a 100-story tall fortress city. Or, at least, it had been a fortress at one point. The walls were still visible in the distance, but the city had grown well beyond those limits over the years, and the residents who had ignored the initial warnings were running away from the advancing Mecha using every possible form of transport, from hover cars to gravity boards and roller skates. A horn sounded in front of him, and Max watched as a large section of ground opened up, revealing an enormous Mecha, clearly modeled after the designs of the hunters but using more conventional materials and not their biomechanical technology. As it stood up from its storage bunker, a glowing golden light surrounded the Mecha, and it picked up a sword and shield, mimicking cleansing light. Finally, a real fight. 2 Titan-class Mecha battling it out in a metropolitan area didn't bode well for the locals, but if they had done a decent job of copying the design, it should be the first real challenge that he had faced since his new unit was built. The Mecha raced forward at Max, nearly matching his own speed and clashing swords with cleansing light before being driven back by a kick from Max's right foot, which was followed by a blast of his disruptor. The shields on this Mecha didn't have the same vulnerability as the ships did, and it charged back at him again, firing forearm-mounted ion destroyers that Max let impact against the barrier over his shield while he returned fire and moved forward with a flurry of blade attacks. For a few seconds, the Mecha held its own, parrying every strike, but each blow drove it back a bit further, and Max could see fluids leaking from overloaded systems when it failed to fully withstand his strikes. A triple blast of his disruptors made the Mecha's shields flicker, and he drove his sword forward in a spearing strike, nearly removing an arm from the Mecha and leaving a deep furrow in its armor as the pilot spun it away to save the armor. The Volga Mecha was on the defensive, and the Terminus forces were advancing all around their battle as the defenders fell all across the city. The Mecha were blasting their way into the lines of soldiers and armored vehicles, using the city itself as a defensive barricade, while the 2 Titans fought for supremacy. If either fell, so would their force. The ion destroyers of the Volga Titan would fell even the super heavy Mecha of Max's force in a single shot, and if cleansing light were left alone, Max would wipe out thousands of vehicles every second with his laser fire, even without deploying the disruptors. The 2 Titans locked blades again, and the Volga defender twisted to the side, falling to one knee so that Max didn't blast it apart with his disruptors, but that left it vulnerable to Max's shield, and the plate of armored alloy crashed down on its knee, mangling the left leg of the Mecha in a scream of tearing metal. The Volga Mecha took to the air, trying to blast at the super heavy units of the Terminus Trading Company force, but Max was quick to intercept, sacrificing his energy shields and taking some superficial damage to keep his units alive. The Volga unit took advantage of the distance he had created and went to warp right there in the atmosphere, tearing apart the air around them and leveling 50 city blocks from the distortion caused by the energy field. Max was quick to give chase, but he retreated to the upper atmosphere first, and the damaged Volga mecha was long gone by the time he found its trail again. Cleansing light to all units. A Volga-controlled Titan-class mecha has escaped from the battle, destination unknown. Keep alert for its arrival, and I will redeploy the instant that it is located. Max informed the human fleet while he positioned cleansing light over the city, maximizing the utility of his targeting skills for his allies. Chapter 615. Breach the city. The Terminus Trading Company forces advanced with little delay through the outer suburbs of the capital city before the Volga could mount a proper defense, capturing half of the target within the first hour of the battle. But after that, progress ground to a halt. It seemed that the Volga did have mecha, and a lot of them, but they had been stored within the inner ring of the city and hadn't been deployed out to the perimeter with the rest of their forces. Instead, they had dug in and prepared to hold everything behind the original wall of the fortress city for as long as they could. The bombardment from the super heavy mecha was taking a toll on them, though, as well as the city behind them, and sporadic bursts from the cutters. Main weapons were keeping the city's defensive barrier deactivated, leaving them exposed to the outside assault. 2 hours into the assault, Mary Tereth sent a planet-wide broadcast demanding their surrender in the name of mercy to the civilians, who had no part in the crimes of their government. The response was to send a surface-to-orbit missile at her destroyer. That was about all the proof that Max needed to determine that there could be no peaceful resolution to this situation, so he started making a plan to take the government buildings in the middle of the capital, with a minimum of destruction to the fortress city itself. The floors were high enough to march mecha through, even ones as tall as cleansing light, and the government buildings were at the deepest core of the fortress, behind every imaginable form of defense. He wasn't alone in the city, though, and the Cygnus compliance fleets had sent attacking forces to 3 other sides of the perimeter, crushing the defenders and stopping at the defensive wall while they staged for a coordinated attack. Going by the numbers that the Alliance had provided, there were just over 200 million people in this city, so eliminating it from orbit was out of the question. Not even the hunters would be impressed by wiping out so many bystanders during their attack. So, Max made a more civilized plan. The fast attack crusaders would rush the wall and light everything within a city block on either side with the fusion flamers. Then the super heavy mecha would bombard the defensive lines into pulp, with the assistance of cleansing light and 6 cutters, so that the main force could rush past them into the fortress and begin capturing the vital points that they had identified. Power relay stations, water pumps, sanitation sites. They would all be disabled within the next few hours while the mecha forces advanced, leaving the city in the dark and breaking the morale of the civilians to decrease the chances of an uprising once the city fell. If we all have our orders, begin the assault. Cleansing light will descend in 1 minute to breach the main gates and lead the push inside. Max commanded, and the fast attack crusaders leapt into action, melting steel and concrete buildings to slag and torching the defensive positions with atomic flames. This wasn't the first time that the Volga had seen the fusion flamers, but it was the first time that they had directly been used on a defensive fortification, and the result was devastating even before the artillery began, with the sound of thunder guns filling the air and echoing down the hallways of the capsule city. Max waited as the defenses crumbled and began his descent back to the surface. 15 seconds until the main gates are breached. Terminus forces, get in position for the charge, he ordered, taking aim at the 100-meter-wide gates as he rushed back toward the surface. The disruptors turned the gates to ash in a single shot, and Max rushed inside the city's cavernous interior, followed by the men under Klinger's command, who had managed to claim the prime spot closest to the Titan-class mecha. If anything moved near them, it was obliterated. If there was a heat signature that they thought might move, it was obliterated. Not even the small rodents of the city were spared the fury of the mecha advance on the off chance that they had been weaponized. 2 blocks in, the Volga had set up a defensive checkpoint, made up of what Max was certain were recently recruited, as he could see their flabby hands shaking in terror in their eyes as the mighty form of cleansing light bore down on them. Barely a third even managed to get a shot off before the laser array had wiped them out, leaving nothing intact of their position. Gather here and spread out. I want every side street cleared. If they look like civilians, only shoot if they move. We're not here to depopulate the place. They're not Clem, but I don't want any casualties. If they seem in any way hostile, take them out, he ordered. That was good enough for the soldiers, and the force began to spread out through the city, meeting up with the Cygnus-based mecha to form a rapidly closing net on the bottom 5 floors of the city. Once they had taken the government buildings at the core, Max intended to spread his forces through the upper floors and clear the whole place, but for now, his hope was that once the government fell, the rest of the city would become at least a bit more compliant, which would save lives on both sides. Max smiled to himself at the thought of what Nico would say if she could see him now, sparing possible enemies just because they were sentient beings. But little did he know that Nico had her own problems at the moment, and they were in a very familiar form. The Titan-class mecha had been located. It had come for the city under Terminus, but the signals from the fleet couldn't make it through the interference of the city in the battle to inform Max of the situation. Chapter 616. Unexpected pilot. The moment that the Titan-class Volga mecha's warp signature had been spotted, Nico and the defenders of Terminus took action, unleashing a fusillade of weapons fire at the incoming threat, including a suicidal rush by a drone interceptor, which had directly hit the mecha and collapsed its warp bubble, sending it crashing to the surface. The first thing that the pilot had done once he recovered was to shoot at the barrier around the city, but he was taking time to breach it, with his ion destroyers malfunctioning from the damage sustained in the most recent attack. Nico scrambled the mecha of Terminus and took a cargo shuttle to the surface with shattered pride, landing between the Titan-class mecha and the city. "Everyone, stand back, I don't want any casualties," she ordered as she exited the shuttle to engage the Volga mecha. "Power down and exit your mecha, and I can guarantee your life," she called out in an Alliance standard accent, giving the pilot one last chance to surrender before things got messy. The mecha raised its sword toward her and turned to engage the much smaller super heavy mecha, which barely reached its torso. Nico banged her twin swords together in acceptance of the challenge and engaged her thrusters, causing a sonic boom to ring through the city before the sound of deadly steel constructs colliding made ears ring in the closest spires. The Volga pilot was injured from the crash, and his mecha had been damaged by Max, to begin with. He really didn't stand a chance against the fury of shattered pride, and within seconds, the right arm, and with it, the unit's sword, had been lost. With that advantage gone, it was only a matter of time, and soon after, the second arm was lost, and then the power plant was severed from the controls as Nico swung her agile mecha in behind and targeted the torso joints of the Titan-class mecha. "Exit your vehicle now, I will not warn you again," Nico informed the fallen mecha and then forcefully opened the hatches by hacking the mecha's few remaining operational systems. With the hatches open, she paused and made a detailed scan of the interior of the mecha. There were signs of movement but no signs of life or thermal differences. So, she waited to see what could possibly be interfering with her scans at this point, with the enemy mecha so heavily damaged. After a very tense 30 seconds, a skeletal robotic figure, missing one limb and sparking with many additional points of damage, climbed from the cockpit and put its remaining hand in the air. "I surrender." The message was garbled and cut out twice in the short burst of binary data, but the intention was clear. This was the pilot of the Titan-class mecha, and they were done fighting. "Step away from the mecha, and I will escort you to my shuttle for detainment and emergency triage to prevent cascading system failures," Nico ordered. "Cascading failures deemed unacceptable. Loyalty subroutines damaged. The ethical sub-processor is damaged and offline. The legal database is offline. Please advise. This unit does not wish to become inactive." The pilot responded, then stepped off the fallen mecha and out onto the grass. "Just follow my instructions, and we will stabilize your systems and keep you online. Your previous orders proved incompatible with the actions taken by your programmers, so I will inform you of current events and provide assistance rebuilding your databases," Nico informed the android. It was an incredible machine, purely artificial intelligence, but not intended to be self-aware. Perhaps it was on standby too long and had developed a rudimentary consciousness, or perhaps the Volga didn't understand the potential of artificial intelligence. Either way, it was a thing of wonder to Nico, and it certainly would be to the Inu. Max was blissfully unaware of the fact that his second-in-command had captured an alien android as he was leading the charge through the city, accompanied by a retinue of 10 Corvette-class mecha, which were small enough to get into the alleyways and hiding spots that cleansing light was unable to target. Enemy morale was already faltering, and Mary Tereth was broadcasting the charges against the Volga government, as well as short clips of the evidence against them, on every civilian frequency that the Volga had been using. It was on every television, every radio station, even playing over the city's public address system, including orders to remain stationary on the floor if they were not combatants. Anyone who moved or attempted to engage the compliance forces would be deemed a threat and conspirator. It was working. The Volga defensive forces had been routed, and they were falling back toward the government buildings, not even stopping to put up a fight as they fled in front of the Mecha. Let them run. Slow your pace to the point that they can just barely stay ahead of you, and the survivors should do most of our work for us. Max ordered, getting an enthusiastic cheer from the pilots in return. They knew the horrors of war well enough, and they had seen this scene play out dozens of times in the past few years. Once the Planetary Defense Force realized that their leaders had attracted a force that was intent on eliminating them entirely, they were usually more than happy to do the work themselves and plead for leniency. The Alliance envoys in orbit above the planet could only sigh in defeat as they saw how the battle was going. Most of the smaller cities had already fallen, the defense force was in disarray, and anything that they had which might have been capable of staging a comeback had already taken an orbital lance strike. In short, they had nothing left to give and no hope that they were on the right side of this battle. Their leaders had poked a monster that they could not contain, and now everyone had to pay the price for their decision. But what else could they do? If they didn't resist, it looked like these humans, as they called themselves, would take everything the Volga had in reparations and make the eternal Volga Empire a mere subordinate of their species' might. To the proud Volga, that was unthinkable. But a few hours ago, it was unthinkable that they would lose a battle such as this to a species they had never heard of, and now they feared that anything was possible. Chapter 617. The Capitol building. Max and his unit were not alone in their advance through the city. However, they were the fastest moving. The Volga Defense Forces were utterly terrified of the Titan-class Mecha and had begun to flee before Max could fully engage their defenses on that side of the fortress. He was already coming up on the front steps of the Capsule building, with the Cygnus wings of the Force only 10 blocks away, and expected to arrive within a few minutes unless the Volga decided to mount a last-ditch defense. Volga government forces, surrender now and present yourselves for trial in the case of unprovoked war crimes against the Reaver Trade Group. Max demanded over the loudspeaker. Why would we do that? The Volga are not subject to any alien court. Someone shouted back from one of the upper floor windows. You have two options. Either you get out here now, or I will use an orbital lance inside the city and turn your Capitol building to rubble, even with the pathetic shields that it has erected, Max replied, then waited to see what their response would be. The sounds of fighting and gunfire came out of the various open windows of the Capsule building for the next few minutes as the Cygnus forces surrounded the building, then finally fell silent, leaving everyone in suspense. You wouldn't really use an orbital lance inside a fortress, would you? Those things are meant to level dozens of kilometers at a time. The city would collapse if you did. One of the Cygnus commanders asked. How fast can you run? I can give your forces a head start if it comes to that. Max replied, channeling his inner Nico. When it came to negotiations, her method was significantly faster than the standard methods were, and they were deeply satisfying on a level that accepting a surrender document never could be. Eventually, the sound of organized footsteps, most likely troops marching, sounded inside the building, and the front doors were pushed open. 200 Volga soldiers escorted 20 manacled and battered politicians out of the building and roughly pushed them to their knees in the front courtyard. Do you have anything to say for yourselves before we bring you back for trial? Max asked. I will never accept this indignity. You have no right to try us. Kill me if you dare, cowards. I will be avenged. The leader of the politicians yelled back up at Cleansing Light. Someone provide this man a weapon, Max ordered, making the Reavers chuckle over the radio while one of the Corvette-class pilots from Max's escort stepped forward and exited his cockpit. He took a few steps through the confused Volga forces and placed a pistol in the politician's hand. It is a human tradition. If you don't wish to be taken alive for trial, you can take the coward's way out and kill yourself. The pilot informed him, then stood and waited for his decision. The Volga soldiers looked horrified at the option. What sort of enemy were they facing that would gladly let their enemies die before the evidence against them could be proven in court? Or did they already have a high-ranking scapegoat, and the lives of these ones didn't matter? If the lives of the politicians didn't matter to these humans, what chance did the mere soldiers have of surviving? They had no idea what human laws were like, but they had learned in the last few minutes that the human forces had made an agreement with the Alliance, so maybe the soldiers could appeal to the authority of the Alliance for leniency since they hadn't committed any war crimes, they had only defended their home city. Max listened to everyone's thoughts until a flash of light brightened the courtyard, and the lead politician chose not to go to trial. Anyone else? No, not the soldiers. You are not on trial, so this doesn't apply to you. Max clarified since he could hear their panicked thoughts. None of the politicians took up the offer, so Max called for a transport to come to pick up the prisoners and escort them back to the staging area, where they could be transferred to a lander or cutter and be taken back up to one of the ships in orbit for trial. It was a tense few minutes before the shuttle came gliding down the main street, and even more so while the politicians were being loaded, but after they were inside and the shuttle left, all eyes went to Cleansing Light. The battle is over. Put down your weapons and report to the officers on the west side of the courtyard. They will maintain order while the last of the resistance in the city is sorted out, and then the planet will remain under martial law until such time as a surrender document is signed and verified. Max informed them. Sir Cleansing Light, are we to take it that the capital was the last city on the planet not under human occupation? A soldier with a half-dozen stripes on his sleeve asked. That is correct. As the only city on the planet with a significant political presence, it was the last to be pacified. The others surrendered as soon as their defense forces were routed. Max agreed. The soldier looked a bit ashamed but determined when he asked his next question. What is likely to happen to us next? Will the humans do like the Volga and eliminate the natives of planets that they capture? Max considered that for a moment. That would be a real pain to actually do and hard on their public image. Most likely, they would demand reparations and take over the Volga planets. That is very unlikely. Most likely, the treaty will see the Volga give up their right to self-govern and pay reparations for their attack on the human planets. If they agree to that, the burden on the average Volga will amount to nothing more than a tax increase. If they disagree, I can't say what the final decision will be. I won't be part of the negotiations since I am here with you all. The lead negotiator for the humans is a good friend of mine, and their oldest child is my second in command, so I can say for sure that the deal is in experienced hands. Max assured the Volga soldier. The man wouldn't be nearly as relieved if he had ever met either of the people Max was talking about. But for the moment, he was holding on to any hope he could. Chapter 618. The Volga Way. The city was swept clear of the Volga defense forces for the next 20 hours. Everyone who was found to belong to the remains of a government agency or military force was brought to the yard of the Capitol building to wait and ensure that there were no ongoing hostilities in the city, and boredom set in for the Mecha forces in the capital. Max learned over the course of that day that the Volga, for all of the arrogance of their leaders, were strictly caste-based in nature and were mostly incapable of disobeying their superiors, much like many insect species. That made their job easier, as the civilians recognized the humans as the leadership caste once the planets had fallen, and most of the requested personnel willingly turned themselves in, while the citizenry turned in those who tried to resist their nature or the right of the humans to rule over them. From Max's count, there were fewer than 10,000 civilian casualties out of over 100 million in the city, mostly those who were in buildings near the edge of the city which were demolished in the fighting. With nothing to do but wait for others to make a decision, Max had a lot of time to think about what sort of evolutionary path and political leadership might have led to such an intriguing species. A strictly caste-based species normally wouldn't attempt to take over others, as they couldn't fit into the hierarchy, but the Volga did. He had used his hacking skills and the assistance of a Volga sergeant, who had asked him during the initial conflict about their likely future, to obtain most of the historical data that the species possessed, but he hadn't had time to make sense of it yet. He had sent a copy to Mary Tereth, though she had the Alliance envoys with her as advisors for the negotiation and likely wouldn't need it. The city lights had gone from dim to bright again, marking morning for those in interior areas which didn't get much natural light when the final decree was passed down. As of this moment, the command caste of the Volga has surrendered to the humans, represented by the Reaver Trade Group. Governance of the Volga planets has been assigned to Alliance arbiters, which will govern and collect reparations on behalf of the humans to prevent the genocide of the Volga people. The Eternal Volga Empire is now part of the Reaver Trade Group in law and fact, and the command caste has agreed to give up their hereditary positions as the head of Volga society. Accordingly, they will not be returning to the Volga planets, and all correspondence for them may be directed to the Alliance arbiters who will make up the region's new government. Please find attached the full details of the agreement. The document was over 1,000 pages long and no doubt drafted by the giants on the Alliance legal team to be foolproof and without loopholes to get out of their obligations, but Max had one serious question about how this agreement came to be. He had dealt with the Volga politicians, and he couldn't see any way that they would have accepted these terms. How did you get them to agree to that? Did someone use a system function to convince them that we were the superior ruling caste of their species or something? Max asked Mary Tereth. Of course not. I mean, we tried, but their minds couldn't accept it. When my husband activated the talent to convince them that we were rightfully in charge so that we could smooth over the negotiations, they went insane and started attacking everyone. Currently, there are only 4 surviving members of the command caste, and they have been relocated to an alliance vessel for recovery from mental trauma. That was interesting news. Nobody ever talked about the sort of skills that Father Tereth had, and the man himself was basically a ghost, appearing and disappearing at random and without explanation. Mind control skills were fairly heavily regulated within Kepler back when it was a cohesive empire, but the problem had always been proving that they had been used. If he had a skill that convinced people that his words were the truth, coupled with whatever he used to hide his presence, it was no wonder that Mary Tereth had such an easy time convincing everyone to put her in charge of everything. System functions weren't infallible, though, and if she wasn't actually good at it, his suggestions wouldn't last long, and she would have been ousted from leadership long ago, but their combination of capabilities seemed to be unstoppable once they got going. All is well that ends well, I suppose. The Volga population here on the planet seems to be quite agreeable once you get past the racial superiority complex. Showing up in their front yard with a Titan-class mecha did a pretty good job of that for us here in the capital, so I don't think that we will have to be too hard on them. Just collect some taxes and see what sort of useful technology they have that isn't plagiarized Alliance tech. Max agreed. About that, I don't think that we are going to get much usable tech from them. It's all plagiarized. Most of it is a direct ripoff of foreign patents, and the ones we interrogated knew virtually nothing about Volga development efforts other than the ships that they sent to analyze foreign tech. Mary responded, I will ask around. The people here don't have much reason to lie to me. Max equipped his helmet and climbed out of cleansing light to talk to the surviving officers of the Capital Defense Force. Good morning, gentlemen. The arbiters and the negotiation team in orbit had a few questions that the former leaders couldn't or wouldn't answer for us. We wanted to know about the research and development teams that the planet is most proud of, but we didn't understand their answers very well. Max greeted a group of sergeants and junior officers at the edge of the prisoner camp. Oh, the ships. You should see them. They are quite impressive. State-of-the-art analysis technology and a cloaking field that not even the Alliance can easily see through. One of the officers answered, yes, they are quite impressive. But what about here on the planet? What sort of unique advancements do you produce just from the Volga's ingenuity? Max asked, we don't really do that here. The Volga assimilate. Like Geordie, we bring things that are the most useful into our fold and assign them their place. The officer answered, but his thoughts said that he wasn't entirely sure what Max meant by ingenuity. Geordie was assimilated. Max asked, just as confused as the officer was. Yes, most of our ancestors were, but Geordie is new. He was born as a Bela, but with the appropriate genetic treatment, he has become a wonderful Volga. Chapter 619. Infectious humanity. That was a shocking bit of news to both Max and the rest of the Reaver forces who were listening in. There was no mention of that anywhere in the information that they had received from the Alliance, but the Volga had mentioned it so casually as if everyone should know. It would explain a lot about Volga negotiations as well. If they were used to assimilating enemy leaders into their species, or at least enough that they were partially under Volga control, then they only had to come back every few years until whatever delivery method they were using had worked, and they were able to take control of the leaders of any race that opposed them. It is quite an honor to be chosen to become Volga, I assume. Might I ask, what is his rank within the Volga society? Humans don't use the same system, so it would help us a lot if you explained. Max suggested to the sergeant. Oh, he's transformed, so he holds that rank. Until they prove themselves, new Volga are always at the bottom caste, but they can get a lot of respect for their actions since everyone knows that the designation isn't permanent and their children will most likely be born into a higher caste. The sergeant answered, so, just their children will advance, or do the transformed Volga advance in rank as well? Max asked, just to clarify. They advance through their children. Whatever rank their children get is assigned to them as well. Geordie will most likely be of the management caste once his son is old enough to be sorted. He is growing up very well, and it is a good sign for Geordie's bloodline. I think that the next thing you will ask is if that applies to all of us, and yes. That is how we work. If we raise a failure, we will be deemed failures. If we raise a genius, we will be promoted alongside them as a reward for raising the next generation. The only ones who can't fall out of their rank are the command caste. That is very valuable information. Thank you for your assistance. Max congratulated him, and the sergeant's arms turned a sickly green, which the Volga's thoughts identified as their species' equivalent of beaming with pride. If they were blushing with embarrassment, it would be their legs that changed. Max had learned that the trait was common in various slug and snail species as a form of camouflage response, but it looked fairly odd on the flabby humanoid forms of the Volga. Max took the time to look through their ancient history and found that he had been partially correct about their lineage. They came from a species of slug, which all had defined roles. But when one of the command caste bloodlines developed the ability to mutate other species by touch, the species began to evolve due to the influx of foreign knowledge and genetics that weren't fully transformed. Mary, check this data. I have found out why the Volga envoy was so bad at negotiating. They would usually mutate and influence the mind of those they negotiated with through contact and make important figures from other species into fellow Volga or subordinates to their leaders. They can do it faster with injections as well, and I've met a transformed Volga among the prisoners. The rest of the data on how their ranks are inherited is in this info package I'm sending you. The negotiations might be over for now, but it was valuable information to have, and if they didn't want the arbiters who were sent from the Alliance to slowly become members of the Volga, it was likely imperative that they take precautions against being influenced. It took a few minutes before Mary answered, but her message definitely had an annoyed tone when it arrived on Max's screen. Standard Alliance Agreement Section 419, Subsection 4 Paragraph 3, regarding the dissemination of military secrets to third parties. In that section, it details that both the humans and the Alliance are prohibited from providing information on the military secrets or strength possessed by each other to third parties. They have a similar deal with the Volga, so just like they didn't warn the Volga that they would all die if they got into an actual war with the humans, they didn't warn us that contact with the upper caste Volga would transform most species in a matter of minutes. It seems that we are immune to the process, though, as none of the staff are showing signs of influence or infection. The Alliance forces are all vaccinated against the effect, as it is considered a contagious disease by their standards. Max spent a few moments contemplating the implications of that in future interactions with non-Alliance species before another message came from the Alliance vessel directly. All human units, please refrain from direct physical contact with Volga, especially upper caste Volga. Updated information from our medical team has determined that humans carry a dominant genetic strain that can rapidly mutate the Volga in a deleterious manner. Oh, that was rich. The species that turned everyone else into themselves couldn't deal with humanity, and it was making them sick. The announcement caused immediate panic among the prisoners, as the humans had been cooking for them all day, and the humans provided the shelters that they were in. None of them had been sick yet, and the humans were in augmentic armor, but that didn't mean that none of them would be sick, and they didn't know what the symptoms could be. Max requested an elaboration and got back a rather long genetic survey, but the summary suggested that the higher caste Volga devolved to a vegetative state for a matter of hours before losing the caste markers that they inherited or had injected into themselves if they were changed in caste by a child's position. That would cause the other Volga to no longer recognize them since the markers were individual. The medics described it as the genetic equivalent of giving them a doll mask and scent blocker. Not even their family could tell who they were. Listen up, everyone. The primary symptom is becoming unable for others to recognize you. It is not life-threatening, but if you see someone you can't identify, please send them to talk to one of the officers, who will be provided with data on the effects of the assimilation of human genetic material. Max called out to the crowd. There were many sighs of relief, and most of the Volga sat back down to pass the time as they were before. I don't think any of us are high enough in rank to have that ability, so there isn't much to worry about. But if there were an infiltrator, we would know fairly quickly since nobody here is a stranger to those around them. The sergeant who had been chosen as spokesperson informed him with a relieved smile. Chapter 620. Arbiters arrive. It was another 18 hours before the Alliance assigned arbiters, who would be in charge of the planet now that the command caste had been eliminated from Volga society, arrived to begin the task of rebuilding government functions. Greetings, Commander Karis Max. I am informed that you are in charge of the troops in this theater of war. With these official orders, you have permission to stand down, and we will take over responsibility on your behalf. The arbiter greeted him before handing over a data tablet with detailed orders. The thought briefly occurred to Max that they could make a killing making those things since the Alliance used them for everything, and official orders like this and other political negotiations used a brand new one every time for data security reasons. He would have to discuss it with the tech nomads at some point. The human version was much more intuitive to use than the Alliance version, which had been standardized for centuries. Thank you, Arbiter. I will pass a final message to the civilians, informing them of your arrival and asking for their best behavior. I believe that it will help you in your work. Max agreed. The lead Arbiter, a myceloid man nearly 3 meters tall and covered in a strange, dimpled hide that shimmered under the light, seemed rather dubious that such a thing was necessary or even beneficial, but Max quickly tapped into the city's broadcast system and removed his helmet to address the people of the Volga capital. Citizens of the capital planet, greetings. As many of you know already, I am Commander Karis Max, the leader of the human military forces on this planet. With the agreement between our people complete, an arbiter from the Alliance has come to manage planetary affairs on our behalf. I request that you treat them with all due respect and recognize their authority. Should there be an issue with their governance, the contact information from my flagship has been provided to your military leadership, who will vet any complaints and determine if they need to be forwarded for further consideration. Again, I request that you all treat the Arbiter as you would your own leader and trust that they will be working in the best interests of everyone while they enforce the terms of the surrender agreement signed by the former leaders. Thank you, and may your days be peaceful. The applause from the detainees, as well as the civilians in nearby buildings, echoed through the city, and the Arbiter gave Max an impressed look before turning to the Capitol building. How much damage did it take during the fighting? Will we be able to continue working here? He asked. Sergeant, please fill the new Arbiter in on the damages sustained by the building and its records during the apprehension of the politicians. Max requested, and the helpful spokesperson came forward with a paper notepad in his hand. He had itemized the damages by room and hallway on every floor of the building, so it only took a few minutes to go through everything and determine that it only needed a good cleaning to be back to 80% effective and a few more days of verifying documents in the digital system to determine how much more could be directly transferred. Tell me, Commander Karis, how did you take a capital city with so few casualties? The Arbiter asked. Overwhelming force. Once we breached the outer defenses and crushed the city's shields, it was only a matter of time before the city fell. It is a bit of a shame that the Titan-class mecha that was guarding the city escaped, but I am sure that we will get around to taking care of that matter eventually. Max sighed. Oh, did the message not reach you here? It went to the location of your mothership, where it was knocked out of warp by interceptor drones and disabled by your second-in-command. The pilot of the mecha is now aboard Terminus, in the custody of your research and development team. The Arbiter informed him. The research and development team? I guess I will find out the details once I get back home. But for now, the city is yours, and I do hope that you have a pleasant time with it. There is a lack of local government officials, but the government employees are almost all gathered here in the courtyard, with only a few sent for medical attention. It seemed prudent to gather all of those who were important to the continued operation of the city into one spot, both for the aftermath of the battle and in case things ground to a stalemate. Without these people, the city would have a very hard time continuing to operate in a siege situation. The Arbiter looked far more impressed than Max would prefer, like he was startled that a human had thought of all that, but his thoughts were on the standard combat procedures, how they might have done things differently, and the likely outcomes of the various standardized tactics. More and more Alliance workers showed up over the next hour, stabilizing the city's infrastructure, while reports came in of others all over the planet taking over for the former leaders. Unlike the capital city, most of the others had taken heavy damage when the shields went down, but none were too heavy, as the cities had surrendered in short order once they realized that things weren't going to go well for them if they continued to fight. Max read the thoughts of the various Alliance officials that had been reassigned to work here and didn't find any resentment or other negative feelings about the matter, only optimism that they could improve things on this posting and get themselves a promotion back home after their tour of duty was finished. They also appreciated the condition that the planet was in and had exchanged a large number of gloating messages with friends assigned to other planets, which had suffered under less effective tactics. For example, the 805th Compliance Fleet had decided that the orbital bombing of their assigned planet to soften it up before the mecha landing was the best way forward, and the vast majority of the planet was now rubble, with hundreds of millions dead. The attack had been a blitz, with millions of bombs in motion at once, so by the time they realized that the Volga couldn't defend themselves, it was already too late to stop the bombardment. So, the Arbiters who had been sent there had a major rebuilding effort ahead of them in every single city on the planet and a much more hostile civilian population to deal with. The only saving grace was that they were the only ones to go for a full-scale bombing without a test attack, so over 100 other planets had suffered only minimal damages, considering the situation. Chapter 621. Alliance Gossip. Once the news started to spread among the trading vessels and the various companies that had pending orders from the Volga, the entire Alliance data network was flooded with speculation and gossip about humans. They had only recently been recognized as an advanced species and were fast-tracked to a deal with the Alliance, but just yesterday, without any sort of warning, they had taken offense to something that the Volga had done and, in a single day, crushed the entire species. It was unthinkable. Not even the hunters were known to crush nations in a day. The Reavers knew full well that the hunters were even more capable of doing it than they were, but they had learned long ago that it was more trouble than it was worth. They didn't want to hold and govern other species' planets. They didn't even want to govern their own planets, but they hadn't found anyone worthy of doing it for them. They just wanted to go hunting. And then, there was the video feed of the event. On some planets, thousands of landing craft were launched at once, dispersing hundreds of thousands of mecha onto the surface, all with coordinated orders to take the cities and industrial areas first. On other planets, destructive ship-mounted weapons or a wave of bombings that turned an entire planet into rubble were chosen. There seemed to be no rhyme or reason as to what planets got what treatment, and the predominant speculation among the Alliance netizens was that it was not strategic but personal. They believed that certain members of the Volga leadership had so offended the humans that their entire home worlds were wiped out while others were almost completely spared. One world, best known for its music editing and beat production, had fallen without a single casualty. The humans had landed on the planet and simply demanded control, and for some reason, the Volga had given it to them. They gave the humans an entire planet without even trying to fight back. If the attacks hadn't happened all at once, it would have been believable that they had heard of the events on other Volga worlds, but the timeline didn't work out, and it was causing speculation that the music moguls had been in on it from the start, and had been unwilling to go along with whatever had so angered the humans. Max was watching the chaos from his office with Nico, who thought it was all hilarious, but he couldn't properly enjoy the situation because of one simple message. As interspecies liaison to the Alliance, the Reaver Trade Group requests that the Terminus Trading Company begins immediate damage control to the reputation of the human species within Alliance media. What should we do to clear the situation up? You know the orders as well as I do, and you've got a better grasp on the social media situation, thanks to your daily streams with the tech nomads. Max demanded of his cyborg partner. I say we let them stew for a few more days, then put out a cryptic message about the benefits of civilized behavior and leave it at that for another week. It will give everyone the impression that it's not good to mess with humanity, and in a way, that fulfills our directive. She suggested. Vetoed. No letting the reputation as warmongers set into the public consciousness. Nico actually thought about it for a while this time, then shrugged her shoulders. I'm not sure that they would actually believe anything we say at this point. The victory over the Volga was simply too one-sided. We look like the universe's biggest bullies right now, and having the Alliance take over their entire nation on our behalf doesn't really do anything to help that impression, even if it was necessary after the Volga leadership caste collapsed. Max sighed and rubbed his temples to stave off an impending headache. That was the conclusion that he had come to as well, but there had to be something he could do. Maybe if he broadcasted the trials, it would help. The Alliance judged them as part of the determination of reparations to be made, so there was a layer of officiality to them. Make up an edited clip of the trials, showing the juiciest bits of the corporate espionage and unprovoked military action charges. Keep it under 2 minutes, and let me see it before we attach it to an official statement letting the Alliance civilians know what was going on. If you do it tactfully, you can even use your idea for a slightly cryptic message about the benefits of civilized behavior. Make it look like, we taught them a long overdue lesson about not provoking other nations using military force. Max decided. That was better than doing nothing and letting the data net make up whatever it wanted. It only took Nico a few minutes to create a polished and professional press release, with clips of the Volga attacks on various human worlds, quotes from the Alliance observers at the trials, and a slick speech stating that the human species would not become victims of warmongers, no matter how distant their home worlds were. It was much better than he had expected, so he had her put it up right away through the Terminus Trading Company page. In the course of an hour, it got billions of views, and the whole direction of the conversation changed. No longer did the public view the humans as the aggressors but as a highly militant species that the Volga had made a terrible mistake in attacking. The fact that they had lost control of their empire was only natural, given this new evidence. They had attacked a species that they had no hope of winning against, and it was just a shame that they had fallen so fast that negotiations to limit the extent of the war were futile. The Volga became the punchline to a huge number of bad jokes about biting off more than you could chew and became the unofficial spokesperson for being humiliated in a fight. They got beat like the Volga. Even made its way into an official sports broadcast after the Dishkal national team got beat 396-4 in a hoops tournament match. Max actually felt bad for them. They used to be a somewhat respected trading partner, but now they were a bad joke, respected only for the quality of the products that they turned out and their efficiency. It had gotten so bad in many companies that they had to promote non-Volga staff members to deal with clients because the Volga were getting bullied and talked over by their customers. Losing a war didn't make them any worse as businesspeople, and Max was certain that they would get their revenge sooner or later, but for now, the Volga were laying low and letting the worst of the bad publicity blow over before they started showing up in public again. Chapter 622, Expansion is imminent. The news of the war between the humans and the Volga didn't only attract the attention of the Alliance and the Hunters. It also brought the humans to the attention of many other species in more distant regions of the universe, who were more than a little intrigued by what sort of unconventional warfare the humans had thought of to overcome a civilized enemy in such a short time frame. They had the general details, and the humans had enough military forces that they could invade 100 planets at a time, but the rest of the details were sketchy due to the varied tactics. The one thing that every species was sure of was that they used a combat suit as the Hunters did, in varying sizes based on their target, and that made them a very scary opponent. Attacking a planet normally meant sending a fleet to fight their fleet, and whoever won would take the planet. But invading the surface meant that your enemy had to choose between completely destroying their own planet to dig you out or fighting a land war. By the standards of most species, it was barbaric, inefficient, and completely beyond rational thought. Attacking the surface meant that you might harm or kill the civilians instead of claiming them as a prize. Worse, you might destroy valuable factories and inventories of goods. But, like the Hunters, they didn't seem to care about that at all. They were more interested in teaching the enemy a lesson in prudence. That was the primary reason nobody would attack the Hunters. Not because they didn't think that they might have a chance to win a fleet battle. The Hunter fleets were relatively small, and they could be overwhelmed individually by many small nations without issue. But if you did that, the Hunters would show up on your planet, and once that happened, all bets were off. An enemy was an enemy, and there were no non-combatants when the Hunters went to war, only game and prey, and the distinction meant very little to the species who had been designated as either one. Curiosity did send a lot of those species looking through the Alliance records on the humans and reviewing the footage that was available of the battle against the Volga so that the other species could form a proper opinion of how they should interact with this new species in the future. There was a surprising amount of data about the species and the galaxy that they were in, given the recent date of contact. But everything that the aliens read was more and more disturbing. Killer insects, genocidal giants, killer robots, vampiric humanoids with mind control abilities. The entire galaxy was a Class A hazardous nightmare, and these humans still considered their home galaxy safe and interesting enough to be worthy of holding guided tours. The Alliance envoys were closely monitoring the situation as the last of the human forces retreated back home with a collection of new toys to modify and experiment on, as well as thousands of new Alliance observers sent to ensure that the humans weren't emulating the Volga and just plagiarizing Alliance copyrights. At first, the humans were deeply insulted by the implications. A Reaver does not steal. They might murder you and take what you left behind, but they do not steal. But once the observers explained that it was more of an oversight board, like the Reavers' own rights council, they were much more agreeable to the notion. The fact that most of the observers were volunteers from the Innu species who wanted to learn more about the obsolete and antiquated human technologies that didn't make it into the live streams from Terminus also helped things move smoothly. Humans and Innu had a natural affinity for each other, especially the scientists. Once they got to talking about tech developments, everything turned theoretical, and they all but forgot that they were of different species. Nico, for one, thought that it was hilarious. She had her own crew of tech nomads, and now nearly every Reaver company had at least one such Innu with their crew. Sure, the Innu was working for the Alliance, but that only meant that she wouldn't help them violate Alliance laws. It didn't mean that she wouldn't help give them ideas on how to not violate Alliance law and turn the experiment that they were running into something completely new. The rapid assimilation of Innu into human military vessels, as most alien species considered every single human ship, was a concerning development. The most tech-adept species was teaming up with one of the most violent and innovative upstarts in the last few millennia, and there was nothing that could really be done to stop them. So, after finding out that Terminus Trading Company was the designated envoys of the species to the Alliance, the independent species beyond the Alliance borders started making plans to get someone to that ship and start learning more. Those that found out that there was an actual Alliance-accredited multi-species academy on the ship were overjoyed. Sending children to Alliance schools was an important step in building relationships between the political leadership of the next generations. Being able to do it on a third-party location, without the intense oversight of Alliance officials, meant that they could send students whose families wished to avoid such intense scrutiny of their dealings and businesses. What it meant for Max was a huge increase in demand for space aboard Terminus. Space that they were quickly running out of, despite having doubled the size of the cruise ship area in recent months and gaining so many more ships for their fleet. It was a strange feeling, being out of room aboard Terminus, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and guests under his authority, but that was the state that they were in. He needed a plan, one that would expand the space aboard Terminus to accommodate all of the demands that were placed upon the official envoys of the human species to the Alliance, and one that wouldn't leave him locked in his office doing paperwork all day. In short, he was working on a plan to make himself a figurehead while he designated bureaucrats underneath himself to do all of the actual work. If he did it right, he might even get to spend more time in his Mecha for a change. Chapter 623. Brainstorming. Once he knew what he wanted to do, Max sent a message to Nico and the ship commanders, as well as Major Miller, instructing them to meet him in his office for a brainstorming session on the future direction of the Terminus Trading Company. Other than Major Miller, who handled most of their logistics, as well as the 1st Battalion, they were all in charge of ships, and by Reaver standards, that gave them a say in all major decisions. It wasn't enough to override an order by the commander, but if you wanted to keep your company organized and cohesive, it was best to listen to what your sub-commanders had to say. It wouldn't take long to gather, with all the ships in the same star system, recovering supplies and repairing Mecha after the battle, so Max hurried to put together some suggestions in case his subordinates drew a blank on what they really wanted from the future. Max knew that most of them would be happy floating around and trading a few goods here and there to keep their pockets lined, but he had to think on a bit grander scale than that. He had just jotted down a few notes when the buzzer to his door rang for the first time, and Commander Klinger walked in, accompanied by a small brunette woman, who Max assumed was either his assistant or second in command. He didn't recognize her, so she must have come to them with the new ship, and it would be the perfect opportunity for her to meet the leadership of the Terminus Trading Company. Commander, meet Kira, Battalion Commander of my Mecha forces and my interim second in command. I have decided to hold a competition for it in 1 week to give the other officers who wanted the position a chance to prove themselves and establish a proper hierarchy among the crew. Klinger explained. Not a bad idea. Good to meet you, Kira, and I wish you the best of luck in the competition. Max greeted her. Thank you, Commander, but I won't need it. There isn't any category that they can defeat me in. She quipped back with a smile. I like her already, but it looks like most of the others are here, so let me send Nico a message to see where she has gotten to. Max informed the room. There were a few snorts of amusement at the fact that Nico was missing again, though everyone knew where she would be, somewhere in the development labs, ignoring her messages. She arrived only a few minutes later, accompanied by a teenage Innu girl that none of the officers recognized. Get yourself an assistant, or just got sick of being the short one and gene-modified one of the tech nomads to be smaller? Klinger asked. This is Nicole, chosen because I could remember her name. She is the youngest sister of one of our researchers and was available to carry data slates for me today. Nico explained as if that made any sense at all. The little girl looked to be in awe of the proceedings, so Max searched through her thoughts. Only to find that she had met Nico half a dozen times already, and she really was the only one of her siblings whose name Nico could remember. The rest were named after obscure Innu researchers, but as her name was Nicole, she was easy for the cyborg to remember. It had made them somewhat good friends, as Nico was willing to indulge the girl's interest in human technology, as well as show her where to get the good sweets and ice cream on board Terminus. Sorry that I am late, but I needed some time to make a proper presentation. I have the most wonderful plan, and I think that you all could appreciate it. Nico explained, then took one of the data slates from her assistant and placed it on the holographic projector in the middle of the table. You know, those things hold multiple files. Max pointed out after noticing that the girl was still holding a half-dozen tablets in her arms. But then I would have to transfer data between them, and that's just a hassle. My assistant works for Snacks, which is a much better proposition than spending the time to transfer all of my files to one tablet. She explained. If Max's calculations were right, it would take her roughly 2.5 seconds to transfer all the data from those tablets to the one she was carrying due to the processor limitations, but it wasn't worth arguing over. Everyone else had brought an assistant with them, so he might as well allow hers, even if the little Inu wasn't security vetted. Nico cleared her throat, gathering everyone's attention back to professional matters. Alright, I will start with my idea, the expansion of the Terminus Trading Company through a central hub. We have the technology and vessels to run errands all over the galaxy and beyond, and soon enough, we will be spread out on various missions while the core group from Terminus attends to the official functions of trade and diplomacy. But that is no longer viable on Terminus herself. The ship has taken on a life of its own, and making it a target for hostile forces is an unacceptable risk. So, I propose to keep Terminus as an observer, following the main force around, with occasional side trips for the tourists and students, while the business side of our operation is moved to a secondary vessel. To that end, I present to you the initial design plans for our own mobile operations station, tentatively named the Absolution. Would you like a moment to admire her beauty, or should I start right in on the details? She was definitely going to have to give them a moment. Nico's idea of a mobile operations center was possibly the most insane spacefaring vessel that Max had ever seen. While it wasn't as immense as the 1,000-kilometer sphere of the Alliance world ships, it was no less impressive simply due to its design. It was like nothing that he would have ever expected to see from Nico, an elegant hull with the flowing line of an exterior docking ring all down her main body's length, serving the secondary purpose of exterior armor to protect docked ships, with large oval pods seemingly inflated out of the ship, some made of transparent materials and filled with forests, and others opaque, in the same gold as the ship's hull. If it weren't for the pods, it would have looked a lot like the cathedral ships, with a beaked ram prow and long body, ending in a pair of rear wings that would never be used in an atmosphere, but with the domes added, and some smooth spires extending from the center of the main hull, just in front of the point where it expanded at the back, gaining dozens of kilometers of extra height. It had a completely alien and organic look to it. Honestly, it looked like she had taken one of the demonic designs that she usually came up with and put in the effort to make it smooth and pretty, but somehow it really worked. As you can see, there are 200 docking points, each large enough for a standard cruiser, plus another 10 large enough for battleships, and a special place in the center of the lower hull for Terminus. Absolution is 900 kilometers long, with an intended population of 10 million, and a military force set to comprise 100 standard mecha regiments, plus a significant drone force of interceptors and, of course, the 400 cutters to deploy the mecha. She declared proudly, then began to go into details of the design. Chapter 624. Some things are not possible. That is all well and good, but where would you ever get 10 million residents from, and where will you find 100 mecha regiments? In case you had forgotten, 100,000 trained pilots are more than most nations could boast, and you plan to put them all on one ship. One very large ship, not to mention the cost and complexity of actually building such a thing and the 400 cutters you will need to staff to deploy the ship's defensive force. Or the millions of support staff to keep the whole thing running. Are you going to depopulate a colony somewhere? Major Miller's rant predictably focused on the logistics of the matter, but he had a point. You couldn't just make millions of people appear and join your company. There simply weren't enough reavers for the purpose, and most of them had already been claimed. The fact that Mary Tereth had found enough workers and pilots for the 4 ships that they had just received was amazing enough, but this was too far. That's the genius part. We don't have to. The Volga nation was kind enough to send me a unique pilot. An android powered by rudimentary artificial intelligence and capable enough not to embarrass himself in a Titan-class mecha. After completing the analysis of his design, I have determined that we can create an entirely synthetic fighting force and use the commander's ability to provide targeted firing solutions to his allies to improve their skills. Then we only need to staff the ship, but we don't have to get it anywhere near full. If we recruit a skeleton crew from across the human nations and the Alliance to keep the place up and to run basic functions, we will attract the rest of the occupants on our own. Everyone wants to know where we are going, what we are up to, and how we are doing it. So, if we drop this bombshell on them, they will be busy for years trying to decipher what we did, and by then, we will have our residents settled in and happy in their new homes. We can establish research and development companies right there on the operations base, along with any other production companies that we want. They will make money, producing unique human products, and that will draw workers to us to fill the ship. It might be a bit empty at first, but I know that if I send out a message that we are recruiting, I will get a lot of responses for everything from maintenance to product testing and legal work. Max thought about her proposal for a while and then shook his head. We need more humans on the ship. It's the Terminus Trading Company, representative of the Reavers and, through them, humanity. We can't fill the entire ship with random Alliance workers to exploit for their unique ideas. We need to keep the vessel mostly human to give the proper impression to visitors that humanity is an independent and powerful species, not a subordinate of the Alliance that is being used to do their dirty work. Max reminded her, I agree with the commander. We need to keep the ship mostly human for the sake of appearances. They don't need to be Reavers, and if you're using android pilots for the Mecha, they don't need to have a system, but we need to remind everyone that we meet that we are the representatives of humanity. DeFranco announced. Everyone else in the room seemed to agree with the sentiment, even the little Inu girl, so Nico began to formulate a new idea. Klinger was the first to suggest a solution. Once it is built, we can go to various human planets. I am thinking of hive worlds and holding job fairs. If we grab 100,000 from 10 different worlds, we can create a nice varied crew and not deplete any planet's population too much. You know how it is on the hive worlds. They've usually got populations upward of 80 billion. They won't even notice that we were there. In fact, we could go to some of the old Kepler core worlds and pull 1 million without anyone really noticing, except a government benefits worker, who just might trade you everything from exorbitant amounts of cash to sexual favors to take their unemployed away. The other commanders reluctantly nodded in agreement. In a major hive world, you would be very popular if you offered to provide 1 million off-world jobs for their chronically unemployed. The problem would be the quality of the workers you would get. Enough with the staffing solutions. How and where would we even build that thing? It's too large for any dry dock that I know of to work on it. Plus, what would you make it of? Or can the new generation replicators create a sophisticated enough alloy to build that without a forge or secondary processing stage? Lucci, their only female commander and former leader of the 2nd Battalion, asked. That is the easy part. The terraforming here is almost complete, it will finish up tomorrow, and I can portal the entire array into an uninhabited system to build the new ship without anyone noticing. With that many machines in a large enough asteroid, I can have the ship built in a matter of days. They can even provide it with a breathable atmosphere since they were designed to terraform a planet. I have a special idea for the hull as well, and if it works the way I am hoping, I think that the unaligned species will think twice before attacking us. Nico informed them with a smile of anticipation. You are totally hoping that they attack us to try to steal that space station in the form of a world ship. I can see it in your eyes. DeFranco replied. Yeah, he's right. You didn't mean a single word of that bit about other species not attacking us. This thing is like a huge floating fuck you to every military in the region. Klinger added. Oh, ye of little faith. Do you really think that I didn't prepare for that? I have come up with improvements to the current mecha lineup to allow them to fight more effectively in space. From what I can tell, nobody else fights on the surface anymore. They just go all out in space above the planet. We are behind the curve with our tactics, but not for much longer. Once the refinements are complete, I will send the data to all of your vessels so that the existing mecha hulls can be upgraded with the new technology. She really did think of everything. If Max didn't know better, he would think that she had been planning this for much longer than just the morning. Chapter 625. Space Combat Upgrade. It was very early the next morning when Max got the official message from the research and development team that the upgrade for the mecha was ready to be put into production. The existing vent nacelles for the crystal-based energy cores would be upgraded to vectored thrusters, mostly unsuitable to use on the surface but capable of extremely agile maneuvering in space when coupled with a shield modification to reduce the inertial mass of the mecha itself, similar to the effect of a warp field, but on a much less extreme level. The existing repair hangars could produce the thruster units, and the whole upgrade process would take less than a man-hour per mecha. Overall, it was an upgrade without any downside that Max could see other than the power usage of the thrusters themselves. Nico had also sent along the details for 2 forms of upgraded munitions to be used during space combat, one for super heavy mecha and a handheld weapon for the standard pattern Crusader class chassis. Both fired solid projectiles at hypersonic velocities that used an antimatter fusion reaction both as additional thrust and as their primary damage output. The shells designed for the thunder guns were truly terrifying, containing over a kilogram of antimatter, with an output yield of over 60 megatons, by standard human measurement. Not that any planet Max knew of had used TNT in millennia, but it was still the standard by which explosions were measured. The thunder gun projectiles could achieve 1/4 of the speed of light, fast enough to catch most fleeing ships and enough that even if the antimatter explosion somehow failed to trigger, such as in instances where an enemy defensive measure disabled or contained it, the shell itself would do devastating damage to whatever it collided with. The Alliance was sure to be horrified at this increase in firepower, but for space-based combat, such weapons were essential to actually managing to damage battleships with their immensely powerful shielding and defensive weapons. She hadn't neglected the new ship itself, and an eyes-only note attached to his copy of the data included 16 antimatter torpedo tubes which would fire warp-capable projectiles, with outputs 10 times that of the thunder guns. If that sort of firepower were turned on a planet, orbital lances would be rendered obsolete. The fact that she intended to turn orbital lances into a secondary weapon on her new mothership was enough to send Max to the replicator for something stronger than juice to go with his breakfast. For a ship that size, it only made sense that the weapons would be scaled up, but to go to this extent was way more than he had expected. With some quick calculations, a single super-heavy mecha equipped with antimatter munitions would be capable of taking out a cruiser-class vessel in a straight fight, assuming that it was using current shield technology and weapons. She had also attached an addendum to the addendum like she was writing it as she went and didn't prepare her thoughts at all. I also made one for cleansing light, a handheld replacement for the orbital lance cannon, 3 times the yield of the thunder guns, with a 10 round per second maximum fire rate and 100 round capacity. Who knows, you might have the urge to shoot someone eventually. That was incredibly Nico of her, so Max searched her thoughts to see what she was up to right now and found her in his mecha bay, working on cleansing light. The new thruster system was more mobile than the existing thrusters that it used, and cleansing light was warp-capable, so the drives could be used much more effectively than a standard shield to offset the mecha's mass and increase mobility. She had also added an anti-missile defense system, a new setting for the disruptors that should destabilize incoming antimatter shells and missiles, causing them to detonate early or vaporize in instances where the lasers were insufficient for the task. It hadn't been fully tested yet, since she only came up with the idea on her way to the hangar, but she was fairly sure it would work. Fairly sure wasn't really a statement that he wanted in the development process of safety equipment, but they couldn't exactly test it outside of a simulator, so he would have to find out the hard way if he really could stop the incoming attacks. Their new world ship should be capable of the same thing, stopping solid projectiles with disintegrator pulses, giving it a defensive military capability on par with the Alliance Envoy's vessel, which Max assumed was good enough to be considered state-of-the-art. "Commander, did you see that thruster upgrade that research just sent out? Are we expecting to be attacked by a new enemy force in the near future?" Lucci asked from her new office aboard the cruiser that she had taken over. The identifier line only had her name on it, and Max wondered when she would officially name her vessel, but that was less important than the upgrade work that needed to be done before the next time the mecha needed to be used. "You never know what we will come across. As Klinger pointed out, our new mothership will be a huge floating act of aggression in the eyes of a lot of species, so we should be prepared to have it attacked at any point, including during construction. I don't have a timeline on completion yet. Nico is still busy with other matters, and the Innu are so full of caffeine that I'm not willingly looking into their minds right now." The holographic image of Lucci burst into laughter, and she muted her microphone for a few seconds while she got herself under control. "You have it hard, don't you? I don't even want to contemplate 90% of what people are thinking about, but you must have heard it all by now. We will get the mecha upgraded as soon as possible, and we've already made a stock of the new munitions because I couldn't resist getting my hands on some of them. We will have to take a good look into both human and Alliance wartime laws before we deploy them, though. In space, I'm pretty sure there isn't an issue, but in orbit or in a planet's atmosphere, that level of antimatter reaction is most likely a war crime of some sort. There are a number of restrictions on the types of weapons that can be deployed against a planetary population. It's not like we never had more destructive weapons after all. The legends of the pre-founding era were full of horrific weapons, and now it seems increasingly likely that they were actually built back in a time when humans weren't constantly focused on the most efficient military production that they could manage. She had a very good point. Too much of human history was lost and forgotten long before he was born, so it was possible that all of their developments had been achieved before but either abandoned or had their production methods lost to time due to various factors over the millennia. Even among the Kepler equipment, much of the older gear was better than the standard issue units, like stalwart shields. Sitting in orbit over a relic world, with ruins of a species that he had never heard of, that lived right there in the same galaxy that humanity currently occupied, was giving him a sense that he was a frog in a well, feeling much more powerful and important than he really was. Chapter 626. Coming along nicely. Max finished sending messages to all of the ships of the Terminus Trading Company fleet, ensuring that they were all up on the new weapons and thrusters and that their mecha would be ready to deploy in the event of a space battle. The terraforming was just completing, and General Tennant, now Governor Tennant, was preparing a huge celebration to mark the final regions of the formerly toxic world being cleansed. That was when Nico planned to portal the terraforming array away. From that moment on, Max needed to be on high alert for alien species detecting their new project and the possibility that they would attack to try to stop it from happening. Of course, he hoped that she was right and that she could get it completed before anyone noticed, but there were a lot of eyes looking in their direction, and Max wasn't sure how well they could track the destination of a portal or if anyone who did detect it would act to try to follow them. They were supposed to take a multi-stop route to her chosen destination, an uninhabited star system within Clem territory. Still, there were no guarantees that they wouldn't be followed or detected. Not knowing was the most annoying part of dealing with new species. If they were near, Max could read their thoughts, most of the time, but if they didn't know their military capabilities or used units of measurement that he didn't understand, then he couldn't gather any useful information at all from them. Down on the surface, Governor Tennant had begun his speech, informing all of the city's residents and guests of the momentous occasion that they had all been waiting for. Thank you all for coming to celebrate our first day as a fully terraformed colony. As of 10 minutes ago, the last of the terraforming array units completed their work, and we have verified through our satellite network that there are no more remaining toxic areas on the surface or in the oceans. That isn't to say that the whole planet is safe, there are still many dangerous areas, but they are natural dangers. Many of them are beautiful landmarks of this world, like the mineral springs of the Samantha Mountains, which vent scalding hot waters into the air around the pools every few minutes thanks to the geothermal heating boiling the underground reservoir. The link to view them is available in the tourist highlights, and a flyover tour is available every day, leaving at 9 in the morning. With the completion of the terraforming, it is traditional to rename a planet after its new occupants, so let me present to you Luminous, the planet of ghost lights. Now, I have spoken enough, everyone. Please enjoy the party. Max switched his main feed from the cameras in the city to the data feed from the terraforming array, which had just made its final jump, using a Terrath family ship's portal generator so that the signature wouldn't be the same as the last jump that they made. They had jumped from orbit around a populated planet with dozens of manufacturing facilities, so there were many portal signatures in the area, and a number of warehouses where they could have been stored, if they weren't still in use. The plan was to use that as a distraction and to send industrial spies searching through millions of units of textiles, looking for them if they had followed the array that far. Now that they were in place, Max began looking over the design of the ship, which was more and more incredible the deeper he dug into it. It was designed so that the interior would look more like a misty planet, with huge amounts of open space for giant trees to be grown or for projects to be moved through the air to distant regions of the ship. It wasn't hugely space efficient, but with the size of the vessel, it didn't have to be. From the interior, it would feel like an actual world to the residents and would also help alleviate some of the stress that was known to be suffered by residents of more cramped vessels, who never got to see the outside world. Agoraphobia was common among those who were raised on such cramped vessels, and this design, with kilometer-high ceilings through most of the main body, should alleviate almost all of that. The actual construction of the ship seemed to be going extremely quickly, much more than Max had anticipated and faster than it had on the planet, so he took a good look at what the array was up to, according to its data feed. The hull was made of the monomolecular material that they had identified on the planet he was currently circling, and the strange bond that turned it into a logic-defying single unit seemed to be incredibly compatible with the array, which could extrude it like a liquid instead of having to create individual molecules over and over. As fast as the units could power the constructors, the hull could be formed. The process was fascinating to watch, as it all needed to be surrounded by an energy barrier, separating it from all other matter and antimatter. If it touched either, it would solidify, and the form would be set, so every hull section was made as one piece and would self-repair to maintain its shape once it came into contact with anything else. That made the whole ship ablative in one sense, but Max knew that they had the technology to inject more of the strange matter into the hull pieces until they regained their original form. The hunters had done it to restore relics that they had found once they discovered some of the secrets of the material, thanks to the discovery that it had a vulnerability to the disruptors. Knowing how to break it down showed them how to rebuild it, and that was when they learned that rebuilding an existing piece always took the original shape and that any exposure to other matter would stop the process. There was still a lot that nobody knew about it, but if they could build ships out of it, that was as much knowledge as most engineers had about the materials that they used in their designs, so it was good enough for Nico, who was more focused on having the coolest toy in the universe than the practical matters of actual ship repair while it was in service. That was hard logic to argue with. It was definitely going to be a cool toy, with the very latest of technologies adapted by the research department, as well as their unique new combat technologies and an experimental warp drive that would propel this monstrosity through space without using portals all the time. Nico's directed thoughts caught his attention as he was admiring the biome designed specifically to keep the Shin and Dryads happy, an immense forest which was intended to have a world tree at its core. Oddly, the strange plant couldn't be replicated alive, it came out lacking something, but the Shin had assured Nico that they were capable of growing her a new one for the new ship. I know you've given in and snuck a peek by now. What do you think? Is it cool enough? The inner hull layer is finished now, and I will start building the outer shells over it. In total, there are 3 layers of containment in the outer regions, as well as the more decorative plates to protect docked ships from debris. As far as atmospheric stability goes, it should be better than anything else that we have, and the bubble-type structures can be both isolated and jettisoned in an emergency, like a major infection or catastrophic damage. There was something else. What was it? Oh yeah, I finished the new weapons. Did you get the notification? What time is it? If they haven't arrived yet, they should come soon. Nico was clearly so focused on her work that she had forgotten about everything else, including the messages that she had scheduled to go out this morning, but that wasn't surprising. As far as she could tell, this thing was the single biggest weapon in the known universe, and Max could tell that Nico was confident that someone would want to fight them for it. Max was a bit afraid that she was right, but there was no denying that even the Alliance would be forced to respect their level of development once this thing was in action. Chapter 627, Their What? To distract from the construction of their new base of operations, Max prepared to declare a holiday aboard Terminus, which should distract all the visitors who were here to actually work for various Alliance companies and not just on vacation. It was also a day off for the Academy, the one day every week when they had no classes, and Headmistress Medusa was willing to give the students a pass to go to the cruise ship section and unwind for the first time since they had arrived at the Academy. That should be a day that nobody would forget anytime soon. Most of the students had gone straight from the hangars to the Academy, so they hadn't seen any of the other amenities that the ship had to offer, and things like the World Tree and the gravity slides they had only seen on video. Being their day off, many of the students were still waking up for the day when the notification was made through the Academy, and chaos took over the quiet atmosphere of the compound. A single hallway was locked down for the students, so nobody could get lost on the way or access off-limits areas by accident, so Max wasn't too worried about their safety, at least not until they reached the end of the hall and met with the vacationers and the attractions of the ship. While the students were running around like madmen, Headmistress Medusa had a more practical request for Max. Commander, now that the terraforming is complete, I am assuming that you are planning to leave orbit and make for the next bit of official business within the next week. If possible, I would like to send some of our students to the surface before that point. Geology is part of our mandatory training, and the senior students would typically take a field trip every semester to gain hands-on experience. I believe that this world, freshly terraformed and without hostile fauna, would be ideal for the first-term trip. Would you be amenable to springing it on them as a surprise? The next 2 days would be ideal for a planet-side excursion, and after that, we will have an increased likelihood of needing to move the vessel to another planetary system. Max replied, knowing that making it look like everything was normal would deter any suspicions that Terminus Trading Company was up to something. There was no hiding it from the Illithid, but Max was deliberately not thinking about the actual specs of absolution, and the observer aboard the Alliance Envoy's vessel wouldn't be likely to recognize the technical jargon that the design team was using. Even Max only understood a fraction of it, and he lived within range of their minds. It only took the headmistress a few minutes to answer before she came back with a list of requirements, including chaperones from the defense forces and the total number of students that would be in each group, as well as the regions of the planet that would be ideal for their studies. The different classes and grades were studying different regions at the moment, so the headmistress determined that sending them to the one they were currently working on would be the best course of action. Finding enough people to escort them wouldn't be a problem, and they could easily produce enough civilian-grade augmentic suits for them, which was one of the requests from the headmistress so that they didn't contaminate the research zone or contract any foreign illnesses. There was a minor concern about bringing back foreign objects that could be used as weapons, but the school security team thought that they could catch any of them that made it past basic screening. She was incredibly strict with the list, especially since the tourists were taking trips on foot around the surface, but according to Medusa, it was a scientific best practice not to have direct contact with the area, only interacting with it from inside a sealed suit. It didn't need to be augmentic, just sealed, but some of the environments were hostile, like the desert and the volcano research teams, so it would be best to give them climate control and some measure of resistance to hot or sharp objects. Max to research team, we need civilian protective suits in the sizes and species listed in the attached file. No armor, no flat space technology, and minimal augments are to be included. Please inform me of when you will be able to provide those in the Academy uniform colors. Tonight or tomorrow would be preferable, as our timeline is limited to allow them to properly explore the planet before we leave. We are sending them on a school field trip. That is awesome. I wish I got to go on good field trips back when I was in school. We went to the crappy local aquarium for biology, then a Mecha production facility for science, and that was it. We have a design for the repair staff that will be perfect for the occasion. We made it for the aftermath of Clem battles since some of them smell really bad inside, and the Mecha specialize in making insides into outsides. We just need to adapt them to the species and recolor them. Give me an hour, and I will be able to deliver them to the headmistress. One of the human researchers answered, and Max considered whether allowing the perpetually upbeat Inu around humans on such a casual basis might actually be a bad influence on the humans. That researcher was entirely too happy about being at work. With all of the important plans put in place, Max leaned back to relax and started to look through some of the random cultural articles that the envoys had marked as low priority. They were good reading, but not really about anything important enough that he would want to have the data in a learning device. At least not until he got to the fifth one, on the unique nature of the curious species, as the author called it. According to the attached data, less than 0.1% of all species possessed the mental pathways that led to an inquisitive nature. All other species were adaptive and only developed new technologies and behaviors in response to a need or danger, but the curious species would develop new things just because they didn't exist and actively look for new things. That made up most of the species that Max had come across from the Alliance, but it made perfect sense. They were the only ones who would be interested in coming to see him. The others had no interaction with humans, so their existence was a simple fact that had no bearing on the lives of the members of that species. How they had made it to the status of advanced cultures without an inquisitive nature was a mystery to Max, so he put the topic at the top of his leisure reading list, intending to find out if they relied on others to develop new things for them, or if they actively deprived some portion of their population in order to trigger developments, based on past experiences and the statistical probabilities. The possibilities were endless, and Max laughed as the author described their tense relations with species like the wuxia and giants, who loved new information and cultural customs, and the Inu, which was widely regarded as the most annoying species in the universe. Max's experience with the Alliance data net had been heavily influenced by the Inu, thanks to their tech nomad streams, so he had never noticed that the actual number of species which followed them was only a few hundred of the million or more sentient species that the Alliance should contain. Chapter 628. Exciting days. The next morning, the students of the Academy were escorted through the ship to board a cutter, which would take them to the surface for their field trip, scheduled to last for 2 days. The Academy had procured giant-made mobile buildings for the overnight stay, equipped with tiny dorm rooms and basic sanitation facilities, as well as an Alliance model replicator for the accompanying staff member to prepare meals. To the students, this was considered camping, though the building was far fancier than any army tent that Max had ever seen. They were still excited and talking about their first off-campus day when the news that they needed to assemble in the gymnasium for an important announcement was made, informing them that they would be headed to the planet for a field trip that very day. It was the best week most of them had ever had, given the stuffy nature of most high society academies. A few had complaints about the accommodations on the surface, but the chance to be in the wilderness outside of the confines of the school was too good to pass up. Especially for the wuxia, who had realized as soon as they were presented with their uniforms for the trip, which would allow them a full range of motion with their wings, and even allowed them to fly around the room once the suit was properly fitted. Being able to fly on the planet would be great. They mostly came from crowded cities or even a monolithic megalopolis where they were always somewhat indoors, limited by the ceilings of the levels. Their first chance to see just how high they could fly was enough to have their hearts pounding in their ears and adrenaline rushing through their veins, and they hadn't even left the academy yet. They weren't the only ones. One particular student from a living metal species realized that the suit wasn't designed for full alteration, but it would give them structure, which their species naturally lacked. They could experience the world as if they were one of the bipedal species for the next 2 days, grabbing things in their hands without having to concentrate on not letting the fingers meld together into one surface. Wearing the suit was a strange experience, but it gave them great insights into the potential of their innate abilities since it forced them to move in ways that weren't natural for their species but which would help them mimic other species more precisely. A normal uniform was cloth and flowed more smoothly, as well as being more morphable since they preferred skirts to pants, but this suit would stand up on its own since it had an internal structure. Before coming to the academy, they had limited experience with other species in any way, and their arrival had been a culture shock, but with the desire to fit in, they had been working hard, and this might be the final step that they needed to accomplish their goals. The other students noticed the awkward gait as the student tried to walk like a biped, but after seeing the happy look in their eyes, a silent agreement was made to let them do what they wanted and not ask the headmistress for a different design, possibly something with a long, segmented body as another student was using. It was closer to the living metal student's usual form, but the design team hadn't been given that information, and the only picture they had for the species was in an alliance government uniform with legs. The escort team showed up in full battle gear since they were a protective detail, but with their weapons put away because there weren't actually any hostile species on the planet. It was an impressive show, and the headmistress was broadcasting it throughout Terminus, as well as live streaming it for the parents of the students, for the sake of informed consent, as well as entertainment as they watched their children going on an overnight field trip for what might be the first time. The Reavers were going all out to impress the students, and they had even assigned a Corvette-class Mecha to accompany each of the 4 groups on the surface. Ostensibly it was there as a guard in case something happened, but the pilots knew that they were more likely to be used to move heavy objects for study and for the kids to stare at when they were bored with the lessons. It seemed to be doing a great job of distracting everyone, and the data flow rates off of Terminus were well above average, with all of the streaming videos being sent back to the Alliance. The entire day passed without incident, and when the first night fell on the students, the influx of parents worried about their sheltered darlings began to arrive, ready to spirit them away home for a leave of absence if their delicate constitutions couldn't handle the stress of sleeping in a hab tent or being outside in the wilderness for days at a time. Max didn't think there was anything to worry about. The suits all had biometric data feeds that were monitored by the Academy's medical staff, just like their usual uniforms did, and they hadn't detected anything out of the usual other than one Harpia student who had a mid-air collision with a tree in the middle of the afternoon. The suits had a basic shock-absorbing function but no heavy shielding, so she had been a bit stunned by the collision but hadn't suffered any detectable physical damage, not even bruising, according to the medic that was accompanying her team. It was the second day when things began to get crazy. The first day had shown them that they really were alone on an alien world, but waking up in one, and not under intense supervision, at least not by anyone who could do anything to stop them, had encouraged them to run and fly all over the area, exploring everything, and very nearly driving their teachers insane, while the chaperones from the security team worked to keep them from trying the most dangerous activities, like dipping their hands in lava, or flying over scalding geothermal vents. Max knew that their communicators would be flooded with messages from their parents by the end of the day, but they were mostly ignoring the messages, content to put notifications on mute while they explored the limits of their day of freedom and did their best to complete the assigned tasks as quickly as possible. Chapter 629, Application Influx. It was late that night when the students were all safely back aboard Terminus, and the enraged messages from the parents demanding an audience with the headmistress had all been declined. The staff had sent out various explanations about how, despite the appearances, the trip was completely safe and not a single injury had been noted. It wasn't completely successful, but as per the contract, the field trip was deemed to be a totally safe activity and not grounds for the more overprotective parents to withdraw their children. None of the students asked to go home after the trip, and those who weren't in the classes that got to go were incredibly envious of their trip, so the academy viewed it as a win on their part. Building rivalries between classes helped student performance, and only the students taking the most advanced related classes of their years had gotten to go. Those who had slacked off and applied for the easier classes realized that they had made a grave tactical error. The academy rewarded success, and slacking off didn't impress them. Max finally found time to check on Absolution just after dark and found that the entire hull was complete, and the interior was well underway, with each pod zone having a unique architectural style appropriate to species native to the region that its vegetation was derived from. All of them were suitable for humans, as well as species up to the size of giants, but most of the ship was in the same style as the most advanced Kepler core cities, where the wealthiest of citizens and royalty lived. It was brilliant marketing. Every Kepler citizen and most of the citizens of the surrounding nations would recognize the architecture of the royal planets, and living there had been a dream for many generations of humans. Just the appearance evoked a feeling of inferiority in those who gazed upon them, reminding them that they would never be good enough to live somewhere as grand as that. But now, they were going to pick some of the most densely packed planets in the human territories and fill the ship with commoners, based exclusively on their job skills and qualifications, at no cost to them. They could even bring their immediate family with them if they wished. Have we sent a notification to the planet that we intend to recruit from first? Max asked the logistics staff, who were frantically working to prepare for the biggest recruitment that Terminus Trading Company, and perhaps any Reaver company, had ever attempted. We have, sir. We have chosen Kepler 207, near the inner rim, with a population of 26 billion and suffering from a severe shortage of supplies in the aftermath of the war. It is being supplied from outside agricultural worlds again, but it is no longer a major bureaucratic hub, and the unemployment rate has skyrocketed to over 30%. Even with the planet-wide deployment of replicators by the former imperial princess, who now governs the region, they are suffering a decline in quality of life. In short, half the population of the planet should really leave for other worlds, but the logistics of that undertaking are mind-boggling, and the planetary government has instead opted for strict reproduction quotas to reduce the population over the course of a generation while they work to rebuild their place in the galaxy. Ah, a bureaucratic world. A wretched hive of crime and villainy like no other, at least to those in the slums where Max grew up. They were the ones who determined who was and was not eligible for benefits from the central government, while the local government only distributed planetary benefits. Therefore, the bureaucratic planets weren't very popular with the unemployed. It sounds like a winner to me. They should have a surplus of everything that we need. Are we set up to receive and vet digital applications in advance? Max asked. We are, but there are so many. We have received nearly 1,000 applications for every position that we have open, and there are more still coming in. Should we expand the planned 250,000 workers? The logistics officer asked. No, once you factor in family members, that will be a large portion of the initial population of the ship, all from one planet. We want a more diverse representation of humanity, not a refugee ship from one planet. Limit immediate family accompaniment to spouses who were official 30 days ago and biological children or those officially adopted before the same time frame. It will somewhat limit those willing to go, but it will prevent scams from getting children and dependents off the planet. Then vet out those who would abandon their family to go anyhow. I know it's a bit heartless, but we're in the position to be picky here, and I want to at least stop at one Cygnus planet and 2 others as well. Max could sense the frustration in the logistics workers' mind but also a bit of relief that they now had a clear guideline to work with. As Max listened to the recruitment team's thoughts, he found that the limitation on spouses and children eliminated over 3/4 of the applicants and drastically limited the incoming flow. As expected, a large portion of them were skilled workers paid to get the children of upper brass off the planet. It took 2 full days to sort out the first batch of recruits, but in the end, the team was certain that their usage of system skills, and the advanced filtering functions of the Kepler Citizen database, had found them the most qualified possible workers, with solid backgrounds, and verifiable job skills. It also gave Absolution time to be completed, and the terraforming array was sent back to Ray 5 without incident. That meant that it was time to become the biggest bit of news that the Alliance had seen in a while. The Terminus Trading Company was upgrading from a colony ship to a world ship. Chapter 630. Big reveal. Nico was sitting in the dining room, naked except for the 7th coat that she had tried on that morning. So, are we going to go to Absolution, or should I precision portal myself over there and pilot it to the recruitment planet in sync with your arrival? I think the other way would be much more fun and dramatic since we will watch in real time as the Alliance and the rest of humanity discovers what we were up to. She suggested. First, put on pants. Second, I think you are right. Having the ship appear through a portal would make a great impression. On that topic, does it even have the power to open a portal that size? Max asked. Of course, it's long, and only the rear wings are particularly wide, so I can make a very efficient oval portal and bring it through. It will be less than half the required power for the Alliance sphere thing to follow us. I'm sure they will follow us. They are still assigned as our observers and have been notified that we need to move to complete our next order of business, but they didn't ask for the envoys back. No way will they let them be half a galaxy away from their ship, so they're definitely coming with us. But once they see what we have to show them, they will likely send more than just one envoy ship to observe us. I suspect that we will have a whole armada of Alliance government ships following us around by the time we have Absolution fully staffed, and even after that, it will take some effort to make them go home. The ship is a marvel of design and technology, if I do say so myself, and it's way cooler than those boring spheres that the Alliance uses. I mean, it's space, and the spheres aren't a high warp vessel, so they could have used any shape that they wanted, but they went with the blandest possible option. That made sense. So Max nodded to Nico and prepared to meet with the envoys after Terminus arrived in their destination system. Give us 10 minutes before you open the portal. That will give me time to gather the envoys and get settled into position in orbit around the planet. Arrive further out, directly out from the planet, in relation to its star. That should give us the best view. Max informed Nico, who was now sorting through a pile of pleated skirts to go with her chosen jacket. Aren't you doing that backward? Start with the inner layer and work outward. He suggested. That's what I usually do, but then I never get to wear the coat that I really wanted to since it doesn't quite go with the outfit, so instead, I'm starting with the coat today. What do you think about the blue and gold trench coat? Is it best with the plaid skirt or the uniform cargo pants? She replied. The black leather pants tucked in the knee-high boots with the trench coat. Then the long-sleeved cream-colored blouse, that black leather corset thing, the gold sash for your waist over the pistol belt, and then a nice tricorn hat with a feather. Very Nico the pirate, Max recommended. Oh, that's a good combo. There aren't many good times to wear a tricorn, but I think that recruiting for a new ship is the perfect opportunity to play up the Reaver aesthetic to the maximum. Nico laughed. She quickly dug out the requested items, all of which were part of her usual apparel other than the trench coat and the hat, and then went to the materials printer and made herself a new sword to go with the outfit, with a plasma pistol on the other hip. It's not right without a sword. Plus, you can't dramatically kill someone with a plasma pistol. They just die, she explained. You do you. Now, get over there, and I will get this show on the road. Max laughed, nearly overwhelmed by her joy and enthusiasm. Nico linked with the ship's computer and opened the small portal in midair in front of her, then jumped through to Absolution, closing it behind her while Max made his way out of the room to gather the envoys. Their Illithid advisor had warned them that something big was happening today, so they were all gathered at their favorite coffee shop, trying to convince the Inu envoy that decaf wasn't a human rights violation, when he arrived. I'm not sure that it makes that standard, but I get where she's coming from. Decaf should never have been invented. It is a lesson on the dangers of unfettered development for the sake of development. Max agreed. Is decaf what they mean by the phrase man-made horrors beyond our comprehension? It is clearly metaphorical, but I haven't determined its proper use yet. The Inu envoy asked. Something like that, at least to someone who loves coffee as much as you do. I heard that the council is considering putting it on the restricted alien items list in the near future, prohibiting it to minors without clearance of their species representatives. Max teased her. They wouldn't dare. This is the nectar of the gods, and I have moderated my intake. There is only one additional shot of espresso in this one, and extra raspberry and cinnamon. It's like 90% milk and still delicious. Did you know they use real raspberry juice for the flavor? That's why this place is the best. She was clearly pouting, but it was almost time for the announcement that they would be opening a portal. The Admiral's voice came over the intercom as the lighting changed to add some extra red into the spectrum, the usual warning that there would be a ship-wide message. All hands prepare for motion. Terminus will be moving on to her next stop in 1 minute. using a portal to save travel time and the danger of crossing Clem territory on our way to one of the core worlds of the old Kepler Empire. Kepler 207 has a population of over 26 billion people and had been one of the most notable bureaucratic planets in the Empire before the last civil war. Our reason for this stop will be obvious after we arrive, so we do ask that you are patient with our staff while we prepare the surprise for you. The envoys all gave Max suspicious looks, wondering what was going on, and Max realized that their observer hadn't warned them about the new ship, so they really had no clue what was going on right now. That was incredibly kind of him, and Max would have to remember to thank the man later. The portal opened, and Terminus moved from the far north to the south-central region of the galaxy in an instant, then moved to take orbit around the lone inhabited planet around this star, not going for the space station nearby, but waiting on the dark side of the planet. Such suspense. The design team must have come up with something great if you, of all people, are acting so enigmatic. The wuxia envoy laughed. Max checked his watch and smiled. 10 seconds left. He tapped his wrist device to switch all the public view screens to the same camera, facing out from the planet, and then opened a public broadcast. May I present to you the newest ship in the Terminus Trading Company fleet? Please welcome the World Ship Class Operations Center known as Absolution. Just as Max finished speaking, an oval portal 500 kilometers wide opened in the empty space in front of the camera, and a shining golden craft passed through. Broadside to Terminus, showing off the full side and top view of the new vessel for everyone to see. Sweet mother of technology, what is that? The Inu envoy gasped while the wuxia flared his wings in shock, instinctively preparing to move as his brain struggled to respond to what he was seeing. Oh, that is a good response. I don't think I've ever seen you that off guard, and the giant is completely speechless. The giant envoy was staring at the screen on the coffee shop's wall with his mouth wide open and the remains of his Danish in his lap, forgotten in the aftermath of the ship reveal. Even his thoughts seemed to have stopped for a moment before he recovered and pointed at the screen. That, how did you make that? Where did you see it before? He finally demanded without taking his eyes off the screen. Chapter 631. Giant Terror. Max was more than a little confused by the giant's outburst. They had never seen anything like this before, not even in Nico's memories or Max's own. There were some similarities to the Dreamcast vessels from his past life, but they weren't as pointy as this was, and they certainly weren't as heavily armed, as their pilots could move between regular space and something else that they called the Dream, simply vanishing when they were under threat. I had never seen anything like this before the design was completed. It's in the same design scheme as our Kimura pattern Mecha and the new space vessels, but Absolution is a completely unique vessel, as far as we know. Max explained. The giant tapped his way through a few sites on his data tablet, then activated a hologram over the table. Displayed was a twisted and evil version of Absolution, not exactly the same, but certainly similar enough to be shocking. If he had been asked, the version that the giant had presented seemed like the version that Nico would have designed, not Absolution. It had a certain demonic and evil vibe to it that made the skin crawl just by looking at it. The giant looked at the image with a hint of fear and cleared his throat. That is death, in the language of my people. Only what it actually represents is much worse. We have no idea what species pilots it. Only similarly designed vessels will descend on a planet from that mothership, and in a matter of hours, the entire population will be gone. Not dead, for the most part. They take them all as slaves, but as soon as the ship vanishes again, all transmissions from them are cut off, and they are never seen again. We don't know where it comes from or why it targets the locations that it does, but it has been a scourge on the far side of the universe since before my people had a language to record it in. We have shot down many of its smaller vessels in the past, but nobody has ever gotten to see who is inside of them and live long enough to send out a transmission. They don't leave their fallen behind, not even scraps of damaged vessels, to study. I apologize for panicking, but for a moment, I thought that they were here, set to harvest billions of humans at once. He was visibly shaking by the time he finished explaining, and the Inu envoy offered him the remainder of her coffee to calm him down. The tart taste of raspberry juice, mixed with cinnamon and latte, was enough to pop his eyes wide open and shake his thoughts out of a past battle that he had observed when that vessel had shown up. Is it just that one ship? Max asked. If there were more than one of them, entire species would be eliminated. Every time, the ship is identical. There are 300 smaller vessels launched from it, using an unknown energy weapon that disables but does not kill, and the victims are teleported aboard. It's not a transport portal but some form of direct transport beam. It might be a very high-speed tractor beam, but we don't have enough data to be sure. The creepiest part of it all is that they don't actually take everyone. They leave 10% of the population of the planet behind in hiding. At first, we thought it meant that they couldn't detect certain hiding spots, but every time it is exactly 10%. One time an entire population stood against them, and still, they left 10% behind. It's like they're harvesting a crop and leaving behind seeds for it to regrow, like they're coming back at some later date to do it again. Max shuddered as he recalled a similar tactic from his past life. The Dirge used to use a similar tactic to gather slaves for their customers. Their ships looked very different from that, but it made Max wonder if he was actually just on the far side of the universe from his last life. Probability said that patterns would repeat given enough repetition, and a random pattern generator would eventually create the combined works of any great author. The universe seemed to favor certain patterns, or perhaps it wasn't as random as it seemed, and the species he had seen were all guided by an outside force, but either way, the probability that he would see similar evils to his past life seemed increasingly likely. Well, I can say for sure that this ship came from the twisted mind of my second-in-command and her Innu assistants, so it is not a harbinger of great evil. But it is a great upgrade in the maximum technology level that humans have achieved, which is why I wanted you all to see it in the first place. We are here to recruit to staff the ship, and we will make 3 more stops after this as well so that our new operations center has a wide variety of humans aboard. There will be space for others, of course, both as visitors and as staff, but we do intend to keep it as a primarily human crew. Max explained, that is understandable. If you are trying to make a place for your species, it won't do to be seen as the lackeys of another species. I wonder what the Federation forces on the far side of human space will think of this. They come groveling and begging to Alliance territory every few years and get rejected for not meeting the minimum technological standards for intervention, and they are bound to find out about your new development soon enough. The Valkyria envoy suggested. Max considered his words for a moment, then searched the sensor data from Terminus to see what he was talking about since his thoughts said it should be obvious what he meant. There was a vampire ship, with its signature sails raised, coming out from behind one of the inner planet's moons. Looking at the vampire's vessel and then at Absolution, there were some similarities, but the angular lines of the vampire ship reminded Max more of the vessel that the giant was so afraid of. One thing he had learned from Dave as a child was that there were no coincidences in life, only scams in progress in recruitment efforts. If the vampire's culture was emulating a design, it likely meant that they had seen something like it in the past, and that would be valuable information before this galaxy saw whatever had been wiping out planets of giants and their allies. Chapter 632, Vampires 2. Commander, we have an incoming message from the vampire ship. The communications officer on duty informed Max seconds later. I will take it here. Max replied, then opened the link as a video chat, which would project holograms of Max and everyone else at his table to the person that had contacted them from the vampire's vessel. Commander Karis Max, I must say, your new home nearly gave my crew a heart attack. I am assuming that is your new vessel. The vampire asked as soon as the link opened. Indeed it is. Would you like to come aboard Terminus and have a chat? I have been on the far side of the galaxy for a while now, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with the ongoing situation here and within the Federation since the end of the Civil War. Max replied, certainly. We have a lot to talk about and a revelation that I think you will be very interested in, as well as your Alliance Envoy associates. We have been waiting for a response from the Reaver Council on this matter, but they have deemed it of low importance with everything else going on. The vampire informed him, I will accept your shuttle at Base C-17. Forgive me if I don't greet you in person, I have a lot going on at the moment, and the recruitment teams are headed to the planet to do the final round of interviews. Max agreed and sent through the clearance codes for the vampire vessel to dock with them. Oh, this should be good. I think that the vampires have finally realized it now that they managed to purchase a replicator from the Reavers. The Valkyria envoy declared eagerly while rubbing his hands on his wings in anticipation. Can I know in advance, or are you making it a surprise? Max asked. I love surprises. They will be here in only a few minutes, so it won't be long either way, but if you can bring them to us, it would be amazing to see the look on everyone's face when they find out. The Valkyria suggested. Max sent a message for the escort to bring the vampires to the coffee shop since he was already here, and there was lots of room to hold a meeting while everyone was focused on the recruitment and the appearance of the new ship. The response of the envoys hadn't been what he expected, and he still hadn't told them about the capabilities of the ship, but given the giant's response, it might be better not to spring that on him today. Greetings, Commander. I am Captain Nostra of the Vampire Fleet. The leader of the Vampire Fleet introduced himself, while Max stood up to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. I believe that I have met one of your relatives before, piloting a cargo vessel. Max replied, Ah, yes, it is a common issue. The Nostra family has been a spacefaring family, much like your Reaver families, for many millennia, so a great number of vampire captains share the same name. The pale man chuckled while his red eyes glinted in amusement. Come and sit. The envoys are here to observe our recruitment effort, so you can treat them as bystanders in our meeting. Their rules prevent them from sharing any confidential information that you might have with me. Max explained. Then I will get right to it. We recently acquired a replicator from your people, and while the legalities of the purchase might be questionable, we learned something very interesting. You see, the first thing that we used it for was to produce one of the new generation medical tools that are programmed in so that we could cure an outbreak of a new virus. But the tool had some very interesting things to say once it scanned our citizens. It insists that vampires are, in fact, genetically modified humans with a rare genetic condition that makes us much more physically powerful, as well as sensitive to sunlight and anemic. To say that my superiors were offended by the suggestion that it could cure vampirism was putting it mildly, but it did manage to cure the disease that we were suffering from, and experiments were run that helped with the anemia, reducing our need for additional iron and mineral intake. I feel incredible in the morning, by the way, now that I don't wake up woozy and thirsty. But with that in mind, I would like you to read this proposal from the Vampire Council. The speech was a bit long-winded, but it gave Max a very good idea of what was coming next, and the wuxia envoy was staring intently at his face, waiting for the moment when it sunk in that the vampires were a demihuman species like the Canis. Max considered playing it up, but as a mind reader, he had learned long ago not to respond to emotional input, or he would look like a crazy person all the time, so the envoy's anticipation slowly turned to mild disappointment as Max's facial expression barely changed. The barista was much more entertaining. The revelation that vampires were descended from humans was a big shock to basically everyone since the genetic data that they had in the past suggested that they were entirely unrelated species. Max looked through the data and found exactly what the vampire was talking about. Though their entire genome was different, it was deliberately different. The more advanced medical tools had found the lingering traces of modifications that could still be seen in the descendants, and when the identified changes were isolated, it became clear that reverting them would indeed lead to either a human or a very similar species. It wasn't exactly an incontrovertible fact, but it was certainly a strong possibility, given the evidence that had been presented. After moving on from the evidence, Max got to the proposal. The Vampire Council was asking that the Reavers consider the genetic data presented and accept it as proof that the vampires were a human-descended species, which meant that they would be included in agreements made on behalf of humanity, such as the agreements with the Alliance, which governed interactions between the groups. This might be beyond our medical technology, but thankfully we have the envoys here. I will ask you for. Make that 3. Since the Dryad has disappeared again, can you scan the vampires and determine if they were indeed descended from humans? If they were, to your standard of evidence, then I can present this to the Reaver Council and have it approved very quickly. Max asked. Certainly, I can have my assistant bring a genetic sequence scanner in a few minutes, and we will verify the data presented against the vampires present. From what I can see, they do look quite similar, and their blood vessel structure appears to be very similar to humans, sharing the same arterial pattern, so they might have a case. The wuxia agreed with a smirk. Max was almost certain that they had done the scans and determined the truth of this matter years ago when the vampires showed up with the Federation to petition for a trade deal with the Alliance, but they had been holding back on it until the vampires showed up and reminded him of it. Chapter 633. Humans are like that. The medical team didn't take long to arrive with their scanning tools, and they got to work as soon as the envoy explained what procedures he thought they would need to do in order to fully verify the assertion that the vampires were descended from humans. They had more than enough equipment here, and Max briefly wished that Nico was nearby so that she could steal some of that medical tech for their own use. Not that they had been having any issues lately with the new devices they had provided to every unit and the Alliance doctors that they had hired for the cruise ship, but a little more medical knowledge was never a bad thing. The team scanned all 5 members of the vampire team and then plotted their data on a holographic chart in front of the envoys, over top of the table. In my professional medical opinion, to call the vampires descendants of humanity is both technically correct and misleading. If you look at the data here and here, you can see where clearly human genetics were forcefully altered, but if you look here, you can see naturally occurring sequences from a species completely unrelated to humanity. Though I can confirm with 100% certainty that there were humans in their ancestry and that the species, as it is now, is a result of genetic engineering, as they asserted. However, it is undeniable that there was a second species in their ancestry. The doctor informed the group, looking a bit disturbed. Max and the vampire captain shared a meaningful look with each other, and Max hit a short burst of laughter while the envoys looked confused. It's a running joke among the other species of this galaxy that, given the opportunity, humans would try to breed with almost any sentient species just to see if it worked. The data declaring that humans and an unknown, possibly extinct species hybridized to produce vampires is not a huge shock. Nor is the implication that they then genetically altered their offspring for an unknown reason, perhaps because they were unstable or prone to genetic disorders or infertility. The vampire informed them in the characteristically dry and unemotional tone of his people. Perhaps we should ask our Innu envoy. I hear you had a lengthy conversation about this topic with the research team. Max asked. Oh, yes, I did. It was the result of a cultural difference, where the humans viewed it as polite to show their favorite bits of technology off and allow others to try them out. She began, then paused as all the other envoys began to laugh. Exactly. That is a top-tier date, very nearly a marriage proposal to an Innu, letting them use your favorite tech gadgets. They weren't at all dissuaded once they were informed, though, and began to postulate about whether sensory tentacles or hair would be the dominant genetic trait. The envoy continued after a moment. It's the sensory tentacles. I already looked into it after I heard the story from one of the researchers. Her assistant informed her with a smirk. You know, many species assimilate others to integrate them into their group, but I think this is the first time I have actually met one who had successfully hybridized. Perhaps the Alliance will have to study the vampires a bit more closely now that they are officially considered an offshoot of humanity. A stabilized hybrid, whose split ancestry coexists and doesn't try to subsume one side or the other, is an anomaly worthy of study. By our standards, they are covered by agreements relating to humanity as a species, as they have some human ancestry, and they are willing to acknowledge it. Like the Canis, they will be considered a human-descended species, entitled to coverage by your treaty. The giant announced after referencing his data tablet. That brings us to the important question. What made the Vampire Council decide to take this action? They were quite adamant that they were not humans only a few years ago and were working with the Federation to attempt to gain recognition by the Alliance. Max asked. We are a very long-lived species, as you already know. After following our current technological progression path, it was determined that the likely date to develop our own unique Warp-10 capable vessels would be a minimum of a century away and that it would likely run afoul of copyright laws, as much of it is derived from human technologies. Based on that, our achievement would likely be disregarded, setting us back over another century while we tried to create an entirely new mode of travel at sufficient speeds. Also, human technology has already started to spread rapidly throughout our culture, halting many of our own technological development efforts in favor of the much more advanced human technology, but we are currently limited to only producing the items that we have licenses for, as we have to use human devices to make more human devices, so the logical path forward. Found a link between the two species that could be used to form an alliance. Now that we have established shared ancestry, we can be considered separate human nations, and while that doesn't bring us automatically into agreements between the Reavers and the Alliance, it does mean that if we can work a deal to join the Reavers trade group, we would be gaining the full benefits that any human nation would. The vampires were always unemotional and logical, so this path made sense to Max, and it was clearly well thought through before the captain had met them here. His vessel had only been passing by, but when their informants told the Vampire Council that Terminus had started recruiting in this system, they had been diverted in order to attempt to make this deal and get ahead of the priority list for Reaver political matters. Max tapped his chin as he thought and then turned to the vampire captain. Should I assume that you will be serving as the envoy between your nation and the trade group? I can get you a meeting with the leadership in the next few days since Terminus Trading Company is rather busy at the moment. It will be much faster than any other approach, and the negotiations to join the group can often be done in only a few days if both parties are on the same page. I think that the council is looking to join the group, but I will not be the envoy, only a convenient messenger. If your ship has the capability to open a portal, there is an envoy group prepared to begin negotiations at any time. They are familiar with the standard agreement and have already prepared a set of terms that they would find amenable, so the deal might be made in very short order. The captain agreed. In that case, send the necessary messages, and I will order you a beverage. Your entourage is welcome to enjoy the hospitality of the Terminus Trading Company while we wait. Max offered. I have one more directive if you will allow it. The Vampire Council requests that myself and my ship apply for gainful employment aboard Absolution. Once they saw it, they were adamant that this opportunity not be missed to integrate into Reaver culture. A shipload of vampires, well, if nothing else, they were known to be somewhat trustworthy. I will prioritize your applications. I am sure your crew has more than sufficient qualifications to find a home aboard Absolution. Chapter 634, Organizing Mass Movement. The recruitment efforts on the planet began as smoothly as anyone had dared to hope for. It had taken a full 2 hours for the planet's residents to get over the shock of seeing such an immense object in orbit above them, visible by the naked eye in the night sky, and a number of applications were withdrawn once the applicants realized that Operations Center Absolution was a world ship and not a planetary station. But that was within the calculations of the logistics team that was in charge of the recruitment, and by the time the planet had recovered, they were ready and waiting with dozens of cutters ready to take passengers back from the planet to their new home. Being a planet used to political envoys and high-level meetings, there was more than enough room at the spaceport to dock them all, and tickets were arranged to get all of the guests and their families loaded within 12 hours, starting 6 hours from their arrival. It perfectly matched the published itinerary, but Max had hoped that they could simply send their cutters to the surface to pick up their applicants instead of having them stop over at a space station with all of their belongings. It was going to be tight for them to pack unless the planet had an abundance of moving cubes, since each family unit was allotted a 2-meter by 3-meter container to move their belongings with. There was no need to bring furniture. The units inside the ship were furnished, but family heirlooms and sentimental items, plus kids' toys and clothing, took some time to pack. The planetary governor assured him that they had everything covered, but in Max's experience, that was rarely the case, and he was certain that he would hear all about the shortages leading to delays soon enough. Hey Nico, how much staff do you need to get everyone settled in? I've got you scheduled for 1 battalion. Will that do? Max asked as the deadline for the first arrivals drew closer. Never fear, for Nico is here. I have come prepared to deal with all eventualities, including the mass movement of personal belongings and personnel onto the ship. Max sighed at her response and messaged her again. Please clarify. How do you plan to get everything squared away when you are alone on the ship? That's easy. I just made 100,000 androids to pilot the Mecha. They've got sufficient processing power to deal with basic things like escorting staff to their new homes and driving hover transports to drop off their belongings. They can even shoot the annoying ones if you want. I've programmed summary execution into the termination of employment options in their programming. He knew he should have sent someone with her. Maybe someone reasonably sane, like Major Miller, but he was busy with the recruitment paperwork. He would have sent one of the researchers with her, but they would still be tinkering with the androids if there were 2 of them there to bounce ideas off each other. No killing the new staff. It will scare the others. Just make sure everyone is settled in safely and efficiently, and I will join you with Terminus by the end of the day. I assume that the hangar is ready for us? Max asked. Ready, cleaned and equipped with a low-density atmosphere so that it will compress to standard pressure when you enter. Come by any time. The weather is nice over here. As soon as the new employees are loaded. I don't want any confusion during the process, so I will keep Terminus right where it is. The Alliance vessel is hanging around outside the system so that it doesn't alarm the locals. If it needed to, it could get here in a matter of minutes, so the distance was negligible, but this portion of the former Kepler Empire wasn't used to seeing Alliance vessels, and the presence of Absolution had already alarmed them enough. Honorable Lord Commander Karras of the Terminus Trading Company, this is planetary control. The first of your new hires are now loading into the cutters that your, Operations Center sent to us. Please be advised that the schedule has the last of the families boarding in 12 hours, but we have a cargo barge on the surface that can bring the majority of their belongings all at once. The nervousness in the man's voice made the envoys laugh. He clearly wasn't sure how to properly address Max and didn't think that the moniker given to Absolution fit its status. But he was likely the junior officer on duty, so he had no choice after everyone else declined to be the one making the call. Thank you, Planetary Control. Please advise your superiors that the wire transfer of Reaver credits for their shuttle, moving and recruitment services is on the way. That was usually the part that the politicians were the most worried about. The fee for taking a citizen off the planet wasn't large, but it was enough that they could clean out the former residence unit and clear up any outstanding paperwork that they might have left behind in their hurry to get off the world. This time they also had to pay for the shuttles to the space station and the moving containers, but that was to be expected when taking in so many families. It would also help reassure their next stops that they weren't doing anything shady and that the planets wouldn't lose a load of money just to save the credits that they were spending on the benefits for the formerly unemployed residents. There were a surprising number of large families coming aboard, and Max could see that they were all verified by the scanners on the cutters as being biologically related, though most families were comprised of one son and a lot of daughters, all genetically tweaked for optimal appearance and other physical qualities. It was one of the things that he had forgotten about the core worlds of the Kepler Empire. There were billions of ultra-wealthy residents, and they all wanted a harem of trophy wives or husbands. Even the common construction workers would blow their life savings in order to have beautiful children, as the more children they had, the greater the odds that one would be chosen and elevate the whole family into the ranks of the wealthy. He was definitely going to have to warn the other crew members about that. The Reavers would mistake it as an offer of prostitution when really they were looking for a wedding ring, and the aftermath of that was not an argument he wanted to have to mediate. In fact, he would have Nico add it to the documentation for new arrivals. Nico, I forgot what the core planets are like. Add something to the paperwork to explain that there are no billionaires on the ship and that harems are strictly optional. Nico's reply was swift. Got it, boss. I have a flowchart already created of Reaver income distribution, explaining that none of us individually actually have much money and that we try to get promoted for the non-monetary benefits. That should sort out most of them, but I have added a nice short and succinct note to the effect that attempting to steal a Reaver woman's man may result in sudden and violent death. Thanks, I knew I could count on you. Chapter 635. Lifestyle upgrades. The fact that they would not become billionaires received much less of an adverse reaction than Max had expected. The whole reason that everyone wanted their children to join an ultra-wealthy family was to get them out of the chronically broke state that they were in as menial workers, not for the actual cash. Therefore, the non-monetary benefits that the Reavers were offering them were almost exactly what they had always wanted. Their planet was still working almost entirely with pre-Civil War Kepler technology, which made it a very comfortable place to live, but even compared to what was the height of human civilization a few years ago, Absolution was a worker's paradise. Every worker got a housing allotment based on their family size and position, but none were crowded as they were back home. On the planet, it was normal to have all sons take one bedroom, and all daughters take the other, but the Absolution's design assigned bedrooms in multiples of 2. Not every child of a low-skilled worker would get their own bedroom, but they would never be shared with more than one sibling, a huge improvement from 4 or 5 in the same room. They also got a replicator allowance based strictly on family size, plus a bonus from their job. The details were the most common message that Nico was receiving, as the workers simply couldn't believe that they could simply order anything they wanted off the menu or from the generic items in the database and pay by the energy consumed. Fortunately, Nico had been prepared for the culture shock, and once all of the new staff were on board and checked into their new homes, she activated all of the holographic emitters at once. Good morning, everyone. This is the first test of the shipwide emergency alert system. Rest assured that there is no emergency today, but I will go over a few of the most common concerns that have been raised over the previous day. First of all, the matter of work uniforms. They will be provided at your place of employment if you require a uniform or protective wear. For those who do not, you will find a variety of business casual options in the replicator system, which may be purchased using your energy allowance, should you be short on suitable clothing. Secondly, the replicator system itself. If you would like to follow along at home, I have updated the interface to make it easier for new arrivals to get a solid grasp of how the system works. Every action now has a number next to it. For example, if I wanted to create this bottle of Reaver rum, it would take 6 energy units. That amount will come out of the food and beverage portion of your allotment, as rum is a beverage. Please note that users will be tracked for the purposes of public safety. If you are not purchasing sufficient food for your family's needs, a health and wellness counselor will come to visit you to ensure that your family is still healthy. However, Unless you regularly spend your entire paycheck on booze and drugs or starve your family, that won't be a concern that you will ever have to deal with. But back on topic, should I want a meal to go with my rum, I have a variety of options. For those following along at home, please open the Popular Items tab on your kitchen replicator. There you will see a number of listings. Meatloaf and mashed potatoes, steak and eggs, lobster and salmon fillets in a lemon butter sauce, and chicken karahi make up the first page as the most requested meal items by human staff aboard the colony ship Terminus. As you can see, the meatloaf is actually the most expensive item on the list. Why, you might ask? So I will break it down. The total weight of the meatloaf and mashed meal is just over 1 kilogram, while the lobster and salmon fillets come in at a mere 600 grams without an additional side other than vegetables. It takes more energy to make a larger quantity of food, so while the seafood is rare and expensive when harvested from the ocean of your homeworld, it is, in fact, less difficult for the replicator to produce. This also goes for clothing. Larger sizes require more energy, while skimpier items require less. But make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, the Reavers have a well-ingrained sense of decorum, and wandering around in a bikini top and Maiko miniskirt will earn you many strange looks, no matter how much you saved on making them. Now, please enjoy your evening, and feel free to ask the ship's computer if you have additional questions. Max was quite impressed with her prepared broadcast. It covered the essentials, and going by the energy usage charts, it seemed that the new arrivals were starting to get the hang of ordering meals right away, despite the fact that most of them hadn't unpacked much of anything at the moment and had to have the meal created in takeaway packaging, with disposable cutlery. There were directions on biomass recycling printed on labels on the garbage cans, so they should be able to figure out the trash system easily enough, and Max began to relax as he scrolled through the residential zone cameras. Families were rapidly unpacking their pods, which were made of organic plastic and could be recycled by the ship's system since they had been purchased from the planet's government. That was one stop down, and very soon, they could be off to the next one, a tech production facility just inside of Cygnus space. The residents there were the polar opposite of these workers, and the official applications listed an average of 0.2 dependents per worker, nearly no spouses and very few children. The place was also horribly overcrowded, thanks to a rapid decline in demand over the past decade, and they had been quite willing to part with a great number of skilled workers and researchers. Mostly junior researchers, but that was no problem for Max. The research team from Terminus would be moving to Absolution to give them more room to work, while a smaller team would remain on the ship to take care of the essentials and new product requests, as well as the ongoing luxury yacht production. Chapter 636. Final pickup. With their business done, Absolution opened another immense portal, leading the way for Terminus and the Alliance observation vessel to follow her through to Cygnus territory. The shock and panic on the communications channels when Nico led the ship through first were more than worth the expended energy, in her opinion, and it would leave a lasting memory with the new workers. These were more her sort of people as well. Rough and rowdy blue-collar workers, many of whom had spent the majority of their lives on ships and understood the Reaver code of conduct. They would make up the majority of the tradesmen in the first group, as Absolution was taking in nearly 1 million of them. That was 4 times the workers, but still not as many total people as they had gained at their previous stop, but Max wasn't concerned. It was a great spot to pick up people who understood the concept of hard work, and it would bring balance to the culture of the ship. The living spaces would be interspersed with the first lot of workers so that they didn't accidentally create a cultural divide by the planet of origin right from the start, but the real glue of the operation, the management team, wouldn't be arriving until their next stop. Max was taking Absolution to Ray 5 to show her off and pick up whatever excess ship staff and management candidates the Reavers had lying around. With them in charge, he could feel confident that the ship would slowly come around to the proper way of doing things, even if the sheer number of outside staff influenced the culture to some degree. The expectation that they would be working on a Reaver operations center, under Reaver rules and Reaver culture, was explicitly clear in the hiring documents and and at the second stop, it was a big selling point. Even before they started getting all the cool toys, many of the workers here dreamed of being Reavers and getting away from the sweatshops and the orbital mines. Unlike the family atmosphere of the first stop, there were very few belongings containers at this stop. They had packed light, putting everything into military standard storage cubes for ease of movement. They were much more aware of what a new generation Reaver ship should be capable of, as the Cygnus government had been on an intensive propaganda campaign touting the benefits of all the new technologies that were spreading through their territory. So, they left behind everything that reminded them of crowded hab blocks and crummy jobs and brought only their most treasured memories when they came to Absolution. It made for a quick stop, with everyone shuttled over in under 6 hours and settled into their new homes by the end of the day. The pace of the recruitment left everything inside the ship in chaos, though. None of the businesses were open yet. There was no functioning crew or staff, and it wouldn't be for another day. That was when they arrived at Ray 5, and the staff of Terminus finished with the hiring process so that those who had been deemed essential to operations would be moving over. The entire infantry force, save for a small contingent that was working as security in the cruise ship section, would be moving to new homes aboard Absolution to serve the same law enforcement job they were doing now, but with actual work to do, now that they had 10 times as many people to deal with. The crew they picked from among the Reavers would be piloting specialists and such for the actual navigation and operation of the new vessel, as well as the managers for all of the facilities and departments which didn't have their positions filled by transfers from Terminus. The colony ship would feel a bit empty for a while, with so many former infantrymen gone, but the Academy was expanding its grounds some, and Max had already made plans to expand the cruise ship area, so there wouldn't be very much wasted space inside the ship by the time that everything was settled. It wasn't like they were using the infantry in the first place, and having them on Absolution would make it easier to whip them back into shape. None of them, Max included, had seen real combat in a long time, and everyone was starting to get lazy and soft, a state that Max was intent on remedying. His first goal was to get a new combat training regimen going for all of the pilots within the Terminus Trading Company. It was better to have them at the top of their game now than rusty once they actually saw combat. Max was certain that if he was still fighting constantly, there was no way that the Volga Titan-class mecha would have escaped from him, and he was projecting that feeling of softness onto his subordinates. It wasn't the wrong call, most of them had been slacking off, and only a few still worked as hard as they used to in order to keep their edge. That would all change in the near future, though, and Max's plan would make basic training look like the daycare that it really was. But first, he needed the rest of his new crew. As soon as we are done, we will be departing for Ray 5 to make the last recruitment stop for Absolution. Everyone, please enjoy your journey and prepare for a big announcement once we have the new staff settled into their routines. Max informed the guests and staff of Terminus. He could sense the anticipation as everyone wondered what was in store for the adventure ship, which had just crossed most of a galaxy over the course of a week, picking up staff and viewing local documentaries detailing the history of the planets and regions that they had stopped at. Before long, the final portal of their recruitment tour had been opened, and the Reaver's very first world ship entered orbit around the Reaver homeworld for the first time. They were greeted with huge fanfare, even more elaborate than a Reaver wedding, with ships throwing out brightly colored flares all over the star system, celebrations everywhere, and even a planetary holiday to commemorate the event. Greetings to the Terminus Trading Company and your intrepid ship designers. Congratulations on the launch of your very first world ship. As is the Reaver custom, since you are here with so many other companies, we will hold an official commissioning party for the vessel. I hope that your hastily assembled staff is ready for what is coming, because I don't think that there is a single person in this star system that doesn't want to come aboard, even if it is just to say that they were aboard a world ship that Reavers made. Mary Tereth greeted them before Max could even put Terminus into a proper orbit. Will there be cake? I feel like this occasion deserves a cake, don't you? Max asked, making the older woman laugh. Max was the host, after all. It was customary for him to be the one providing all of the refreshments and entertainment for the guests, not the other way around. But Mary Tereth had a soft spot for her daughter's chosen partner, and she would bring him one of her special recipe cakes as a housewarming gift during the celebration of the first mission for Absolution. Chapter 637, Mary comes to visit. Max began preparing to have a massive influx of visitors just after everyone started to get settled in, but that wasn't something that he hadn't had practice with before. The staff of Terminus had gone through this multiple times before, and the entire city that General Tennant had settled had suffered the same fate, so he knew that he could at least host a party, even if most of the ship wasn't entirely online and ready for regular business yet. It would help the crew bond, so he began to make plans for a multiple-day event, having his crew party the night before the christening and then continue it through the day with the visitors present. That should give them an idea of who was local and who wasn't, as well as provide them with a chance to interact with the Reavers at large. They were guaranteed to see a lot of them in the future, given the size of the ship and the facilities that it boasted. Anything short of a colony ship could be built or rebuilt inside the hangars of Absolution, and with a bit of effort, they could find a way to get a colony ship inside as well, so any reaver in their vicinity was likely to drop in for some repairs and upgrades, as well as a chance to visit the city center of the ship to pick up some supplies. That wasn't as necessary as it used to be, but not everyone's replicator and material printer systems had the same items programmed into them. The ones that the reavers sold only contained a small sample of the possible permutations, leaving it up to the purchaser to obtain the design plans for everything else. That way, artisans could still sell their goods, and it wouldn't encourage ships to isolate themselves from the world. Many centuries in the past that had become a huge problem in some reaver families and among the Deathwind mercenaries. Too small of a gene pool and an unwillingness to interact with others had spelled their doom over the course of a few generations. It also kept interplanetary trade going, since the ability to code new items into the replicators by simply scanning them wasn't a standard feature but an additional function that was only on the units that Nico had developed specifically for their use. Keeping the galactic economy functioning was a delicate balancing act, one that Max was beginning to see had many more layers than just simple conveniences like the replicators. The planets had been relying on each other for generations, so if they broke those bonds now, the resulting chaos would make the Civil War seem mild in comparison. Most planets couldn't sustain themselves anymore. They relied on others for something that they lacked, so if the few that could sustain themselves cut everyone else off, a lot of people would die, and the nations would break down all over again. That was why Cygnus was distributing an even more limited older version of the replicators and materials printers than their military was using. It made luxuries possible while still making foreign specialties unobtainable without trade. Max prepared to send out the last message of the morning so that he could relax for a bit and head down to the Mecha trainers and the gym, getting back on his training regimen. All guests and personnel aboard Terminus. In 42 hours' time, we will be docking with Absolution for the ceremonial first deployment party. Please be advised that the bays of Terminus will be opened once we are docked, and the staff of Absolution will be available to guide guests who wish to visit the new vessel. The cheering in the minds of the cruise ship guests nearly gave Max a migraine, but it was good to see them so excited about a port of call. They hadn't gotten to take an off-ship excursion in a while, and that was one of the larger draws of being on a wandering colony ship. He was just finishing a set of curls in the gravity-enhanced training room when his message alarm went off. Some VIP was requesting to visit Terminus directly, and the ship's communications officer had deemed it important enough to inform him or request his permission. "Sir, Mary Tereth is on her way up from the surface. Your locator placed you in the gym, and I thought that you would like a heads up before your mother-in-law showed up unannounced." The communications staff of Terminus were all great workers and deserved a raise, Max decided. Mary was a handful at the best of times, and being caught off guard only made it more difficult to ascertain what she was really up to. Her mind was like Nico's in a way. What she was thinking on the surface had nothing to do with her ulterior motives and ultimate goals, and it always caught him off guard when she suddenly changed the topic to what she really wanted. Max dialed the gravity settings back down from 10 times standard to twice standard before he left so that whoever came in next had time to adapt and wasn't accidentally crushed by the gravity change, then went to shower before Mary's shuttle made it up to him. He barely made it in time, but he was freshly changed and waiting at the hangar when she landed, using one of the new morphable hull shuttles that Nico had designed only a few weeks ago. "I like the new ride. It looks like Nico keeps you right on top of the newest designs." Max greeted her with a smile. "Not this time. I had to beg Uncle Lou for a new ride so that I could show off for the crowd at the planetary docks. This is one of his experimental models. He has been using the hull design that Nico sent him to develop new warp shield frequencies in an attempt to give us smooth velocities all the way from warp 1 to 30. It would be an incredible feat if he can actually manage it, but making a single warp core capable of that much variability seems to be a daunting task." Mary replied with a shrug, indicating that she didn't understand the complexities of warp core design. That made sense. His lab was inside the moon base over Ray 5, and Mary Tereth was serving as the head of the Reaver Council at the moment, so they had a lot of interaction. The old Khmor Royal's ambition was quite impressive, though, even for a mad scientist. If he could come up with a design capable of something that even the Alliance had given up on making practical, they could sell them all over the universe. Assuming that the Alliance government didn't come up with a big money offer to keep that particular technology off the open market. Max knew that there were going to be at least a few such requests incoming over the next few days when he made the capabilities of the new weapons and shuttle designs public, and they had the chance to see the designs for themselves. He just had to wait for the legal team to go over the rules regarding the weapons usage before he announced them to everyone, and had to answer questions about antimatter munitions on a technical level. "So, what brings you here so early? We've still got a whole day of staff transfers and bonding before the official ceremony," he asked Mary, who was setting a covered dish on a rolling cart from her shuttle. "Cake, of course. I am not making enough for an entire city, but I thought that we could sit and chat for a while. I know you have a particular fondness for sweet chocolate cake, so I brought your favorite. It's a prime opportunity while my daughter is away to have some time to chat." Those were dangerous words coming from her. Not because she was malicious, but because she was, for lack of a better term, his mother-in-law, and she could want nearly anything. While attempting to scour her mind for the true reason behind her visit and finding only the video of a pop tune playing in her mind, Max led her to his suite, with the cake-laden cart floating silently in between them through the empty halls near the command quarters. Mary Tereth was getting just as good as Nico at hiding her surface thoughts from him, and he was going to have to work on a way to get around that blocking technique more quickly before he got some annoying song stuck in his head. Chapter 638. Venue Options. Mary smiled at Max's stressed expression, then patted him on the shoulder. "Relax, I'm not going to ask you for anything extreme. I'm just concerned about my Nico and how she's adapting. You know how she is, she doesn't really share personal matters, but you're inside her head and bed, so you likely know her better than anyone." Max couldn't help but laugh at that phrasing. Mary was right, he had been both in Nico's head and her bed. She's doing quite well, actually. The design of absolution is her idea, and we didn't even have to stop her from trying to put out anything extreme or demonic. The influence of the Innu researchers might be rubbing off on her, mellowing her out a little bit, but she's just as high energy as they are, so she hasn't suffered from the hyperactive state that many of the other humans suffer from hanging around them for too long. You have no idea how active their minds are, and they're cheerful at every hour of the day, and even worse when you give them coffee. I've made a note of it in the species logs, by the way." Max replied. "Ah, yes, I saw that. The Innu envoy has a fondness for drinking espresso by the liter. I have warned the staff about similar incidents since many of the other Reaver ships have taken some Innu repair staff on board now. There are over 200 of them among the Reaver fleets in total now." Mary agreed. It was good to hear that the fleet was slowly integrating with other species, but that reminded Max of the article that he had read the other day about the curious species. He pulled it up quickly and sent a copy to Mary. "Read that later. I think it will make you laugh. But on the topic of Nico, the latest designs have been surprising." "How much has she told you about her memory issues?" Max asked. He knew that Mary knew most things about Nico, but he wasn't sure how much she knew about her daughter's memories of a past life. Her flashes of inspiration, they're almost always combat-related, but sometimes they give her good ideas for new weapon developments. "Is that where the new munitions came from?" she asked. Max shook his head. "Quite the contrary. These are totally separate developments from what shows up in the flashes of inspiration. They are totally new things and not from any sort of outside source. I think it might be a good sign that she is finally achieving a balance in her life, where her strange memory flashes aren't guiding her actions anymore." Mary considered that for a while before answering. "I think that's good, then. She loves combat a lot, no matter how you look at it, but when those thoughts were at their strongest while she was still a toddler, they seemed to be taking over her mind entirely. I think it was the boredom of being a child and being unable to do anything, but I did worry that she might go too far one day. Plus, these new designs are much more elegant than the old ones. It's like a refinement in an artist's style. The flowing lines, the organic touches, the adaptability, it's all wonderful, and the other commanders are loving what you're turning out from Terminus Trading Company's labs. We haven't informed anyone outside of the council about the antimatter weapons so far, but they should have documents ready for you soon. They found a historical precedent for them, and it has made the exact status in human law much more clear, I am told. But enough of work talk. I think we need to plan a proper ball. It's all well and good to let the other Reavers and the commoners have their party, but we need to put on something for the commanders to get together and network. You are much less rigid than most of them, so I thought you might have forgotten about it, and that's why I'm here to help you plan for a proper party." There it was, the real hidden reason behind her visit. showing off her status and wealth in front of people who got to annoy her on a regular basis, thanks to her political position. A bit of petty payback while she subtly bragged about how well her family was doing under her guidance. Since she came with cake, it was hard to say no to her, and she was right. It was good to get all the commanders and ship captains together in one spot during a party so that their subordinates could actually relax and enjoy themselves. You couldn't really let loose when your boss, the person who made the decisions that would affect the course of your entire life, was likely to show up at any minute and see you drunk out of your mind or making other questionable life decisions. So, what are you thinking? There is a nice garden in the right wing, near the back of the ship, that isn't being used for anything yet. It is designated as a public space, but it's not open to the public at the moment since the Shin and the Dryads wanted to take a look at it before it was contaminated by heavy use. Or we could use Central Park, which isn't far from the portion of the crew quarters that we have filled so far and wouldn't require transport if they wanted to see the start of the commercial areas afterward. I'm hopeful that we can recruit a number of the Dryads to our fleet as well. They're basically hippies and big on the natural order, but they're good with plants and psychotropic drugs that have minimal side effects. You can't keep the crew from trying to find something, but if you find them the best stuff and eliminate most of the addictions, it solves a lot of problems before they occur. Max replied. Mary chuckled and shook her head. You really are more lax than most commanders. Even off duty, most commanders would whip their crew for using controlled substances on board. That's strictly off-ship vacation behavior to most commanders. But I suppose for a world ship, it makes sense. You can't really make port calls with that thing. You are the port of call. Exactly. Terminus is a cruise ship, so we expect the guests to let loose and try to sneak things in, but for absolution, we need to be very strict with what is circulating through the population, and the Dryads are geniuses in that field. It's not like the Reavers have never run drugs before, and they seemed confident that they can keep the unauthorized products under control while still getting their product on the down low to the sailors who are looking for it. The two chatted for a few more hours, making plans for the party and going over the layout of the green space before Max called in one of the Shin and the Dryad envoy to add their opinions to the matter of the party, as well as the Dryad's intentions to be the supplier of all things normally considered illicit. The Dryad was the happiest he had ever seen her when she heard that they saw things her way. See, if you get them the good stuff, they don't need it all the time, and you can keep the dirty stuff out because who needs it when you can get something better? I think I have a few shipmates who would be willing to transfer to Absolution to take care of the gardens and some other matters. The Shin waved his branches in agreement. I intend to stay here on Terminus and take care of my world tree, but there will be a shipload of my kin coming soon to apply for jobs on Absolution, tending to her plants. From what I can tell, the designer intended for it to be that way because they made an entire biome with all of our favorite flowers and meter-deep rich black soil. Max smirked at the shrub-looking being's enthusiasm and brought out a data tablet with the details of the biome that Nico had designed for the Shin and other similar species. Yes, there's one that I am certain your people will love. It's just over 10 kilometers long and 5 wide, oval in shape, and fully customizable for environmental settings separately from the main ship. It seems like a paradise for flora-type species, but you are the expert, not me. Yes, very good, very good. The Central Park area where you wish to hold the party is a good choice as well. It shouldn't take any lasting damage from a rowdy bunch of commanders, and the plants there can be easily repaired and regrown. By the time the parties are over, the non-human job seekers should be here, and they can take care of the aftermath. Chapter 639. New Admiral Max watched on the viewscreen as small ships began to dock at every conceivable location along the hull of Absolution. Even the maintenance airlocks had been deemed sufficient docking space for shuttles without anyone important on them, and all of their new residents were in a partying mood. It hadn't taken long once the Reavers were on board to get things organized and start setting up all of the essential services aboard the newly minted ship, and now they were preparing for the pre-commissioning party. Technically, you could consider the ship in commission, as it had its crew on board now, but it hadn't been assigned any tasks yet, and most of them hadn't even unpacked, so it was more of a move-in and party atmosphere. The guests from other Reaver companies had been guided to public areas of the ship, away from where the inhabited residential areas were, and Max was preparing to head over himself to greet their final round of staff. The commander had been buying goods on credit to sell elsewhere, but after a number of bad calls that didn't cover the cost of transport and purchase and then the loss of all 3 ships, they had nothing left to give, and the Reaver Council stripped them of their status. That had proven to be a great opportunity for the Terminus Trading Company to fill 2/3 of the needed Reaver staff. With a world ship to pilot and manage, they were in need of skilled crewmen, and the men of the Crimson Fists were more than eager to get back to work. Of course, Max had politely declined all of their senior staff, as they should have been the commander's inner circle, stopping him from making such a horrendous series of mistakes, but they had failed, and it wasn't a good example for his crew to take them in so soon after they had been disbanded. Terminus Trading Company was desperately short on qualified leaders at the moment, and he had already had to send his battalion commanders to pilot ships, despite the fact that they would have been much better remaining in charge of a mecha force. There simply weren't enough Reavers that had proven themselves capable and trustworthy to fill all of the positions that needed a competent and trustworthy subordinate, so Max had to make do with what he had. "Commander, the majority of the staff is gathered in Central Park, awaiting your arrival. Once your speech is done, I have scheduled 4 hours for you to socialize with the crew before the other commanders are in the park for the party. It's not a whole lot, but it should be enough to start to get to know the new staff, and we can adjust attitudes as necessary later." Nico suggested. "I'm a bit afraid to ask what you mean by that, so I won't ask, and you can try not to think about it once I get there. Give me 3 minutes, and I will be on your doorstep," Max replied, then left to get in a shuttle. On the bright side, he believed that he had found the perfect admiral for absolution. Lord Commissar Penner was a battle axe of a woman, sharp of tongue, wit and features, but she was completely fearless about speaking her mind, and she knew how to keep order. If there was anyone who Max would trust to put in charge of his home when he was away, it was a commissar who had led infantry regiments both through the mud and blood of combat and from the operations center on a planetary scale. If she could see to it that as many soldiers made it home alive as possible, she could certainly do the same from the command seat of a world ship. She had been running a mixed martial arts gym on Ray 5 when she saw the recruitment post come through and had initially applied for the position of Chief of Police. Once Nico had seen her qualifications, she forwarded the application to Max, and now he would get to give her the good news as soon as he landed. Nico had sent her to pick him up from the docks, and he would present her with her badges as soon as she accepted command of the ship's navigation and piloting crew. The Admiral was in charge of all docks, movement and deployments, answering only to Max, or his second-in-command, if he decided to depart the vessel and leave Nico in command of the ship for some strange reason. That was honestly a terrible idea. Nico would take the world ship into combat at the first opportunity, so he would prefer to leave the Admiral in charge the same way that he did with Admiral Drake when he left Terminus. "Commander Karras Max, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Eleanor Penner, but you can call me Commissar. Everyone else does." The scarred woman greeted Max as he stepped out of his shuttle. "I have a better proposition. I need an admiral to keep this riffraff in order. I think you would be perfect for the job as a battle-seasoned Lord Commissar." "How about it? Do you want the job, Admiral Penner?" Max replied. For a moment, he thought he saw a mistiness soften the woman's hard expression before she gave him a stiff salute and a small smile. "It would be an honor, Commander." Her thoughts betrayed the joy and gratitude that she was hiding behind the hard exterior of a military discipline officer, and Max couldn't help but smile back. "You know, it's likely to be a lot more work than just being the Chief of Police, but I am glad you accepted. I really didn't want to search for someone else who was qualified to lead the crew of a world ship," he told the new admiral. Max took her badges of rank out of his pocket and passed them over for her to attach to her coat, an old infantry commissar's jacket, mostly red with gold trim and made of thick wool that was uncomfortable in every weather condition. "Welcome to the crew, Admiral. Now, let's go greet the crew before Nico gets bored and starts a fight club or something," Max joked. "She's already started a drinking competition, and nobody has realized that she's a cyborg yet," Admiral Penner replied in a dry voice, making Max sigh. He would have to hurry so that he could save his new management team from their own poor decisions. When Max and Admiral Penner arrived in the Central Park area of Absolution, the staff meeting had already devolved into the beginning of a raging party. Everyone was getting to know each other, as Max had hoped, and they were all getting along, despite coming from very different cultures. "Shut the feth up, your commander is here," Admiral Penner shouted into a microphone, bringing everyone's attention to the front of the park where they had just walked up onto the podium to give the arrival speech. Chapter 640. Meeting the staff. Max stepped up to the microphone with a smile on his face as the crowd settled to a low murmur, mostly about what they could expect of working for the Terminus Trading Company with a woman like her in the upper ranks of the ship's command. I see you have all met Admiral Penner already. She will be in charge of ship operations and navigation. Those of you in her department, be sure to come to say hello and get to know her later. If you haven't already guessed, I am Commander Karis Max, head of the Terminus Trading Company and pilot of the Titan-class Mecha, Cleansing Light. It is an honor to have you all come to join our most recent expansion and make your home here aboard Absolution, the first world ship class operations center in the entire Reaver fleet. She certainly won't be the last, now that we have the basic template, as well as the technological advancements to propel such a glorious vessel through space at a reasonable speed. It will be a lot of work to get a community of millions in order, but I have faith that we have found the most competent applicants in 3 worlds to take on the job. That is what you are now, not just neighbors but fellow members of the Terminus Trading Company. It is good to see that many of you have changed into company uniforms already. Loyalty is more important than anything else aboard a Reaver ship, and proudly displaying the Terminus colors will never go wrong. It is not a requirement other than for certain jobs, so don't worry about updating your wardrobes already. We will be having a large number of guests arriving soon, an in-service party for Absolution, but I won't expect you all to be at work today. Instead, you can enjoy yourselves today and clean it up tomorrow once you have met your department leaders and gotten settled into your new roles. Max paused as the staff laughed for a while and told jokes to their future coworkers about the fallout of previous parties. We have arranged a separate party in the residential areas for the miners to avoid any incidents tonight, so please take note of the restrictions. Barriers should prevent anyone without authorization from entering the residential area, but if you do see one, let our law enforcement division know. They are all veteran infantrymen of the Kepler and Cygnus militaries and more than capable of escorting a few drunks out of areas that they weren't meant to be. There was a good chance that at least one spy or another type of infiltrator would be spotted tonight, and they would take care of that too, but there was no need to mention that to the crew during the opening speech. Absolution will be traveling the galaxy for a while, sorting out existing issues, and then it will set course for other nearby galaxies, at least one of which is officially listed as fully developed, according to the Alliance. No other human has gone and properly greeted our neighbors. We will be the first, and I expect that you will make a great impression on them. And if we don't, our Mecha will. Someone in the crowd yelled, making those standing near him facepalm at his lack of tact in front of the commander. No, he has a point. Not everyone that we meet is going to be friendly, but Absolution has a significant military presence on board, and we will react with the necessary force if anyone threatens us. Terminus Trading Company spends much more time on trade negotiations than actual trading most days, but with this expansion to our fleet, we can start sending out the main vessels to engage in the primary duties of a Reaver company. Trading goods. On that note, should any of you have a product made here aboard Absolution that you wish to have marketed off the ship, let the division leaders know. I haven't had a chance to meet them all myself, but we have 4 hours before the rest of the guests begin to arrive, so make the best of it and make some new acquaintances. That was enough speech to welcome new employees, especially when there were nearly 1 million of them gathered here in the Central Park area. They were already socializing, and Max noticed more and more badges being pinned to coats and shirts that designated which department people worked in so that they could find their coworkers more easily and not have to deal with complete strangers tomorrow. Nico had done a wonderful job getting everyone ready for his arrival, and the crowd was already splitting into divisions, where everyone sought out those with similar jobs or interests. The entertainment division sorts were crowded with interested workers, all wondering what sort of places they were working at and the types of entertainment that they could expect from the first day of full operations. The recruiters had picked staff to do everything that they thought the city might need, and a lot of it was based on their experience staffing the cruise ship aboard Terminus, so there was no shortage of entertainment workers in the crowd. Some of them were even heading to their workplaces early, and Max could see Nico sending out a message to all the management staff, informing them that if their shop was nearby, now was a great time to meet their staff by the doors or even open it up, if they thought they could handle the influx of people passing through to see what they had to offer. The bar staff was right on top of that. There was a strip of clubs only a block away, and Max could sense the anticipation as the staff made their way over. Tipping wasn't standard practice in Reaver culture, but it was still common in nightclubs and taverns as a way to ingratiate yourself to the staff or show off for a date. Generosity was always near the top of desirable personality traits, after all. Max and the Admiral made their way down from the podium once the speech was finished and started greeting the managers who had gathered near the front and shaking hands. Most of the staff didn't really stand out, but there were a few interesting and impressive characters in the crowd. One of the hires from Ray 5 was a former researcher for Uncle Lou, who couldn't take the stressful work environment, but she had found herself the perfect home, running a virtual reality arcade in the residential areas. Another was an 18-year-old son of a bureaucrat from their first stop who had skipped multiple grades in school and finished his business accounting degree only weeks before the hiring notice went out. He would be in charge of payroll for the sanitation department, and Max wondered how many people had dropped out of the running for him to end up at the top of the list without any job experience. He was supremely boring, mentally calculating the overtime hours that he would have to add to the payroll to clean up after the party was finished, even before it started. Maybe that was what you wanted in an accounting department manager, though. The rest of the accountants didn't seem that much more interesting. There were big egos, shut-ins who only showed up because they assumed it was mandatory, and working parents who had already decided just how long they had to stay to be polite before they could head home again and relax on the couch with their kids. At the moment, there were no two-income families on the ship, not that they were actually needed, but Max knew that before long, most of the older kids and spouses would be looking for something to do, and Absolution City, as he was mentally calling the first residential area of the vessel, would start to reorganize itself. Naturally, as the ship's population grew, there would be many more such areas, and an entire nation would form within the ship, given its immense size. Each floor was large enough to be a small country on a 900-kilometer-long vessel, and even with kilometer-tall ceilings, there were 20 floors that weren't designated for industrial or ship docking purposes. Max had been mingling for 2 hours and was about to start looking through the nearby shops when he noticed a few very unique appearances in the crowd that were drawing the attention of everyone around them. The botany experts from the Shin and Dryads had shown up to the party to mingle, and the sight of new species entranced the humans. Very few of the crew had seen someone who wasn't human before, other than those who had fought the Narsians or who had come from other Reaver vessels, so the sight of a tree floating on a gravity pad and talking through a handheld device was a top highlight of their lives so far. The Dryads seemed to be running interference for the Shin, who was quickly overwhelmed by the questions of the curious humans, and Max noticed that they did an incredible job of blending in with the crowd. They were clearly not human, but once they started talking to the crowd, it looked like everyone had forgotten that and began treating them like new friends. It wasn't some super secret skill or anything, only an application of their innate attunement to the atmosphere of the crowd that let them know just the thing to say, but it was refreshing to see, and Max wondered if he should bring in more non-human mental health professionals, assuming there were other species that good at setting people at ease. Chapter 641. Brilliant ideas. As the crew began to disperse through the commercial district closest to the park, the visitors started to arrive, ready for a sneak peek of the new ship from the inside. The outside of Absolution was impressive enough, but getting to see the interior, with kilometer-high ceilings and vast open spaces, was an entirely different matter. The apartments above the commercial district were off-limits, only accessible with a resident access card, but they could see into some of the lower-level units that had left their curtains open or which were currently unoccupied, with only the essential furnishings. The feeling that they got was that of the capital city on Ray 5, a mix of an urban party atmosphere and luxury usually associated with successful Reaver companies and wealthy land-bound families. It painted a very tempting picture of Terminus Trading Company to the guests, and even with so few shops open, there were still plenty of activities to do in the very limited area they could access. The ship was 900 kilometers long. Short of taking a shuttle across its length, there was no way to see even a single % of it in one night, but the core of the currently occupied area was enough for them, and Nico had made a limited 3-dimensional simulation available. She had left all the sensitive areas out of the map, but the parks and much of the primarily residential area were visible and could be explored by those who wanted to see more than just the city and the park. The commanders of the assembled companies had come to see Max at Central Park, right next to the stage where he had addressed the crew a few hours ago, led by the captains of the Black Dog Mercenary Company. Commander Karras. Max, I must say, you have done very well for yourself. The rest of us are fighting for the resources to create a proper colony on a planet, and you built your own moon-sized ship. The mercenary laughed. We have some advantages since we are the ones testing all of the next-generation technology. Give it a decade or so, and anyone who can manage to obtain the crew could make one of their own. Max countered, making the mercenary laugh even harder. You have what, 4 million people here now, and it barely fills one sector on one floor when they're not spread out to work. Even with all the resources that my mercenaries have accomplished, we couldn't fill a ship like this if we wanted to. The most recent releases for cutters are very tempting, though. I believe they're the ones you're using on Terminus, though I suspect that a fresh generation of them has been made for this glorious operations center, as you called it. Max smiled back at the half-drunk and clearly overwhelmed mercenary leader. Those cutters are available from the shipyards here in the Ray 5 system. If I'm not mistaken, they have all signed agreements to make royalty payments in exchange for the plans. Anything bigger is overkill on almost every mission, anyhow. Not many planets are sending out a destroyer full of cargo at a time, and even fewer are having a problem big enough to need one to come loaded with mecha to save them. A few more Reaver captains had arrived to catch the last bit of the conversation and chuckled at that. Given this new tech, only a full-on Clem invasion would need more than 1 or 2 cutters worth of forces to deal with. We have heard a lot about the battle against the Volga, though we were with the portion of the company that stayed behind. Most of the big bosses are still over there, sorting things out or moving trade goods to Alliance customers. Even after factoring in losses, the invasion has been a big win for most of us, just with the price of the trade contracts. We've got loads of Alliance goods coming back as well, the sort of stuff that we don't know how to make ourselves or just stuff that seemed kind of cool. Ray 5-star system looks very different than it did before the Volga decided to play the fool. A Reaver in a purple felt top hat informed the group. That's true, the replicators can work miracles for food production, but gathering so much raw material just to feed mass consumerism isn't happening with most commanders. Besides, what would they do with that much shiny junk once people got bored of it? Another commander joked. Absolution has a very good recycling system. Pretty much everything organic can be recycled into a new product with just a bit of extra energy consumed. I know not every ship has the sort of excess power supply that we do, but it's an option. Max suggested, you have been living in the future too long. According to the data specs of the cutters available for purchase from the Moon Base factory, my current cutter has 8% of the total power supply. If I used replicators for everything like you do here, I would have to drop out of warp at every meal. The power usage is insane. It's just that your ships have so much of it available from these fancy new warp drives that you don't notice. The first commander pointed out. His ship was an early warp 4 generation cutter, and it was the only ship in his company's fleet, so simply replacing it was out of the question, and even overhauling it was enough to nearly bankrupt them. So they had been paying the premium to use portals whenever possible to speed up his deliveries. Unless they were going to just straight up crash the economy and try to rebuild it from scratch, it would take generations to fully change over from old tech to new, and by then, there would be another new generation of equipment available, and who knew what sort of things humanity would have come up with in the intervening decades. I know it can be frustrating, being a generation behind when things are changing this fast, but keep an eye open for announcements from Absolution. After we have things up and running, I plan to make some very lucrative deals for the Reaver Trade Group members that do a lot of business with the Terminus Trading Company. It's no secret that we have all the best toys and that many of them are still very much experimental. Even Absolution is a prototype, and the final version that gets distributed to whoever can afford such a monster of a vessel will have millions of refinements, both large and small. But we also have a lot of techs that have been finalized, and I am prepared to offer it at a steep discount to our loyal contractors. The commanders chuckled at Max's sales pitch, but he had a point. Who would turn down his missions if they could get access to the latest generation of gear at a heavy discount as part of their payment? The details weren't clear, but they recognized a number of the Reavers who were wearing Absolution staff uniforms, and as far as they knew, they were from the Crimson Fists, which everyone knew were having troubles, but not nearly as many knew had been disbanded and absorbed into the Terminus Trading Company. From the visitor's point of view, it looked like Max had just bought out an entire Reaver company so he could have skilled staff for his new ship. It was tempting to the more cash-strapped commanders, but it set a scary precedent. It wasn't often that a company had that sort of money floating around, and even rarer that they would try to buy out someone who wasn't even a competitor. But then, none of them were surprised that a Reaver party was as much for showing off as it was for recreation. If you couldn't show off your power and toys, why even bother bringing strangers to the party? When you were behind, you threw parties for those you could trust and build up your network. You didn't invite every company leader in half a galaxy to come to see your new ship. Max listened to all of the various theories about what the Terminus Trading Company was up to while he drank and chatted with the commanders and even made a note of some of them. That many brilliant minds in one spot generated a lot of well thought out and detailed conspiracy theories and speculative conversations that he could use as inspiration for their actual future course of action. Chapter 642, Orientation Day. The party ran until well after noon the next day before it finally wound down. Most of the staff went home early, but by the time dinner was starting to be served at the houses further from the chaos, there were hundreds of thousands of reavers passed out anywhere that seemed remotely comfortable. Up against trees, on the grass of the parks, and on the floors and tables of the entertainment venues that had been opened the night before to get a head start on building their reputations as the place to be. It would be a few more hours until many of them recovered enough to start getting mobile again, but the staff had gathered for their first day of official orientation. They had a lot of new technology to learn, as well as practices and procedures set by their leaders. Things were done differently on every planet, so when you had an eclectic group like this, you had to set a single standard. That meant negotiations of a sort. The way that the leaders of the divisions were used to doing things wasn't always the best way, but some of the employees would have other, more efficient ideas, and the reavers were always open to easier ways to get their jobs done. The most surprising idea for the Public Services Office, which took care of the paperwork for employees and residents, actually came from a collaboration between a dryad and one of the vampires that had snagged a position in middle management. Their suggestion was that everyone would get a nanotech implant to verify their identity and current document status. That was normal for Kepler and for the vampires, who had a more primitive version than the system, but many of the reavers and Cygnus citizens couldn't use system-based features, so it hadn't been in the manager's initial plan. It wouldn't give them a full-on system, but it would carry all of their identification and records inside their bodies so that they didn't need to produce anything at the offices and so that every clinic could get all their medical history in an instant. For non-Kepler humans, that was usually what their identification card was for. But it could get lost, stolen or even duplicated. This method was much more secure and would help prevent infiltration. It would also eliminate those embarrassing moments when you accidentally lock yourself out of your house, workplace, or vehicle. The nanotech implants replaced regular keys, and the ship was already set up for them. It was a measure set up by Nico and was also used on Terminus so that they could keep secure areas secure. Guests got a more traditional card or download to their communications device to serve as a key to their rooms. Implementation was easy. Everyone had to come by the office over the course of the next month to verify their data and finalize security clearances, so they could just implement it as they arrived and have residents save their identification cards as a backup. Most departments came up with at least one small improvement to their procedures. The only one that Max noticed hadn't negotiated any new procedures was the bridge staff, who had Admiral Penner standing in the middle of their team, making notes of any suggestions that they had. A few suggestions were made about rearranging the bridge for more functional positioning, but nobody dared to question her procedures. Eventually, they would be less terrified of her, but for those who had served in an infantry unit or had lived on a reaver ship their whole life, the commissar was a terrifying existence, and they had grown up on the stories of other commissars executing misbehaving children and soldiers on a whim. It was just a story told to children, in the case of the reavers, but looking at her didn't convince many people that she wouldn't execute them for acting out, even as grown adults. Max listened in on their thoughts while she tried injecting a joke into the conversation so that her new crew would relax a little around her. It brought absolute silence to the room as soon as she spoke it, and Max could tell that more than one of the junior bridge staff had actually hidden, thinking that she meant it literally. Try joking about little things. Very little things. Joking about feeding them to your pet Clem only makes them think you actually have a pet Clem. Max mentally reminded her. Then give me a better joke. I'm bad at jokes, always have been, and they look like they might wet themselves. She thought, they're talking about scheduling now, so ask them to open this file on the projector. Reaver Code 3 Section 16, Paragraph 400. The proper chastisement for tardiness. Max suggested. The paragraph read, being late for your shift is unacceptable without proper notification or during the previously listed exceptional situations. Should you be late for your shift, the member who covered for you may ask you to cover an equivalent amount of time for them at a later time. Should this inconvenience your superiors, they may ask you to cover the shift in the absent employee's uniform and nameplate so they don't have to remember a new name. The bridge staff was fairly evenly mixed between male and female staff members, with a few gender-neutral combat cyborgs in the mix. Forcing those who missed their shift to wear someone else's uniform was a recipe for hilarity and disaster. Who Would cover for a late crew member was up to the admiral or the bridge officer on duty, not the friends of the missing crewman, so it could be used as a reward or a punishment, depending on who was missing and who wanted time off later. The admiral had them open the relevant passage so that they could memorize it for future reference and then added her own version of a joke in her usual dry voice. I would like to add that should any of you fine folks show up late, you will be wearing the uniform of Navigator Johns, who is always happy to have a shift off. Johns was one of the combat cyborgs, and his uniform consisted of a rank badge magnetically locked to his implanted armor. It took a few seconds for the bridge staff to realize that she had actually made a joke, but the idea of having to work your shift naked except for your rank badge was too funny for them not to laugh. It was just what Admiral Penner needed to get the crew to start to lighten up around her. It would likely be a pretty good deterrent to having the bridge staff show up late, as well. It's good to see you all beginning to relax. We have it easy for the next few days, except for the communications officers, who will have a lot of messages to pass through to operations, but that doesn't mean you can slack on attendance. If the ship needs to move or there is a combat situation, it will happen in a matter of seconds, so you need to be here and at your stations during your entire scheduled shift or have someone cover for you while you are on break. It has been a pleasure to meet you all, and I look forward to getting to know you all better in the future. She finished. And feel free to show up a little late, ladies. You will look wonderful in my uniform. Johns added with a laugh, then ducked behind his console as a flurry of pens and a combat boot came flying at his head. Max smiled as he saw the scene replay in their thoughts, happy to see that his crew was already getting along well enough to toss decorum aside. He never really trusted soldiers who were too by the book and uptight. The ones that knew you well enough to tell you to feth off were the ones who were the most likely to have your back when things went wrong. He scanned the crew a little longer, not finding anything too wrong, and then moved his thoughts to the Mecha bays and strangely found them abandoned except for a few technicians. He accessed the cameras, and the area was packed with activity, but it was almost all androids, which were a rudimentary AI system and not sentient, nor would their programming allow them to become sentient. It seemed that the limits on their computing power were enough to cause his system to not recognize their actions as thought but as computer programs, the same way that Max couldn't sense the destinations of automated drones and such. But when he focused on his combat-related functions, he could link through their sensors to the target, so he would still be able to provide them with firing solutions in combat, which was a relief. Their entire strategy to use android mecha pilots relied on him being able to influence them with his system functions in order to bring them up to a standard where they wouldn't take heavy casualties. Only time would tell if that was going to give him a huge headache when that many androids were in combat, spread all over space or the surface of a planet. Chapter 643. Crew suggestions. The crew got settled in for the next few days, and the Reavers were forced to be content with viewing the ship's exterior. Terminus had been moved to her custom-designed bay in the lower levels, and establishing order within the ship was well underway. They were still severely understaffed, but a world ship wasn't intended to be filled to the brim the moment that it was built. As the name suggested, it was intended to be a traveling world, and the population would grow into it and then stabilize. For now, that meant that there was a lot of empty space within the ship, frequented only by the automated cleaning drones and an occasional sweep to make sure that the sensors weren't missing anything. Once the crew knew what they were doing, Absolution would embark on her first proper mission. The Terminus Trading Company had been chosen to cleanse the Clem from the edges of the trade group's territory. With 100 battalions of mecha on board, and the most advanced technology available to humans, there was no Reaver company better suited to the task, and Max was looking at the proof right now. Commander Karis Max, at the request of the Reaver Council, the Terminus Trading Company has been requested for the cleansing of the following planets. What followed was a list of unpopulated planets, along with directions that they should be taken intact without using extermination-level orbital attacks and destroying their habitable atmosphere. That ruled out most methods of cleansing a planet that was already in the process of being consumed by the Clem, so it made sense that he had been chosen, but it didn't make the fight any less annoying. The smaller vessels of the fleet had already broken off to take on trade missions, but Max hadn't planned to send them for this work anyhow. The mecha pilots of Absolution were all androids, so even if the fight was particularly brutal, it didn't really matter. There would be no loss of life. Nobody among the Reaver fleet had seen Absolution move under her own power yet, so Max plotted a course to the first target, a 3-day trip at Warp 5, and ordered the bridge to set the ship in motion. Shate, Feth, Shate. Guys, we're moving now. The bridge officer on duty began to shout when the message came through, and Max could sense both the momentary chaos on the bridge, as well as the amusement of Admiral Penner. She was sitting in her office, right next to the bridge, with her monitor set to watch the crew from various angles so that she could learn what they were like when she wasn't there to intimidate them. The bridge officer got everything in order in under 10 seconds and set the announcement that the ship would be going to warp in 3 minutes after it had moved clear of the gravity wells of the nearby vessels and planet. In theory, they could just directly accelerate, but it was considered rude and often created navigational issues and a gravitational backlash on nearby objects, so they would move out far enough that they didn't affect anyone with their actions. Absolution smoothly maneuvered through the crowded shipping lanes and out of the way before activating its warp field and accelerating so smoothly that not even Max's well-attuned senses noticed that they were moving. Perhaps it was the size of the vessel, perhaps it was the upgrades that had been made for this generation of vessels, but he could get used to that. Max thought back on the very first time that he had gone to warp aboard Abraham Kepler and shook his head. If that was the standard that other species were judging humanity by, it was no wonder that they were deemed far too primitive to be included in intergalactic trade. With 3 days to prepare, Max went to the Mecha training simulators to catch up on his practice routines. There were a surprising number of staff members already there when he arrived, despite the fact that none of them were currently assigned to Mecha duties. "What's this? A bit of sport or training to get certified on a new Mecha?" Max asked the young woman standing next to one of the pods, which was occupied by an equally young man, though Max suspected that they were no younger than he was. They just looked at it due to the influence of the system on his development. The virtual reality simulations here are far more advanced than anything that we have seen before, so we wanted to learn a bit more. We both checked out on the line Mecha at our previous posting, but from what I can tell, Absolution doesn't even have any of them on board. She explained. That is not true. There are none in the civilian areas, but there are a large number of the new samurai pattern line Mecha in the Defense Force fleet. Max explained. I didn't see any recruitment for the Defense fleet. I don't suppose that they're shorthanded, are they? She asked hopefully. At the moment, the entire Defense fleet is made up of android pilots. The only humans involved are the drone pilots. Once the androids are fully battle-tested, I will make a decision on whether their performance requires us to introduce more humans back into the battlefield. I suspect that a commander on the ground would likely be best for them, but again, that will be decided later. When we designed Absolution, the goal was to eliminate as many possible casualties during an attack as possible. The youngster nodded but looked a bit sad. It's just not the same without real mecha pilots. They're the heroes of the ship, you know. It's not the same to have androids do the job, even if it saves lives. Max thought about that for a while, then sighed. You're right, I will see what the roster looks like, and start testing out wing leaders, to see how they interact with the androids. 1 human for every 10 mecha could still be a lot of casualties, but it would put a face to every single wing of mecha, and that would solve the issue of morale. You're a unique one, aren't you? Not many commanders would take someone like me seriously. I'm just an entry-level technician, ranked 1 on the benefits scale, as low as they come in the Terminus Trading Company. The woman joked. Broke never did equal stupid. Trust me, I know. Everyone starts at the bottom and works their way up. It's the only way that works. Some folk just move up faster than others. I think everyone knows Nico by now, but you might not know that she went from leaving the academy as a pilot to becoming a mecha designer to lead researcher and second in command of the company in under 2 years. Max told her with a wink. Don't compare me to her. She's not human. I mean, she's literally not anymore, but also metaphorically. Her mind is totally different than anyone else I have met. We've even got similar innate talents. I can debug any software that I come into contact with using my innate talent, but the way that she abuses loopholes in her limitations is way beyond anyone I've ever met. Beta rank utility functions compared to alpha ranked utility functions aren't usually that different. How hers isn't ranked S, I will never know. The tech complained. The issue is with Nico, not the function. I know exactly what you mean. We both started out alpha ranked, and her function just seemed broken compared to mine. If she was still in her own body, who knows what sort of insanity she would be up to by now. Max laughed. Oh, I heard about that. It was the talk of the Kepler Empire a while back after that gaming tournament. It feels like just yesterday I was watching the match online, and now I'm standing here with you, in my new uniform, working on an actual world ship. It's just surreal. Max gave her a pat on the shoulder and looked toward the other pods. You're doing a fine job. I've got to get some training in, but I will work on your suggestion to work some living pilots into the mix for the crew to look up to. I know we've got a bunch of them on the ship. I just don't know how many we can spare since we were so picky with the hiring. Chapter 644. Nostalgia moment. The young man had exited his simulation while they were talking, and he stepped out of the pod to speak his piece. If you're willing to take younger sorts, I think you will find quite a few. The refugees from the war included a lot of academy students and instructors, and they all wanted a sense of stability, so there were a lot of qualified pilots among those who came along on the spousal allowance. They're not working right now. Even I'm out of work right now since we have only been here a week, and the first round of staff isn't even used to their jobs yet. I came as her husband, but I'm qualified on the line Mecha. If you take her advice and add wing leaders who are human, I would be willing to sign up right away, even if I have to start on the line Mecha since there isn't an instructor here to check me out on a higher class of Mecha. The young man offered. Have you ever been in a Corvette class Mecha? Max asked. Other than the simulation just now? Never, he sighed. Then get back in, and I will show you the ropes. I was going to practice my piloting skills anyhow, and I can do that in a Corvette class simulator to start with. You will find that it isn't easy to keep up with me since I'm capped out on strength and nearly there on dexterity and agility as well. Max laughed. Is that even possible? No wonder you got the first Titan class Mecha the Reavers produced. The girl asked in awe. It's possible but not easy. Care to join us? I will set you up to run the Corvette class gauntlet test and activate the personal assistant subroutine to help you get used to the controls. I will apologize in advance if it swears at you. It was made to keep pilots who were already qualified up to standards in a special forces battalion, not to train rookies, so it's a bit demanding. That was an understatement, and it was also based on Nico, so trying to show it up simply wasn't going to happen, but it would be a good learning experience for them if it didn't make them cry and give up after only a few runs. If we do well enough, will you upgrade our credentials? I know it's a lot to ask as a +1 of a new employee, but you are the only one on the ship who can sign off on an upgrade, other than Nico or the Admiral, and neither of them is a pilot, are they? He asked. Don't let Nico hear you suggest that she doesn't pilot. She is a monster at the controls, the finest close combat specialist in the Empire, and she pilots Shattered Pride, a fully custom Phalanx class super heavy mecha. The Admiral is not a pilot, though. She was an infantry commissar before I made her the Admiral. Max explained. That says a lot about Admiral Penner's personality. But I should likely apologize for underestimating your second-in-command. We all know her as the mad scientist in the lab, but I forgot that there was more to her background than developing new tech with the Inu. The technician replied. Enough chit-chat. Get in the simulators, and let's see what you can do. Max ordered. Max hopped into the simulator and booted up the Corvette-class mecha that he would have the other two use for this exercise, then moved them all to the familiar training course that he had qualified on back at the academy. I hope you don't have any traumatic memories of this place. It is the one that I qualified on the Corvette-class mecha back during my academy days. I will run the course once to show you the pattern and make it easier for you. Watch what I do, and then repeat it. Max instructed them while they lined up the unfamiliar mecha at the entrance to their respective courses. Sir, might I ask, how long did it take you to qualify after you first started training on the Corvette? Class units, the technician asked. I made the standard on my first day at the sticks. I don't expect that of others, though. Not everyone has the particular advantages that I do. For the sake of their dignity, both potential pilots simply nodded and accepted his words. If they didn't think about the fact that the commander could step into a Corvette-class unit and pass the standard with it on his first day, despite still being a student, they wouldn't have to face the gaping chasm in talent between him and themselves. Max started the timer and stepped into the course, deftly weaving left to avoid the first shots, and destroying the attack drone before moving to the next point of cover, weaving right and staggering a half step to dodge 2 more shots by throwing off the drone's calculations. Every shot hit and destroyed the drones while the students watched, and Max walked out to the end of the course in under 2 minutes. Did you watch to see the position of all the drones? They don't change. They are the same for every qualification. You just need to avoid getting shot to ribbons and kill them all, or at least most of them, and you can pass the course with relative ease. The most important parts of Corvette-class qualifications are to avoid being hit. Now, get out there and show me what you've got. He had been wrong. The Corvette-class mecha wasn't capable of moving fast enough for him to actually work out the rust on his skills. He would have to change Mecha later to really give himself a proper assessment, but watching the rookies get annihilated on the test course was far too entertaining for him to stop watching so soon. No, you have to avoid getting shot. If they're on your right, don't move right to engage them. For 1, you don't have a melee weapon. For 2, you are just putting yourself in the line of fire. If you can't get a weapon on the target right away, move behind cover and regroup. There is plenty of time on the clock, but you can't take back a hit to the sensors. Max chastised them as they tried and failed to get past the 4th drone without taking a shot when it popped out of cover on their right flank. Yes, Commander, I think I have it this time, the young man replied, then restarted his test so he could try to get past the troublesome drone successfully. This time he managed to dodge the shot and get into cover, but he was slow to get back out and shoot, so it moved away along its preset route before he could shoot it. He would have to chase it if he wanted to kill it, and he wasn't moving fast enough for that, so he would have to take the miss and move forward. Keep practicing, you're getting there, and in a few weeks, I think you could do very well in the Corvette-class mecha. I will be sure to include your name when the job offers for wing leaders go out. Max encouraged them, then left the simulation for one where he could use a much faster simulated mecha and really work on his piloting skills without the limitations of a realistic unit. Chapter 645. Lightened workload. Max was just stepping out of the shower after his workout and training session in the simulators when he got an urgent message from both the Admiral and the Hunter Envoy. He checked the Admiral's message first since it was likely about a threat to the ship and nearly threw the data tablet across the room when he saw the contents. The target planet is within sensor range now. 80% of the planet is under the Clem infestation's control, and the extraction of resources has begun in earnest. The remaining 20% is in an ongoing battle with what appears to be a recently built refugee colony or unoccupied. The design of the crashed vessel on the surface suggests that they are Tapani, and the communications department has determined that they are attempting to send out a rescue message, but the Clem presence is mostly masking their attempt. It couldn't really get worse, so he checked the message from the Hunter Envoy. 80% of the planet appears to be covered in the no-tag limit game species known as Clem. This is a courtesy message informing you that there will be a hunter presence in the world during your cleansing effort. We will endeavor to stay out of your way, but please accept our apologies if our hunting grounds cross. That wasn't bad. If the hunters wanted to kill Clem here, they were more than welcome to join the fight. Max sent the Huntress a map of their initial deployment plan in response since the drops had already been mapped before the extent of the Clem presence had been determined. The only thing that would change would be which units, or possibly how many of which units, would be sent to each location, so it would be good enough for the Huntress to deploy her own teams without landing right on top of a mecha regiment. Which drop location will you be at, Commander? The Huntress fleet is highly interested in watching your performance. She sent it back. I will be at this location, on the east side of the human settlement, while my second in command will be with this regiment on the west side of the colony. They might not be particularly amenable to being rescued by Reavers, but I suspect that in these circumstances, they might not mind as much as usual. Rescue beacons don't discriminate, you get who you get. I will be sending a team to both of those locations to join your group. The others want a properly verified recording of your prowess in a prolonged battle, and I have seen that your leaders requested that this planet be taken in an inhabitable state. Max didn't bother to ask how she knew that. Their communications weren't exactly secure by the Hunter's standards, so their ship likely just automatically decrypted the message when it came in. There wasn't time to really change much about this deployment, but what he could do we test the limits of his skills. Max reached out to the mecha in the hangar bays, all of which were on standby in case there was trouble before they got to their destination, and found that when he tried to link with that many, everything became blurry and indistinct, and he almost immediately got a headache. So, he moved to team leaders, and that cleared the blurriness up some, but the headache remained and was rapidly getting worse. Moving to only linking his system function through the 400 battalion commanders made the pressure in his head tolerable, and he was able to properly merge with their targeting data to provide proper firing solutions. It wasn't perfect, but he could maintain it for an extended battle, and the super heavy mecha could very easily share their targeting data, upgraded by Max, to the rest of the battalion, so if the leader remained in a support position in the back, as most Thunder Pattern super heavy mecha did, it would be able to assist the entire unit. It was a bit of a disappointment that he couldn't make Nico's plan work perfectly since so much of the android's potential rested on his abilities. They were good pilots without his help, but that was it, just good. They also lacked a little creativity and generally were incapable of not doing things by the book. Adapting outside of known parameters was one of the greatest advantages that humans had over the Clem, and without that, he suspected that there would be a lot of losses when the Clem adapted to their techniques faster than the androids could come up with something that would work. That's when he had a brilliant idea. He couldn't send mecha pilots on such short notice, but he would have hundreds of drone fighters available, as well as the pilots of Terminus's battalion. If he tasked them to make command decisions for the battalions of androids on the ground, he could get that edge back without risking any lives. All pilots attached to Terminus stand by for orders. For this battle, we will be testing a new method of combat organization, where human pilots will serve as command officers for the android force when it is necessary to adapt and improvise to overcome Clem tactics. If necessary, you may remote pilot a unit suited to your qualifications, but your primary duty will be that of central command, adapting to the changing battlefield to limit losses among our force. Max ordered. The pilots immediately began to celebrate. Like Max, they hadn't had a good fight in a while, and even if they couldn't be on the surface, getting to lead a company from above was good enough for them. Every pilot had insisted at least once during their career that they could do a better job than Central Command was doing in the sky above them, and this was their chance to prove themselves right. If they could pull this off with minimal casualties, it would prove in all their minds that battle-tested pilots really were superior commanders to politically trained command officers. With Terminus in her hangar bay inside Absolution, they had full access to the ship's data with no lag, but it would take them some time to get organized, and Max hadn't set out a schedule for their command positions yet. He still had a few hours until the first launch, but he was cutting it very close. Chapter 646. Landing. From the moment of his decision until the launch, Max had rushed to get everything organized and make sure that the android's programming would be properly compatible with the assistance of the pilots up in orbit. They had confirmed that the colony was still holding out against the Clem forces, and he had a full drone insertion force coming to clear the landing areas, as well as set up orbits around the planet so that they could have complete coverage for their pilots although the world lacked a satellite network for them to hack. It was a comforting, familiar feeling when Max strapped himself into the cockpit of Cleansing Light, which was crouched in the cargo hold of a modified cutter. Especially once the announcement started. All hands prepare for launch. Departure scheduled in 15 seconds. The familiar voice made Max smile. Maybe on Absolution, 15 seconds actually meant what it said, but during his early days aboard Abraham Kepler, it could mean anything from 2 minutes to right that instant. Sure enough, 15 seconds after the announcement, their ship began to move, gently gliding out of the bay. It was a much different experience than a lander launch, but once the ship began to rumble and shudder through the atmosphere, his mind began to focus on combat again, and Max prepared for battle. Drone bombers have cleared your landing zone for insertion. The estimated clear time after bombardment is 4 minutes. Good luck, Commander. The announcement informed him as the map data went live on Cleansing Light's feed. The Clem horde had been pushed back, and the defenders were celebrating the unexpected arrival of reinforcements, but the bugs wouldn't be held back for long, and this was a fully developed invasion. Max could see at least a half-dozen behemoths in the crowd already, each larger than his mecha, and his battalion of AI pilots would be outnumbered 100 to 1 the moment that they landed. With 30 seconds to landing, Max checked on Nico, who should be descending right beside him, headed for the other side of the city. She was just as focused as he was, setting out a combat deployment plan for her companions, but Max noticed that she wasn't letting them just do their thing. She had improved her drone controller system function enough that she could override dozens of mecha at once, but she was using it passively in a similar way that he was using unified force to coordinate his unit's actions. The method was different, but the end result was similar. Doors will open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The cutter wasn't quite on the ground yet, but the Corvette-class unit surged forward the moment that the door opened, accompanied by the fast attack Crusaders, and moved to establish a perimeter around the cutter while the other mecha exited. When Cleansing Light stood up outside of the cutter and added its destructors to the barrage of fire that was holding the front lines of the Clem assault back, the colony's communications net and citizens nearly went crazy in joy. Nobody cared that the nation they fled from had been at war with the Reavers before being decimated. All that mattered was that there was a Titan-class mecha here to save them from the Clem. Local defense. We will focus on the eastern and western fronts, to begin with, and then spread to encircle the colony. How many souls require extraction? Max asked. In all, there are approximately 10,000 survivors. We will defend as long as we can, but our military resources are very limited, and we have been using farm-spec mecha on the front lines. Farm-spec usually referred to mecha of an obsolete design. Or, for nations which didn't use a fully modular chassis, a unit which had seen so much structural damage that it was no longer fit for combat. But they could be stripped of their armor and sold at a discount, then used in place of conventional tractors on frontier worlds, where even farming was a life-or-death activity for the residents. We will have the cutters hold their position until the encirclement is complete. If you look directly upward of your position, you will see the World Ship Class Operations Center Absolution. We will extract you to that vessel as soon as the encirclement is complete and your residents can be safely removed from the surface. Max informed the voice on the other side of the radio. Understood, Commander. Max switched his broadcast to the battalion channel and began to give orders. Thunder guns, wide pattern bombardment. Turn the battlefield into an obstacle course for the Clem. Corvette-class units, brace for impact. The Clem warriors were nearly on them, and his disruptors could only hit so many at once, so Max let the light mecha do their jobs while he picked a new target. There was a barrel-chested Clem behemoth that looked like a beetle headed their way, and it was giving him a bad feeling. If they looked like they contained a lot of innards, they were usually full of either something deadly or even more Clem, so Max focused his left arm's disruptors on it, then blasted the behemoth and everything within 50 meters of it into particles. If it was one of the sorts that could spew acid or plasma at them, it wasn't anymore, but that had enraged the other Clem, and a barrage of spikes was flying his way. Max cleared them with a burst from the disruptors and moved forward to meet the charge of the Rippers before they could get to the light mecha. His defensive lasers were constantly firing, keeping the Clem warriors off of cleansing light while he advanced, but there seemed to be no end to the tide, with more appearing by the second. Under normal circumstances, the dense mass of warriors was an effective tactic for the Rippers to make combat uninjured, but Max still had time to cut a half-dozen of the larger Clem down before the first one was close enough that he had to switch to melee weapons. The system decided that Max needed to focus, and adrenaline surged through his body as he drew his sword, joined by the distinctive mental impression of joy that meant that Nico had landed and joined combat on the far side of the city. The sun is shining, the air is clear, and it smells of burnt Clem. It's a good day for a war, Nico thought after her emotions caught his attention, sending Max into combat with the Rippers while wearing a smile on his face. Indeed, it was a good day for a war. Chapter 647. Behemoths are advancing. The air shrieked a complaint as the massive blade in the right hand of cleansing light was forced in a nearly supersonic arc, bisecting a Ripper and taking the arm off of a second, who had only just barely dodged back fast enough to avoid the same fate. Max didn't hesitate and followed up with an upward strike and a rapid shift of his feet to give cleansing light the mobility to bring the blade back down on the head of a Ripper attempting to bypass him. The lasers cleared the smaller attackers from his vicinity as the mighty blade cut through the Rippers, keeping their brutally serrated claws away from his light mecha units. For the sake of simplicity, Max had chosen the 1st Battalion to attach himself to, and they were already beginning to spread out to increase the size of their defensive line. With the initial surge of warriors mostly cleared, the rest had to run the gauntlet of thunder gun fire to get close to the unit, and the 1st Company was a reinforced unit, with 9 super heavy mecha instead of the usual 5. Nico's unit had the same, and he could hear them fighting on the other side of the encampment, but there wasn't much time to spare for that, as the next group of Rippers was already on their way, and Max's target detection had spotted the behemoth that they were trying to hide within their ranks. He fired his disruptor into their ranks and watched in horror as nothing happened. The disruptor hit a wave of plasma ejected from the behemoth and dissipated without harming anything. It was crude but effective, and it stopped him from simply eliminating the escort Clem at a distance while the behemoth advanced. All units, be advised that the Clem has developed countermeasures that are effective against disruptors. Max advised the landing force on the surface. Of the 100 battalions aboard Absolution, 60 were on the surface, with 40 held in reserve should a particular area need reinforcements or if the ship itself should come under attack. If the disruptors could be blocked, he would simply do this the old-fashioned way. Fusion flamers, clear the lines and spread out as much as possible. Minimizing civilian casualties is a priority 2 mission parameter. Max instructed his android companions, bringing instant compliance. He could get used to that. There was no hesitation or second guessing, only instant movement, and with his whole unit gaining the benefit of his targeting functions, very few shots missed their mark, leaving an impressive number of bodies scattered through the shrubs and broken trees of the battlefield. Max waited until the Rippers and their behemoth caretaker were close to his position, then activated his thrusters and charged them, sweeping through the air with his blade and firing all 6 disruptors once he was in melee range. It limited their effectiveness, but the beams tore through the Rippers in an instant, turning the bodies to ash so that his blade could have a clear path to the behemoth. With a clang that echoed through the colony, Alloy met Chitin, and the behemoth raised up to face Max in combat. Its thick front leg, pointed on its end to pierce through even the hardest of targets, was deeply wounded but holding solid as it flashed forward against Max's shield, causing the energy shielding to flare to life while Max spun the enormous mecha to the side and brought his blade down again, aiming for a joint in the chitin at the shoulder of the front leg. The behemoth twisted to avoid the blade but only managed to cause the blow to land on its upper leg, severing the limb above the thick armor of the weaponized lower limb. Its howl of rage drove the Clem into a frenzy, and Max could see that they were no longer trying to avoid the bombardment and had begun simply rushing the mecha line, reinforced by tens of thousands of new warriors coming up from holes in the ground. That was not good. If they had underground means of travel, it would be much harder to track them with drones and satellites, but the data was already fed into the mecha network, and Max could see the data updates as the androids and the pilots advising them worked to adjust to the situation. Even in his own force, the fast attack Crusaders had taken the initiative to leap over most of the battlefield and fill the tunnels with fusion flames, halting the wave of attackers for a moment, then leaping back behind the lines before they could be overrun. The Clem wouldn't allow them to do that very many times, but the first time had given the lines enough of a clearing that they had nearly doubled their coverage area. Max followed up the attack on the behemoth's limb with a forward strike, aiming for the wounded area, free of defensive armor, but was forced to use his thrusters to leap free when the behemoth fired a corrosive liquid at him. Incoming drone bombers, the battle radio advised, giving Max 10 seconds warning before they pelted the battlefield around him. There was no need for him to move, though. Cleansing light could take a hit or two if needed, but the drones were supremely accurate and would skip a drop that would land too close to him as long as he wasn't moving too far. As the bombs rained down around them, Max and the behemoth traded blows, and Max managed to hit it twice more with the disruptors, tearing large chunks of its belly armor away and leaving it bleeding heavily on the ground when it retreated to make its next attacks. Clem didn't seem to feel pain, and they would fight to the very end, but that should be close for this behemoth. Max pressed his advantage and removed its other front leg at the shoulder, leaving it without its primary melee weapons. The behemoth didn't care and simply charged with the intent to grab cleansing light in its crushing mandibles before the mecha could get away again. That put it in just the right position for Max's next strike, and his blade split the creature's head wide open, followed by a blast of the disruptor that vaporized the creature from the inside, leaving Max standing in a whirlwind of ash. He took a half-second to regroup and double-check his target options as the flames of the bombs cleared, only to see 2 more identical forms rushing at him. The behemoth had sisters, and they were not happy. Chapter 648, Learning Their Tactics. There was something very wrong with this world. Advanced behemoths learning tactics to deal with their most modern weapons was not a regular occurrence in a newly colonized Clem world. If anything, it felt more like they had invaded a Clem core world, despite its location right at the edge of human territory. There was a chance that this was a new tactic by the species, testing their capabilities and the effectiveness of sending more than the same expeditionary fleets to settle new worlds. It was about to become a nightmare for his forces, though. If cleansing light was having issues killing the creatures quickly, they were going to devastate the regular units, who weren't as capable in close combat as he was. They would have to send multiple Crusader class units to deal with a creature like this or focus the main weapons of their super heavy units on it until it was dead, taking a significant amount of their firepower away from the rest of the battle. Max considered his options and decided that it would be best to engage both behemoths at once so his unit wasn't one of many who were going to struggle with the new type of Clem. Cleansing light was more than capable of defeating these creatures without taking any significant damage, but it wouldn't be particularly quick by Max's standards. He spared a moment's thought for Nico to see if she was in the same situation and found that a hunter team had joined Shattered Pride, and their blades had become a deadly blender, mincing and chopping everything that came near them. The main battle wasn't going any better on her side, but when it came to these particular Clem, it was clear that they held the upper hand. That was when it dawned on Max. These Clem weren't designed to counter him in particular. They were designed to counter the Cygnus and Kepler mecha that the Clem had most commonly faced in the past. None of the standard pattern mecha regiments would stand a chance against this force using the last generation's technology. They could block the worst of the incoming attacks, and they would tear the mecha apart in close combat. It wasn't much of a relief to know that they were still one step ahead, though. 2-on-1, Max was going to have to be careful not to get hit hard enough to strip away layers of his shield. He briefly considered flying up and combining the disruptors for a heavier attack, but it would cause major damage to the area, and the residual energy and fallout wouldn't be good for the colonists who were right behind him. So, he waited for them to engage him, one moving to each side, as Max shuffled to keep them in position as he looked for an opening to attack. The first to make a mistake was the behemoth on his left, which stepped on a shallow tunnel, and instantly dropped 5 meters, putting it off balance and opening it up for a strike to the joint where its head met the locust-like body. Max twirled and went to strike when enormous wings opened on its back and threw the behemoth away from his blade, escaping with only a minor wound. That wasn't in his calculations. Something that size couldn't possibly fly, or at least he certainly hoped that it couldn't fly. A 40-meter-tall locust that could fly over defenses wasn't exactly something that most human cities were prepared to deal with. The escape move left the creature's underside open, and Max pressed ahead, focusing 3 disruptors together to blast a hole in its chest, which was partially blocked by a spray of what appeared to be plasma fire from the other behemoth. The escaping bug was gravely wounded, but before Max could finish it off, he had to turn to parry an incoming flurry of strikes from the serrated front legs of the uninjured partner. Cleansing Light was the faster of the two by a fair margin, but with one blade and a shield against the 2 fast-moving legs, Max was only pushing the creature back at first, trying to get into position to finish off the wounded behemoth before it could heal or escape. He saw his chance as his opponent charged, and instead of parrying, he tilted his shield forward and let the force of the strike throw him upward, so he could roll across the behemoth's back and level his disruptors at the fallen partner, vaporizing its head and leaving him on equal terms with his opponent. It shrieked in rage as the massive locust died and coated Cleansing Light in plasma fire, causing his shield warnings to light up as the heat stripped away his power output. Max charged forward out of the attack, aiming for the creature's open mouth. If he could damage the delivery mechanism, he could stop it from igniting that spray and setting him on fire again. But that wasn't happening today. The behemoth snapped its mandibles together to defend, and his blade only shattered one before a mighty kick drove him away again. The limitations of the behemoth were becoming clear now. It was incredibly fast, but only for a short time, and it was already starting to slow down as it ran out of energy. If the mecha could hold it off for even a few minutes, the creature would exhaust itself, and they could easily finish it off. Max took advantage of that, circling the side of the creature to attack its more vulnerable hind legs. It couldn't turn fast enough to keep up and lost a limb to his attack before opening its wings to hop away and trying to stomp him to death with its front legs again. Max stood his ground, letting Cleansing Light take the strike to the shield in its left hand, and then pushed the behemoth upward, sending a disruptor blast to the bottom of its head and killing the mighty Clem behemoth in an instant. For a second, there was nothing around him, and the battle seemed to pause, with the explosions and the drumming of the thunder guns all blurring into one moment of white noise, and then his senses cleared again as the adrenaline surge leveled out, and Max turned to face the rest of the Clem tide. He knew how to deal with their leaders now, and they could get the colony behind the mecha lines within the hour, so they could evacuate the civilians and really start to go all out. Chapter 649. Encirclement. With the behemoths taken care of for a moment, Max set his disruptors to a wide dispersion pattern and began to move north, working to clear the front lines so that his forces could advance and complete the perimeter around the colony so that their defenders could be released and evacuated. His troops were making good progress, but Nico's seemed to have stalled for a moment, not gaining any ground, but he could still hear heavy fire from that direction, as well as from the thunder guns of his own forces. "How is it going over there? Have any issues with the behemoths?" he asked to make sure that there hadn't been any developments that he hadn't picked up on the sensors. Tactical pause. "We are gathering the Clem into one big cluster for a push," Nico replied, and Max sighed. He knew that was half true. She had ordered her people to pause their advance and let the Clem pile up so that she could have a competition with the hunter and then gain a large amount of ground in one push. Tactically it was annoying to Max since it was hard to track her overall situation, but knowing her, it would be effective, and her forces would catch up to the progress of his own in only a short time. "Got it. I am pushing north to meet your forces, so you can clear south and meet mine at the other end. I will be monitoring so that we can prepare for the evacuation," Max replied. With the disruptors on wide dispersion, Max was clearing a wide swath of Clem warriors as he flew across the battlefield, letting his mecha chase behind him to consolidate more ground. They had to stop every few seconds to deal with a Ripper or Spitter who had snuck past Max, but they were still making good progress. But to completely encircle the colony would spread them out quite a bit and force the heavy mecha to fight alone much of the time, with assistance from the more abundant light mecha. He picked up another behemoth back to his south and stopped the advance to go deal with it before it could cause a wave of losses among his unit. He could sense the desperation from the defenders of the colony, who were rapidly running out of functional weapons and equipment since they had limited fuel supplies. And the relic line mecha that they were using were diesel-burning sorts intended to run off of more easily produced fuel oils that the colony hadn't had time to produce in large quantities. Nico had started to move already, though, and her push to the south was taking a lot of the load off of them, as it was drawing the Clem up to meet her and the team of hunters. They were having entirely too much fun with their work, but they were also covering a lot of ground now that they had the Clem density up to where they wanted it. Unlike Cleansing Light, which fought in melee with a sword and shield, the hunter's suit used dual blades, and Shattered Pride had a blade in all four of its hands. That made it much more efficient for them to clear densely packed enemies than to chase after them, and the tactic was working exactly as well as Nico had hoped. The behemoth that Max was facing was different from the last group, a centipede type that Max was more familiar with from past battles. They were a pain to kill, but they weren't particularly deadly to a mecha his size. They were better at breaching walls with their immense size than attacking mecha, so he assumed that the Clem attack plan had been made in advance and didn't include him killing all of the others before they could breach the lines. The beast wasn't slowing down, though. It had caught the scent of the colonists, and it was on a single-minded mission to eat them. It was only when Cleansing Light came within 10 meters of the behemoth that it finally decided to acknowledge his presence and defend itself against his imminent attacks. You could never tell where the brain of this sort of Clem was going to be, so Max had taken the most efficient approach and was lining up his disruptor to shoot into the behemoth's mouth and straight down its length, destroying everything it passed. Unlike the others, it had no way to deal with that attack, and the beam of energy tore its enormous body apart, spraying the battlefield with gore. The other Clem didn't even seem bothered by it. It seemed that they knew the timing of that creature's arrival was off, so they had factored it out of their decisions and were focusing on trying to breach the lines near the northern edge of the front, where the unit hadn't had time to spread out properly yet. But, as soon as Max started to move in that direction, another behemoth appeared from underground just under a kilometer from the southern edge of the front. Oh, very sneaky, trying to bounce me back and forth like a yo-yo. Max chuckled as he turned his back on the behemoth and began to push northward. The locust had appeared too far south this time, and instead of drawing Max down to fight it and away from his unit, it had placed itself in the sights of Nico and the hunters, who were coming that way at a full-out charge. Given 30 seconds, they would be on it, and they hadn't had a chance to fight that particular type yet, as far as Max knew. The hunters, for sure, would appreciate the new target to test themselves against, so he would assist his troops and get the colonists to safety as fast as possible. The android units were only a few hundred meters from each other now, and the defenders from the colony were beginning to fall back into the compound in their battered line mecha, letting the Reavers take over. It was close enough to a full encirclement for Max, so he sent a signal to the cutters to move in and prepare to load. Colonists, pack everything that you wish to take into the cutters, and they will fly you to safety. They will make multiple trips if needed, but it's your call if you want more supplies from the colony or to get everyone to safety in one flight. Max informed the civilians as he finished securing the last gap in their lines. We appreciate your consideration, Commander. Lives are more important, and supplies can be replaced eventually. We will do our best to get everyone into whatever vessel you send for us. There weren't that many colonists left, so the 2 cutters that had brought the mecha battalions to the surface would be more than sufficient for the task. He just had to hold the position for an hour or two while they packed up and left. The Clem weren't going to make that easy for him though. They were already regrouping in the distance, according to the aerial scans, and they would push again within the next 20 minutes, with a strength at least as high as what was here when he landed. Chapter 650. Evacuation. While Max secured the northern and eastern sides of the colony, the cutters moved to load all of the residents on board. They hadn't wasted their time during the battle and had everything that they could move already in crates, set to be packed into a cargo hold and taken with them off the planet, should they happen to survive and be rescued. They hadn't had much here to begin with, as their main colony had actually been on a different continent from this settlement, which was intended to be a rural farming village, gathering resources to bring to the site where their ship had crash-landed. At first, it seemed like good luck that they had landed on such a suitable planet. It had a breathable atmosphere, which was one of the emergency target requirements for the ship after it was damaged, but that was no guarantee that it would be suitable for growing anything. This planet had already had life on it, just not human life, and for a few months, they had thought they could just start over without politics and violence from other worlds affecting them, but then the Clem had arrived and put an end to that dream. This site was the furthest from where the Clem had landed, making it the last holdout when they had taken the planet, and if the Reavers had been even a day later, they wouldn't have survived. Max waited behind the lines while the Clem regrouped. Taking the time to mark all the important targets would make the battle go much more smoothly and give the hunters a chance to pick out the challenging targets that they were here for, reducing the number of truly dangerous enemies that the Mecha would have to face. It was a win all around, but he would have to do something about the tunnels first. They had dug them without anyone noticing, and they got very close to the colony during the last attack, so if he didn't collapse them, the Clem might just pop up among his troops, and it would be a strategic disaster, no matter how the battle went in the end. Worse, they could come up inside the colony and wipe out the civilians. In fact, that might be what they were waiting for, but Max's sensors didn't detect any seismic activity that would indicate digging or an underground force approaching. That didn't mean that it didn't exist, only that he couldn't detect it, which made the odds a bit lower. Drone bombers, this is Commander Karras. Please drop Shaker charges in Formation 17 Alpha on the marked location. Max directed and sent the coordinates that he wanted them to bomb up to the drone pilots. The Shaker charges were meant to break bunkers, and they would do a wonderful job of collapsing tunnels if they managed to hit them. He wasn't the only one requesting them, but the new generation of drones was more than capable of complying. Instead of a standard bombing load, they had raw materials and a printer so that they could make a variety of explosives as needed until their supply was depleted, and then they would return to the ship to restock and be sent back out again. The Clem turned to look at the sky when the sound of approaching drone bombers caught their attention, and they began to fire spikes up at them, trying to hit the falling bombs. They had some limited success, but most of them made their targets, crashing into the ground with a directed charge, and shaking the earth around them, collapsing dozens of tunnels around the colony and bringing irate Clem to the surface. As suspected, they had been digging the tunnels forward of the last exits, but that should be on hold now, and the Clem force was preparing to rush at the defenders. Incoming Clem imminent, pick your targets carefully, and all fast attack mecha prepared to create a firewall when the warriors reach your range. Max directed. If he had time, he would like to pile up the bodies and light them on fire, creating a secondary defense, but there just wasn't time yet, and he didn't have the proper tools with him. That was the one advantage of having infantry in your force. They could operate things like bulldozers and trenching tools. With everyone in Mecha, you missed out on those little things. The ground shook nearly as heavily when the Clem force began to move in unison as when the bombs had been incoming, and then the thunder guns started their barrage, blanketing the battlefield in explosions again. Commander, give us 10 more minutes if possible. We are nearly loaded. There are just a few more important items that we would like to get on board before we leave for your vessel. The colony leader informed him. We will hold as long as we have to. Just make sure that your people all get on board and off the planet. The next round of attacks might not be compatible with unprotected human life. Max replied. Every citizen would understand what that meant. Large explosions would kill with air pressure changes even if they didn't kill you, and the Clem loved to use gases and toxic liquids that would melt even military alloy and concrete. They definitely didn't want to be here when that sort of fight reached the city, and it was clear that the Mecha couldn't hold such a large perimeter forever. Max bathed the northern region of the battlefield in disruptor blasts, clearing out most of the Clem warriors in the front lines and giving the unit an extra 30 seconds before engagement, and then moved to the east, where a number of behemoths had been spotted. Commander, the hunters will take the locust behemoths this time. You can have the others. The huntress that had been fighting with Nico offered. There were no suitable targets on their side of the battlefield, only the plasma-spraying beetle types, which were no fun to fight since they just exploded when hit. So they were coming to the east to help Max during this fight, leaving him with only 3 behemoths to take care of, at least, that he could see at the moment. Those were the sorts of odds that he could deal with. The first warriors breached the bombardment of the thunder guns just as the huntress and her team of 4 arrived. They saluted to cleansing light as they passed by, and Max ordered the thunder guns to clear a path for them so that they could reach their targets without delay, then fell in behind them. The androids were getting better by the minute, gaining data on the Clemtide's combat styles as they went, and as long as nothing changed, they should be able to make significant gains in their combat effectiveness by the end of the day. It was far better than he had expected, and the general sentiment of the signals that he was receiving was that the android pilots were competent enough for the job, with only some clarification and a few suggestions from more experienced pilots needed to keep the units from being overrun so far.